Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Gloomy Sun. That afternoon. World of the Living. Masatsuki, what exactly is going on with you and that woman? Ranjaku swung her fists at him, her soft punches landing harmlessly on his chest. She had never interfered with Masatsuki's antics before, but even she had her limits. It was one thing when it came to Yoriyuki and the others, but Asaka Tsuneyashiro? That woman didn't seem like someone to be trusted. What do you mean, what's going on? I don't get it. Masatsuki held her close, his face unreadable. Jin Ichimaru gave him a complicated look, then suddenly widened his eyes, his voice uncertain. Masatsuki. You're not planning to kill her here, are you? Masatsuki merely smirked and stayed silent. Ranjaku's anger flared, her cheeks puffing up as tears welled in her eyes. Masatsuki, say something. You really do know me well, Jin, he sighed, finally breaking the silence. His hand brushed over the hilt of Banch Senran. It's about time. She's here. His gaze shifted into the distance, his voice eerily calm. She's here? Ranjaku and Jin froze. Masatsuki didn't name her, but they both knew exactly who he meant. But why? They had been talking just fine moments ago. What had suddenly changed his mind? Then, they recalled something small but strange. Ever since they had arrived in the world of the living, Masatsuki had been glancing off into the distance now and then, as if waiting for something. Before they could react, he had already released Ranjaku, his eyes turning cold. Masatsuki. A voice rang in his ears. He turned to see Jin stepping closer. After a brief pause, Jin spoke seriously. Are you sure about this? That's the Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the four great noble houses. No Shinigami would dare do something like this. And even though she's our enemy, now's not the right time to kill her. Maybe we should wait and come up with a plan. To kill the heir of the Tsuneyashiro clan. He didn't say the words out loud. He had never imagined himself even thinking something so reckless. But now that the thought had taken root, he was surprised by how unbothered he felt. Damn it! He really was getting infected by this thick-headed idiot. Jin let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. Masatsuki suddenly laughed. Jin, I'm sure of it. I'm going. Why? Jin Ichimaru asked, frowning in confusion. Masatsuki's smile didn't fade, but his tone turned cold and deliberate. This isn't some impulsive decision. I have 3 reasons for killing her. First, as you've probably noticed, she's the backbone of their group, their real leader. Which makes her our true enemy. Second, she wants me dead. It doesn't matter whether she recognized me or not before or after, it was always her intention. But she's too young. The moment she saw me, she realized who I was, but she couldn't hide the murderous intent in her eyes, not just toward me, but toward all of us. Third, she's too clever. The fact that she was willing to play along proves she's not just some lunatic. People like her are dangerous. If we don't take this chance now, she'll become a problem we'll regret later. A cruel grin spread across Masatsuki's face. A foreseeable threat should be eliminated before it ever has the chance to take root. The two stood in the depths of the forest, locked in a distant gaze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting patterns of light and shadow over them. Yet to Jin, the sunlight felt colder than the shade. It chilled him to the bone. Masatsuki's grin only grew, his expression bordering on madness. The Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 4 great noble houses. Such a grand title. But do you know how long I've put up with them? I've had enough of these clowns prancing around in front of me. I'm not the type to sit back and wait for things to happen. This woman will be the first. His tone turned almost amused. Something no one dares to do? Well, starting now, someone dares. The words hit Jin like a lightning strike, sending a shiver through his body. Perhaps it was because Masatsuki had always been so kind to them, so gentle, so indulgent. At some point, he had forgotten just how ruthless and terrifying this man could be. And yet, it was because of that very ruthlessness that he and Rangiku were still alive. They had learned how to kill from him. Their first kill had been under his watchful eyes. Jin's hands trembled not from fear, but from something else entirely. Excitement. His fists clenched as he lifted his head, determination burning in his eyes. "I'm coming with you." Masatsuki smiled, as if he had been waiting for that exact answer. Then, without hesitation, he rejected him. "No need. It'll be easier if I go alone. Besides, even if something happens to me, Rangiku still needs someone to protect her. And this has nothing to do with strength. If you stay behind and keep an eye on her, I can act without hesitation. I'll be back soon." With that, Masatsuki turned and left, not looking back. Jin stood frozen in place, watching his figure disappear into the depths of the forest. Only then did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. "For us." He thought of those two words Masatsuki always said. After a long silence, he suddenly bowed deeply in the direction Masatsuki had gone. Even though there was no one left to see it, Jin found himself looking up at the sky. The bright sunlight reflected off the grey earth, glimmering like silver, dazzling his eyes. A memory resurfaced. He froze, lowering his gaze to his hands, and the distant echoes of a past life reached his ears. "Get that brat away! What the hell is he doing? Damn it! Let go of him! I'm warning you, don't get yourself into trouble. We barely have enough food thanks to that new guy, and now you're stealing from us." He still remembered the pain of the beating. The snarling faces of starving souls, surrounding him with their rusted blades. Back then, he had looked up at the sky, the only source of light, and wished he could survive on sunlight alone, like a tree or a blade of grass. Ugh! A scream jolted him back to the present. By the time he snapped out of it, the ones who had been threatening him were already on the ground, their blood staining the grass. A tall man with long black hair stood amidst the carnage, a bloodied katana in his hand. The crimson splattered across his face only made his beauty more unnerving. He looked like a dark sun, radiating an eerie, inescapable presence. The man knelt in front of him, his voice warm and inviting. "Hey, kid, you all right? Silver hair, hey? Pretty rare. Not gonna lie, I used to dream about having long silver hair myself. Maybe a pair of mismatched eyes to go with it. Picture this one glance, and boom! I shout Amaterasu, and whoever I see gets engulfed in black flames that never go out. Sounds cool, right? Anyway, what's your name, kid?" Jin hesitated, opening just one eye, the other too swollen to lift. "Ichimaru. Jin Ichimaru." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, No Need for That. A dark light? It must have been a shadow. How could I have been so wrong, thinking that guy was glowing? Jin Ichimaru looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky and narrowed his eyes. There's no such thing as a dark sun. He clenched his fists. Masatsuki was right. Going with him would be pointless. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to help. But staying behind? That was something he could do. Unlike Masatsuki, Rangiku wasn't as sharp when it came to things outside of him. She wasn't stupid, but her thoughts were always fixated on Masatsuki, leaving little room for anything else. Someone had to stay and watch over her. A few moments later, Masatsuki arrived alone in the northern part of the forest. The terrain stretched into rolling mountains, thick with lush greenery. Birds sang in the trees, the scent of flowers drifted through the air. It was a peaceful place. A fitting location for a final rest. Ensuring no one had noticed his movements, he pressed 2 fingers to the ground. His Ryotsu pulsed outward in an invisible ripple. Found you! A faint light appeared in his vision, marking a location deep within the dense forest. Detection type kid. A technique Yoryuki had taught him. Raising his fingers, he could clearly sense the lingering trace of his own faint Ryotsu. With the direction confirmed, he rose to his feet. This was a risky move, no doubt. But Masatsuki wasn't the reckless type. He hadn't survived the cutthroat streets of Rukanga, let alone become the dominant force in District 1, through sheer strength alone. Without intelligence, he would have been outmaneuvered and killed countless times by now. Before entering the world of the living, he had confirmed with the instructors that the only ones sent to guard Osaka Tsuneyashiro were students from the academy. A group of students who had never even experienced real combat. Which meant that, despite their Ryotsu and techniques, against him, they wouldn't stand a chance. That was all he needed to know. With that thought, Masatsuki stepped forward. A pulse of Ryotsu expanded beneath his feet. In an instant, his spiritual energy gathered at his soles, forming an invisible platform that allowed him to stand in midair. This was a technique rarely executed in Soul Society, gathering Ryotsu at one's feet to create a foothold for flight. In the world of the living, where Reishi density was lower, it wasn't difficult. But in Soul Society, where Reishi was far too concentrated, such a feat was nearly impossible. The next second, Masatsuki stepped forward and ascended into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. At the same time, in the dense northern forest of the Khan's internship site, 4 elegantly dressed figures sat atop a large boulder, the sunlight filtering through the green leaves, casting shifting shadows over them. What's with this damn weather? The sun is so irritating. Osaka Tsuneyashiro raised a hand to shield her eyes, squinting in annoyance at the bright sky. Sunlight streamed through the trees, illuminating the ground and grass with a golden glow, painting the lush forest in dazzling light. What should have been a scene brimming with life only made Osaka feel irritated. Lady Osaka. The only escorts assigned for this internship are 12 students from Rukanga. A student dressed in a Shin Academy uniform, with noble attire peeking out from underneath, stepped forward respectfully and bowed deeply. With the 2 of us and Tsujikami-sama, there are 15 in total dedicated to ensuring your safety during the internship. Osaka waved her hand dismissively, her displeasure evident. Why are they all from Rukanga? Where are the noble students? As the heir to the Tsuneyashiro clan, she had her own personal guards, but due to the special circumstances of the Khan's internship, family retainers were not permitted to participate. The only exception was if a guard happened to be a graduate of Shin Academy and was officially taking part in the internship. Normally, this wouldn't pose much of a risk. The academy instructors stationed at the perimeter weren't just for show, most of them held the strength of mid to high-ranking seated officers. The guard hesitated before responding cautiously. Reporting to Lady Osaka, we sent word to the noble families, but many declined, saying they wished to complete their own internships first. In my humble opinion, it's likely that they fear Masatsuki Aozaki's strength and don't dare to come. Hearing this, Osaka clicked her tongue impatiently. While both noble and Rukanga-born followers attached themselves to the Tsuneyashiro clan for power, there was a fundamental difference between them. The students from Rukanga were powerless and desperate, while noble students had wealth and status. Naturally, they wouldn't risk their lives unnecessarily. The clan never expected them to be truly loyal. What mattered was the power of the families behind them. Oh, and one more thing. Osaka paused before continuing. That man Masatsuki Aozaki. The guard stiffened, recalling the handsome man's earlier gift. Bowing again, he asked cautiously. Lady Osaka, do you wish to call off the plan? After all, he is Captain Commander Yamamoto's disciple, and he seems to be aligning himself with the clan. If he's willing to accept the family's goodwill, perhaps we should report this to the elders after the internship. Such a contribution would surely solidify your position as heir. Osaka suddenly laughed, as if she had just heard a particularly amusing joke. She waved a hand, sneering coldly. "No, I'm not saying we shouldn't kill him, I'm saying we wait. Let him leave this place first, then have the family send someone to take care of him later." The guard froze, struggling to follow her reasoning. Had she lost her mind? The Tsuneyashiro clan held immense power, enough to decide life and death with a word, but Masatsuki wasn't just anyone, he was the disciple of Captain Commander Yamamoto. If someone like that was offering his allegiance, shouldn't they be welcoming him with open arms? Even if they wanted him dead, they would need a valid justification. The clan elders would never approve an execution without reason. Noticing the doubt on the guard's face, Asaka's expression darkened. Without warning, she lifted her foot and stomped on his head, forcing him to kneel. "Are you questioning my decision?" "And no. I would never. I was simply being foolish." The guard prostrated himself on the ground, face pale, body trembling uncontrollably. Satisfied, Asaka smirked and scoffed. "If you must know my reasoning." Her eyes narrowed, her voice laced with malice. "There's no way to tell if his loyalty is genuine or just an act. The elders have already promised me if I can kill him, I'll be one of the heirs to the clan. So why take the gamble? Why risk trusting him, hoping his allegiance will please the elders? There's no need for that. But before we kill him, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a little fun first." With that, she extended a delicate hand from her sleeve, hooking a finger under Tetsuya Tsujikami's chin. The two guards immediately understood her intent and silently stepped away. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, the show begins. "Are you two all right?" The students couldn't help but ask, glancing at the guards' disheveled appearances. "We're fine. To receive Lady Asaka's favor is an honor." The guards laughed proudly, casually dusting off their clothes and straightening the noble linings beneath their uniforms. "Ha!" Exhaling, one of them felt nothing but satisfaction. So what if they had to grovel before that woman? These students still had to treat them with respect. They relished this feeling. To curry favor with the Tsuneyashiro clan, these so-called Shin Academy geniuses humbled themselves before mere guards. Though they weren't of noble birth, these foolish lowborns still bowed to their masters, their eyes filled with admiration not just for the nobles they served, but for the attendants at their side as well. That intoxicating sense of superiority made them forget their place, as if they were no longer mere servants but true aristocrats, while those beneath them were destined to serve. What drove them to kneel wasn't loyalty, it was something far more repulsive. From the woods, the sound of birdsong gradually mixed with faint, muffled groans and the bright, manic laughter of a young woman. "Lady Asaka has started. I wonder if the young lady will reward us once she's finished." As if recalling something particularly enjoyable, the guards exchanged knowing smiles. The students remained silent, staring at them. It was only then that they realized something: these two guards weren't bad-looking. Even Tetsuya Tsujikami, standing among them, could be considered handsome. However, after witnessing Masatsuki Aozaki's appearance, their perception of beauty had been temporarily skewed, making them overlook the three men entirely. Just as the guards were about to speak, they suddenly froze. They noticed the students weren't looking at them anymore. Instead, they were staring past them, their faces twisted in terror. A gust of wind howled through the trees, sending a chill down their spines. Slowly, the guards turned around. Their eyes widened. Not far away, deep in the forest, a massive creature with a white mask hovered in the air. Its enormous, pale wings beat against the wind, stirring up a violent gale. One of the guards swallowed hard, his hand slowly moving toward his weapon. "Ha ha!" The monster laughed. Then, in a blur, it lunged toward them. The soft, lilting sounds rose into an ecstatic crescendo. Deep in the forest, the eldest daughter of the Tsuneyashiro clan moved with reckless abandon, her hands slicing through the air like a bloodthirsty banshee. Her nails raked mercilessly across the young noble's body. Her expression was wild, her face twisted with a sick, euphoric smile. Slash! Snap! Two sharp sounds overlapped. Tetsuya clenched his teeth, his body covered in thin, overlapping cuts. The pain was searing, but he didn't dare make a sound. He bit down hard, forcing a smile onto his handsome face, one that barely held. This woman is insane. What? Enjoying yourself? You bastard! Asaka Tsuneyashiro suddenly roared, clawing at his face with both hands, her grip tightening with each passing second. You worthless man! What kind of expression is that? You should be looking at me with defiance. Take a good look at yourself. Do you see anything remotely like a man in you, you pathetic excuse for one? The noble heir understood immediately and adjusted his expression. Hatred, disgust, disdain, these were the emotions he truly wanted to show. But the person in his mind wasn't the arrogant woman before him. It was his father, the ever-distant head of the Tsujikami family. Why him? Why not another member of the clan? Why did he have to bear the cost of their ambitions? Rage flared within him. He wanted to resist, but the woman seized his wrist before he could act. Very good. Very good. Asaka sneered and slapped him across the face. That's the look I want to see. You wretched men should always wear that expression before I break you completely. Satisfied, she rose to her feet. The noble tried to follow, only to be forced back down by the heel pressing into his chest. What's the rush? The real fun is just beginning. Her smile was sickeningly sweet. She picked up her Zanpakutō and traced its cold edge through the air. The gleam of the blade sent a chill down the noble's spine, instantly snapping him out of his daze. Enjoy it while you can. You're about to experience pleasure like never before. Looking down at him with cruel amusement, she pressed the blade to his chest, cutting a shallow line into his skin. But just then, she saw it. The reflection in his wide, terrified eyes. He was staring straight at the sky. A strange scent filled the air, making her frown. A scent she knew all too well. The scent she loved most. Blood. A thick, overwhelming stench of blood. She lifted her head. Two bodies lay before her, her own guards. Dark red liquid pooled around them, staining the ground. As her gaze stretched further, more corpses came into view, their numbers growing with every second, until the crimson hue swallowed her vision entirely. Screams echoed through the forest. Amidst the carnage, a tall figure in a blue and white school uniform walked leisurely through the blood-soaked ground. Long black hair billowed behind him like the cloak of a phantom untouched by the filth of the world. In an instant, the chaos around them fell into an eerie silence. Asaka's eyes widened in shock. A choked gasp escaped her lips. You! She locked her gaze onto Masatsuki Aozaki, who hovered in the air, while the corner of her eye took in the devastation around her. Dismembered limbs littered the once vibrant forest floor. Further beyond, desperate cries for help rang out, wails of agony, frantic voices shouting. Find Lady Asaka! A hollow has broken through. A hollow? Where? It wasn't here. Then, a bone-chilling realization seized her. Her skin prickled. Her scalp went numb. Shin Academy student, Masatsuki Aozaki. A pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsuneyashiro. With a warm smile, Masatsuki extended a hand to the woman trembling on the ground, the perfect image of a refined gentleman. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of steel slicing through air. Asaka swung her blade at him. Masatsuki simply raised two fingers, effortlessly catching the incoming strike. With a light flick, the blade was knocked aside. Not bad accuracy. Pity your strength and speed don't match. You. Seeing her attack fail completely, Asaka's heart pounded in panic. She stumbled back 2 steps, but forced herself to maintain her composure. Masatsuki Aozaki, what do you think you're doing? Don't forget who I am. Masatsuki let out a quiet chuckle. What I'm doing? Don't you think that's a rather funny question? He deliberately let his gaze roam over her, then winked playfully. What do you think, Lady Osaka? She froze for a moment. Then, unbelievably, she forced a flattering smile onto her face. I'm willing. Please spare me. No matter what you want, I'll comply. As Masatsuki stepped closer, the glow in her eyes changed. From fear to murderous intent. Die. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 50, My Apologies. Cry out, Kunch. The moment Osaka Tsuneyashiro called out, her Zanpakutō elongated into a thin, needle-like double-edged blade. In a flash, it pierced straight through Masatsuki Aozaki's body. Splurt! Bright red blood spilled from Masatsuki's chest, soaking into the pristine white of his uniform. Osaka twisted the hilt, laughing hysterically. You lowly, pathetic fool! Did you really think you could break me? That you were worthy of conquering me? You didn't even bother using Shikai and dared to stand before me. Did you think that just because we're in the world of the living, I'd be afraid of you? Shinigami ranked lieutenant and above had their Ryutsu restricted to 20% when entering the world of the living. That meant a Shinigami with 5th rank Ryutsu would be reduced to the level of a 6th rank, merely equivalent to a seated officer. Had she brought Noble Academy students with her, they could have overwhelmed him before he had the chance to lift his restrictions. But all she had at her disposal were a handful of Rukanga students, none of whom had reached seated officer level. The odds of her plan succeeding had been far too low. That was the real reason she had called off the ambush. All that talk of gifts, of marriage, what a joke. No matter how handsome he was nothing compared to the position of family head. I'm the one most fit to inherit the Tsuneyashiro clan, Her words cut off abruptly. Masatsuki's figure wavered before her eyes, shifting. No longer him but Tetsuya Tsujikami. Pain erupted in her chest. The laughter died in her throat. She slowly looked down. A pure white, beautiful blade had run her through. No wonder you're from the Tsuneyashiro clan. Even in a moment like this, you had the courage to fight back, Masatsuki said, pulling his sword free from her body with a casual flick. Dark blood splattered onto the forest floor. But, when did you get the idea that I hadn't used my Shikai? A shrill, agonized scream tore through the woods. Pain surged through Osaka's body, her mind barely able to process what had happened. What kind of ability is this? Was he insane? He had actually dared to strike down a member of the 4 great noble houses. Does he have a death wish? This was an irreconcilable feud with the Tsuneyashiro clan. No matter who stood in their way, the clan would hunt them down with relentless vengeance. Even the Central 46 would be shaken by this. This was a line no one in Seoul society dared to cross. You're too noisy. Masatsuki frowned and swung Banch Senran impatiently. As the blade moved, Osaka's vision blurred. Then, a bloodied arm fell to the ground. A strangled gasp left her lips. Her body convulsed from the pain, but this time, she didn't scream. Gritting her teeth, she shoved Tetsuya's limp form aside and glared at Masatsuki through bloodshot eyes. You're Ryutsu. You're not restricted. Masatsuki smiled. Oh, I am restricted. But just recently, I happened to break through to 4th rank Ryutsu. Osaka's eyes widened in horror. Then, you're Zanpakutō. She never got to finish her sentence. Masatsuki's sword was already swinging. Remember the Zanjutsu test? When I used my Shikai. Your little lapdogs said I was showing off in front of the teachers and students. But you know. I was showing off. He paused, then smiled coldly. But not for free. The price of seeing my shikai is your life. Tsuneyashiro Asaka never heard his words. Because by the time Masatsuki spoke them, her head had already fallen to the ground. Her lifeless eyes remained frozen in a twisted mix of confusion, disbelief, and terror. All of them reflecting the same undeniable truth. She was dead. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. I originally just wanted to eliminate you as an unstable factor, but I didn't expect a pleasant surprise. Granting your Zanpakutō the power to cut not a bad ability. Too bad it's wasted in your hands. I'll make good use of it. He rummaged through the scattered clothing nearby and found the small card he had given, a card bearing his name and job description. Are you satisfied with this grand gift? But I'm afraid. Looking down at her from above, his tone remained calm. My services aren't for just anyone. The nobleman, naked and covered in wounds, stared in horror at the 4 noble corpses lying in a pool of blood. As the crimson spread outward, he coughed up blood, his face turning deathly pale. You killed her. Everything before him felt surreal, like a dream. How could someone like this exist? You killed the 4 great noble houses. He murmured over and over, his trembling hand reaching out to touch his blood-soaked body. The warmth of the liquid seeped into his skin, yet the light in his eyes gradually faded. Masatsuki stepped forward, gazing at him indifferently. With a single swing of his blade, the nobleman's head separated from his body. Not long after, all traces of blood in the dense forest had vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. With a final slash from a guard's blade, the white-winged hollow disintegrated into Reishi. Finally got rid of that damned hollow. With strength like that, it was no mere weakling. It could probably rival a high-ranking seated officer. Why would a hollow of that level appear in a Khan's area? My lord, thanks to you. My lord, what's wrong? 2 injured guards stood at the forefront, their expressions grim. Scattered on the ground were a few pieces of clothing, but their owners were nowhere to be seen. How could this be? Where has Lady Asaka gone? The students, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly turned pale, tension gripping them once more. That hollow just now, it seemed to have come from here. Shut up. Go search for him. Turn this place inside out if you have to, but find Lady Asaka. The guards' faces darkened, a bad premonition rising in their chests. One of them shouted furiously. If you don't find him, you're all dead. At that moment, their Ryotsu flared without restraint, all traces of their earlier relief gone. Their urgency far surpassed that of the students. If something happened to Asaka Tsuneyashiro, they were as good as dead. The students' legs nearly gave out beneath them. Not far away, Jin Ichimaru and Ranjaku Matsumoto sensed the sudden surge of Ryotsu and looked up sharply. Don't just stand there. The Khan's internship isn't over yet. Masatsuki's voice rang out from behind them. He stood there, holding 3 unconscious children in his arms, spiritual beings in their soul forms. If you don't finish the internship, you'll have to spend another year at Shin Academy before you can reapply for graduation. Don't say I didn't warn you. A flicker of doubt passed through their eyes, but both were wise enough not to ask questions. Judging by how relaxed Masatsuki seemed, things probably weren't as bad as they looked. Ranjaku smiled and asked, Masatsuki, where'd you pick up these kids? Masatsuki shot her a look. I didn't pick them up. I found them in a nearby town. That place isn't safe. Hollows show up all the time. It wouldn't be safe for these 3 brats to stay there. So I figured we'd let them help out with the Khan's internship, and send them to the Soul Society along the way. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Central 46 Chambers. A few days later. An ancient Japanese-style estate, lavish beyond measure, stood with towering black-roofed pavilions that seemed to pierce the sky. The Tsuneyashiro clan residence. Clusters of tall, time-worn buildings stood together, their unpainted pillars, beams, and walls exuding an air of antiquity. This was the home of the noble, one of the great rulers of Seoul society, one of the four great noble clans, the Tsuneyashiro clan. Elderly men, draped in opulent robes, sat in elevated seats. The towering walls were engraved with depictions of ancient trees and vast mountains, radiating an aura of absolute authority. Sinners, tell us what happened. At the center of the council chamber, two men knelt, both reduced to barely recognizable figures after brutal torture. They were missing limbs, their faces smeared with blood, their breaths faint and shallow. One of them spat out a broken tooth and weakly murmured, "Lady Osaka is dead." The elders exchanged cold glances before closing their eyes and shaking their heads. The death of Osaka Tsuneyashiro meant little in itself. What mattered was that she bore the Tsuneyashiro name, and her fate reflected upon the honor of the clan. How did she die? A witness saw a hollow attack Lady Osaka. The man trembled violently. Forcing himself to stay upright despite his failing body, he swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth and continued. You were her guards, yet you had to hear of your master's death from an outsider. What use do you have left? Go prove your loyalty. Thank you, my lords. Thank you, my lords. The two guards kowtowed frantically, slamming their foreheads against the floor until blood seeped from their wounds. At this moment, living was far more painful than dying. As the family guards dragged the two men out of the chamber, one of the elders frowned at the bloodstains on the floor and asked, "What should we do next?" Have Central 46 issue an order. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Another elder slammed the table, his voice thundering with rage. And so, the news spread swiftly. The Tsuneyashiro clan was thrust into an atmosphere of tense unrest. Loyal death guards, clad in black, moved like specters through the estate, while members from various branches were urgently recalled from afar. Household servants cast anxious glances toward the central pavilion, their hearts filled with dread. A ruler of Seoul society, one of the noble five great noble clans, had perished. This was the first unnatural death of a five great noble in Seoul society in over 1,000,000 years since the war 1,000 years ago, when the Quincy invaded. Late that night, Yamamoto was abruptly woken from his sleep by his deputy. Though irritated by the disruption, he suppressed his displeasure and made his way to the Central 46 compound's Grand Conference Hall without delay. Moving swiftly, he passed by the barracks of the various divisions, walked through the bamboo grove formed by white towers, and crossed multiple gates before arriving at a massive stone wall. The wall was stark white, its stone doors marked with a bold red and black octagonal pattern. Captain Commander Yamamoto. Two Shinigami from the 7th Division, stationed as guards, bowed respectfully. Yamamoto gave them a brief nod. The guards opened the doors, revealing a familiar wooden bridge. Beneath it lay a crystal-clear pool of water, and at its center stood a structure built from sekizeki, spirit-reducing stone. Yamamoto stepped inside, pushing open the great doors of the underground central chamber. The conference room's interior mirrored its exterior, a perfect octagon. The pitch-black floor stretched endlessly, like a bottomless abyss, creating an unsettling sensation of groundlessness. Long tables, arranged in tiered rows, encircled the chamber. Atop each table stood screens marked with numbers, obscuring the occupants behind them. Seated beyond the screens were 46 individuals, nobles and elders of the Seoul society. At the highest position sat the 6 judges, and below them, 40 wise men of the council. These 46 individuals represented the pinnacle of power in Seoul society, its highest judicial authority. The Central 46 compound. Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto, pays his respects to the wise men and judges, Yamamoto announced as he stepped forward. With each measured step, squares of white light flickered to life beneath his feet. The 6 judges and the 40 wise men showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, faint smiles tugged at their lips, as if trying to ease the tension, though their faces remained hidden from Yamamoto's view. No one seated here was a fool. Their wisdom, honed by years of political maneuvering, made them keenly aware of reality. This old man before them was not someone they could manipulate at will. Even if he played along for now, there was no guarantee he always would. And if the day came when he tired of their games, when he no longer indulged their authority, none among them could stop the blade that could set the world ablaze. The judge seated on the far left, Masao Shion, waved his hand with a soft chuckle. Our sharpest blade, Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Shigakuni Yamamoto-sama, congratulations on taking a new disciple. Yamamoto's voice was deep and unwavering. There's no need for pleasantries, Your Honor. I know exactly why you've summoned me here. But before we begin, I have a question for all of you. He paused. His gaze, suddenly razor-sharp, swept over the assembled dignitaries like the edge of a drawn sword. Why did you bypass the Gotei 13, the Onmitsukid, and the Kid Corps, and instead send family guards to surround the Shiba clan? The Shiba family was once one of the 5 great noble clans. Even if they have left Seireitei, that fact has not changed. The green-haired judge seated at the center scowled and retorted. According to the law, any act of violence against a noble must be met with severe punishment. Asaka Tsuneyashiro perished in the world of the living during a Khan's training mission, yet we have not even held the Gotei 13 accountable for its failure. Or do you believe that the life of a noble is worth less than that of a mere Rukanga commoner? The moment those words were spoken, tension rippled through the chamber. Even with the screens concealing their faces, the arrogance and fury in his voice were unmistakable. Yet, standing before Seireitei's highest authority, Yamamoto remained composed. His tone was as steady as ever. The lives of nobles are important. But that does not justify breaking the law. No matter the crime, it is the Gotei 13's duty to investigate. To interfere without proper authority is, in itself, a violation of the law. Furthermore, there is not a shred of evidence proving that Masatsuki Aozaki was at fault in this incident. Shion Masao nodded in agreement. I believe the Captain Commander is right. Let's not forget 20 years ago, a member of the Tsuneyashiro clan, a graduate of the academy, committed a crime so severe that it warranted immediate execution. Yet, out of consideration for his connection to the Captain Commander, the judges and wise men commuted his sentence, reducing it to 300 years of house arrest. If you could show leniency then, why be so merciless now to the Captain Commander's new disciple? As Yamamoto and Shion Masao's unrelenting words echoed through the chamber, the elders and judges of the Tsuneyashiro clan opened their mouths, yet no words came forth. For the first time, they were speechless. Frustration swelled in their chests. Back then, they had only sought to protect a promising clan member while reaffirming the Tsuneyashiro clan's authority. Who would have thought that decision would now come back to silence them? And it was all because of those meddling old family elders who had, for the sake of a mere branch family member, brought disgrace upon the entire clan today. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Investigation. The green-haired judge gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, a mix of doubt and confusion flickering in his heart. Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto, as the Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, had always demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the Seireitei. His dedication was highly esteemed among the members of Central 46, even surpassing that of the noble families. In every past meeting, he had never once defied or questioned their orders. And yet, today, he openly challenged the wise men and judges of Central 46. This was highly unusual. Yamamoto gazed at the silent wise men and judges before speaking slowly. I will dispatch members of the Gotei 13 to investigate this incident. You need only wait for the results. The assembly was momentarily stunned. Masatsuki Aozaki. Was he truly worth this level of concern? The green-haired judge, now composed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, took a deep breath and said evenly, leave this matter to the Gotei 13. This is your responsibility. The deaths of the 4 noble clans affect the prestige of the Seireitei. The truth must be uncovered. I trust that His Excellency the Captain Commander will do his utmost to provide us with a satisfactory answer. Furthermore, this incident must remain confidential. The information must not spread. What do you all think? Agreed, Masao Shion spoke. The judge beside him, wearing a kensei-kan, followed up. Seconded. Agreed. One after another, voices rang out in agreement. At this point, they all understood that continuing the meeting would serve no purpose. The Tsuneyashiro clan was infamous for its madness, but that didn't mean they were fools. On the contrary, as one of the 5 great noble clans, each generation produced a select few with exceptional abilities and formidable ryutsu. These individuals received top-tier elite education, trained by the finest masters in various disciplines, and underwent rigorous selection processes. Only after proving their worth did they gradually ascend to seats among the wise men and judges of Central 46. If the Tsuneyashiro clan were merely a band of lunatics, they would have long since fallen into ruin, never securing their place as the most powerful noble house in the Seireitei. The judges and wise men of Central 46, who represented the highest authority in Seireitei, were the elite among nobles. Their privileged upbringing ensured they would always safeguard the rule and dominance of the aristocracy. It was inevitable. Aside from the king who resided in the heavens, the nobles were the supreme rulers of Soul Society. This was their unshakable law, their absolute bottom line. It could never be crossed, nor was it ever open for debate. World of the Living. Shin Academy's Khan's training area. The sun shone brightly in the cloudless sky, casting light over the endless forest. Yes, Captain Commander. According to the information provided by Shin Academy, I have arrived at the scene. Standing on the grass, Isshin Shiba used Kid to report back, his face weary. He scratched at himself absent-mindedly while quickly scanning the area. There aren't many obvious traces at the scene. Yes, I understand. After disconnecting the communication Kid, Isshin let out a long, frustrated sigh. Sending all of us here. The Captain Commander must really be taking this incident seriously. A woman with braided hair, dressed in a Shihakushō and wearing pink-framed glasses, appeared beside him. Tied to her arm was the emblem of the Bird of Paradise unit. Isshin nodded but inwardly found it excessive. The grass was clean, with only a few scattered pieces of clothing. The occasional slash mark from a blade could be seen, but there was no way to discern what had actually happened here. This was the frustrating thing about being a Shinigami. If your ryutsu wasn't strong enough, you couldn't even preserve a corpse. If it was too strong, you couldn't easily dispose of one either. By the time Asaka Tsuneyashiro's death was noticed by the guards and students, her body had already vanished without a trace. Now, days had passed. Evidence wouldn't just appear out of thin air. At this point, even sending them here, what was the point? All this trouble over a dead noble from one of the 4 great clans. It wasn't that Isshin didn't value human life, nor was he prejudiced against nobles. But deploying this many people was a complete waste of resources. The Gotei 13 didn't have the manpower to spare, especially in these turbulent times. The rebels could use this opportunity to attack more innocent people. Still, no matter how absurd it seemed, this was an order from Central 46 and the Captain Commander. Regardless of his personal opinions, Isshin would do his job properly. His eyes drifted to an open patch of land not far away, and his mouth twitched. Here he was, a 10th Division captain assisting in the investigation, running himself ragged while the one actually in charge, Shunsui Kirikou. That bastard was lounging against a tree, drinking sake, looking like he had nothing to do with any of this. Captain Kirikou. Lisa Yudmeru, noticing Kirikou's laziness, gritted her teeth and shouted in frustration. We're in the middle of a mission. What do you think you're doing just sitting there? Hearing her voice, Kirikou raised his hands in surrender, grinning. You've been glued to those weird books of yours. Doesn't look like you're taking this all that seriously either. Slowly, he set his bottle down, got up, and strolled over. What have you found? Ishin asked, clearly annoyed. Let's see. Kirikou stroked his chin, fingers grazing over his stubble, then adjusted his straw hat as he studied the crime scene intently. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in exaggerated surprise, as if he had stumbled upon something interesting. Then, with dramatic flair, he declared. Haha, not even a scrap of her remains. Looks like she wasn't strong enough to have reached lieutenant level. Everyone in the area turned to look at him. Ishin Shiba. Lisa Yudmeru. Investigating Shinigami. I really don't get why the old man sent us here, Kirikou shrugged, lips curling in amusement. The academy students already explained it, didn't they? A hollow attacked this young lady. We should just report that to the higher UPS and be done with it. But the instructors at Shin Academy said they didn't sense any hollow Ryutsu. The only traces left behind were blade marks. Lisa-chan. Didn't they see the hollow with their own eyes? Kirikou winked, then, without a care in the world, turned and flopped back onto the grass, taking another sip of his drink. There are plenty of hollows with special abilities. Hiding their Ryutsu isn't exactly unheard of. This noble lady was just unlucky she ran into a hollow that could conceal its Ryutsu and was stronger than her. Lisa furrowed her brows, glancing at Ishin, who remained silent. Then, in a steady voice, she said. We'll suspend the investigation for now. Let's head back and question the students. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, I Stand Above the Heavens. Meanwhile, Seoul Society, Western Rukonga District 1 Junranan, outskirts. This forested area was once home to one of the 5 great noble clans, the Shiba clan. The mountains weren't vast, and aside from the Shiba estate, only a few small villages dotted the landscape. But due to their noble status, the Shiba family held an unquestioned position of authority here. The nearby villages and towns all revolved around them, and the locals took great pride in serving under their name. Masatsuki Aozaki and Jin Ichimaru stood by the window, enjoying the gentle breeze. In the distance, groups of wild boars dashed through the forest, accompanied by the sounds of shouting, running, and rustling leaves. The scenery was peaceful. Lush trees bore an assortment of fruits, vibrant wild flowers bloomed across the grass, and the fragrant air carried a calming effect. Those troublesome people finally left. Masatsuki exhaled deeply, watching a young child riding a boar in the distance, then asked with a faint smile. Yes, they withdrew this morning. The Gotei 13 has deployed guards for our protection, Jin replied in a low voice. His expression remained neutral, but beneath that calm facade, his heart was pounding. The Gotei 13 isn't restricting our movements, so for now, we're safe. Relax. Masatsuki noticed Jin's unease, turned to him with a reassuring smile, and gave his shoulder a light pat. I only left after confirming her spiritual body had fully dissipated. No matter how thorough their investigation is, they won't find any useful clues. People will believe the truth they expect to see. The noble lady and young master were devoured by hollows, and the students killed the hollows. Jin took a deep swig of sake and rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say. Even now, just thinking about the sheer magnitude of what they had done sent a cold sweat down his back. They had gone after the 4 great noble clans. The very rulers of Seoul society, those with absolute power and influence. And yet, the moment he learned that Masatsuki had succeeded, he couldn't deny the exhilarating sense of satisfaction deep within him. His mind drifted back to the past year, the constant harassment, the isolation, the threats from those nobles. Perhaps their existence itself was a danger to others. Perhaps their numbers needed to be culled. But next time, it would have to be done even more discreetly. Otherwise, the consequences could be fatal. why am I even thinking about this? So, what's our next move? No one's restricting us anymore. Should we report to the Gotei 13? Jin Ichimaru asked in a low voice. Masatsuki Aozaki pondered for a moment. It won't be long before the Gotei 13 sends people to investigate. You all need to be ready, don't slip up. We have to work with Master to put on a convincing act. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his concern evident. An investigation? Didn't you say they wouldn't find anything useful? Masatsuki chuckled leisurely. They won't. During the killing of Asaka Tsuneyashiro, nothing extra was done aside from eliminating them and using Kaika Suijutsu's power to deceive everyone. Even if the Gotei 13 investigates the site, all they'll find are scattered clothes. That means their only leads will come from questioning the students and instructors. That's why using Kaika Suijutsu to fabricate the illusion of hollows appearing at the Khan's training site was necessary. Jin, Ranjaku Matsumoto, and I are all academy students. No matter what, we'll be questioned. One person can lie, two can coordinate a story. But 5, 10, or 20 people each offering seemingly different but ultimately corroborating accounts all leading to the same conclusion. How would anyone determine the truth? But no matter what, the death of a noble from the 4 great clans is a serious matter. The Gotei 13 has to at least appear to be making every effort. Even if it's all for show, they still need to provide a respectable explanation. Realization dawned on Jin, though he quickly frowned. You think they'll keep digging? Masatsuki shook his head. No. Master wouldn't waste energy on something like this, and the Tsuneyashiro clan likely doesn't care much about that woman. I already looked into it. She was from a branch family, not even an official heir. Besides, Kirikou mentioned that Central 46 has ordered complete confidentiality regarding this Khan's training incident. The deaths of the 4 noble heirs are still classified. Aside from the wise men, judges, investigators, and those directly involved, no one else even knows about it. Judging from this, the Tsuneyashiro clan doesn't want the matter becoming public. As long as Master provides a reasonable conclusion, they'll accept it. It was obvious that Tsuneyashiro clan was after appearances. They just needed the other noble families to see their stance, to witness the influence they wielded in Seireitei. That over the death of a single branch family member, the entire Gotei 13 was mobilized. As long as people saw that, it was enough. Compared to that, the truth behind Asaka Tsuneyashiro's death was irrelevant. Listening to Masatsuki's analysis, Jin couldn't help but sigh. I have no idea how you figured all this out. You grew up in Rukanga, yet you understand Seireitei's nobles inside and out. It's nothing special. In the world of the living, I was from a minor noble family. The power and influence I had there were nothing compared to Seoul society's great clans, but in some ways, it's all the same. Masatsuki chuckled. To those obsessed with power, a life without value is meaningless. But disgrace? That costs them prestige. Prestige has another meaning in the world of the living. Do you know what it is? Jin shook his head. The reputation of power. Masatsuki lowered his gaze and said slowly, it's the one thing they can never afford to lose. You accounted for all of this. Jin's breath hitched as he exhaled sharply. Then, with a wry smile, he muttered, so everything was in your hands from the start. And yet you keep saying you want to slack off and make me do all the thinking. That's a hell of a lot of pressure. Masatsuki laughed indifferently. Jin, this little trick is nothing. If I didn't have my Zanpakutō ability, if my Ryutsu wasn't above that of the instructors and students, no matter how much I schemed, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Strength is the foundation of everything. Cunning and deception are the tools of the weak. What I seek is real power, power that stands at the very peak. With power, I can crush those who dare to judge my fate beneath my feet. He lifted his gaze toward the sun hanging high above, a fierce glint in his eyes. No one starts at the top. Not you. Not me. Not even the gods. One day, I will stand above all, overlooking the world, ruling over all creation. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, If I Were a Master. Hey, did you hear? A man moved into Ain-san's house. I know. They seem really close. Do you think they're? I never thought this day would come. Hard to believe, hey. Rukanga District 3 Hakuten. Kyan Shiba sipped his tea, shaking his head as he tried to dismiss the gossip as nothing more than a joke. It took him a while to suppress the irritation rising in his chest. His sister more brash and headstrong than most men bringing a man home? What kind of nonsense was that? Impossible. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe this so-called Ain-san wasn't even referring to Kaku, but rather some upstart gang with a female leader. Even so, the idea of Kaku being interested in a man wasn't completely unfounded. It was just a rumor, after all. No one had ever seen her take an interest in anyone. Then, a face flashed through Kyan's mind, an unforgettable man, the type that could easily make someone fall for him at first sight. Kaku was interested in him. Oh, hell no. Kyan Anaki, come on, tell us. What kind of guy is Kaku Ain-san's man? Passers-by recognized Kyan and excitedly gathered around. Yet, I heard from Ganju Oyabun that he's really good looking. I heard that too. Apparently, he's about to join the Gotei 13 as a Shinigami. Oi! There's no way my sister has a man. That's just a bunch of nonsense, so stop spreading rumors. Kyan waved them off dismissively, but his presence only stirred more excitement. As the current head of the Shiba family and the undisputed leader of Western Rukanga, he was widely respected, with countless people eager to follow in his footsteps. But then, his smile froze. A sudden realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. That damned guy was in his house. Kyan abruptly stood up, bolting toward home, his pace quickening with every step. No more self-deception. He rolled up his sleeves and ran. Outskirts of Rukanga District 1. A squad of Shinigami, clad in Shihakushō, marched forward in formation. 2 captains led the group, their white haori flowing behind them. Following closely were elite Shinigami, their powerful riots irradiating through the air. Civilians and gang members alike froze in place, their eyes widening at the sight of the fully armed squad. The sheer pressure emanating from them made the crowd instinctively retreat, overwhelmed by shock. This unit alone could crush all of Rukanga. At the head of the formation, Isshin Shiba and Shunsui Kiriko walked side by side toward the outskirts, with Lisa Yudmeru, wearing her division's insignia, keeping pace just behind them. This house. Shunsui stopped, staring at the bizarre structure ahead. 2 massive stone arms held up a banner, proudly displaying the name Shiba Kaku. His mouth twitched. Did an actual human build this? Isshin stepped closer and leaned in, whispering a few words into his ear. I see. Your niece has quite an interesting taste. Shunsui Kiriko couldn't help but throw in a jab. Isshin Shiba sighed inwardly. While he often enjoyed goofing around, even he couldn't bring himself to appreciate this architectural style. Shaking his head helplessly, he let it go. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the woods. Isshin looked up, and almost instantly, a gentle smile spread across his face. A black-haired boy came charging forward, leading 4 other kids, all of them riding atop a wild boar. Uncle Isshin. The 5 of them pulled up in front of him, grinning as they waved. The moment those words were spoken, the nearby villagers gasped in shock. Isshin? That Isshin Shiba? The head of the Shiba branch family, was now a captain in the Gotei 13. Well, well. It's been a while. Ganju, you've gotten taller. Isshin ruffled the boy's hair, his gaze softening. Through his spiritual perception, he could tell Ganju's Ryutsu had grown significantly stronger. It was far beyond what Isshin himself had when he first entered Seireitei. I can see that Masatsuki and Kaku have been looking out for you all. At the mention of their headstrong sister and potential brother-in-law, the 5 kids exchanged wry smiles. But speaking of which, why are there only a few of you? Where are Kyan and Kaku? Isshin scanned the area, frowning slightly. Kyan Anaki's training in the 3rd district. Kaku ne. Before Ganju could finish, a light-hearted voice came from the opposite side of the forest. Uncle Isshin, Kirikou-senpai, Lisa-san, what brings you all here? Everyone turned toward the voice. Masatsuki Aozaki approached swiftly, dressed in his usual white uniform. At the center of his back was an emblem featuring the collapsing whirlpool of the crashing heaven pattern. 2 captains and a lieutenant? Master must think I'm pretty important. Isshin chuckled. Where's Kaku? She's busy playing with fireworks. We made a few modifications to the ingredients. Masatsuki grinned, casually pointing over his shoulder. Isshin blinked, then finally understood why the kids had been smiling so awkwardly. Kaku loved conducting high-risk explosive experiments, and accidents were practically a guarantee. The only question was, how many buildings had they blown up this time? Come on, Masatsuki gestured, leading the group toward the Shiba estate. On the way, Shunsui sidled up beside him, a sly glint in his eyes. You're not part of the Shiba family, are you? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. No. Then tell me, kid, why are you living here? Masatsuki laughed. That's a long story. Then make it a short one. Shunsui clearly wasn't letting this go. Masatsuki sighed. I participated in the Khan's internship, right? After completing it, I got my diploma. My original plan was to report straight to the 2nd Division, but then, out of nowhere, a bunch of people showed up claiming to represent some great noble clan. Said they were investigating the Khan's internship. With no way to join the Gotei 13 just yet, and nowhere else to go, we ended up here. He spread his hands, then huffed in frustration. Just a few days ago, those bastards were still outside, restricting my movements like I was some kind of criminal. And master? Not one word of concern after all this time. Does he even realize how heartbroken his disciple is? With that, Masatsuki clutched his chest dramatically, stomping his foot like he was on the verge of tears. What are you even thinking? Do you know how much of a hassle it is for the detention unit to arrest someone? You're a team leader now, you'll mostly just be watching over the prison. Shunsui chuckled, shaking his head. He pulled out a bottle of sake and passed it over. Lowering his voice, he added. I know you're frustrated. But Master hasn't been doing nothing. The reason those people backed off? That was his doing. Masatsuki took a swig of sake, then patted his chest. If you ask me, Master is way too soft on those nobles. If I were him. Ahem. Shunsui, a high-ranking noble and captain of the 8th Division, suddenly cleared his throat. Masatsuki immediately backtracked. Ah! I didn't mean you, senpai. You know what I mean. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Reputation. Soul Society. West Rukonga, District 1 outskirts, Shiba residence. The others had tactfully left the room, leaving only 6 people seated: Masatsuki, Ranjaku Matsumoto, Jin Ichimaru, Isshin Shiba, Shunsui Kirikou, and Lisa Yudmeru. The atmosphere was relaxed, with everyone acting casually. Masatsuki took a sip of tea, glanced at Lisa, who was absorbed in an unusual book, then turned to Shunsui with a smile. I don't know why you're here, but if you have something to say, just say it. Seeing his perpetually unmotivated senior, Masatsuki found it amusing. Out of all the captains in the Gotei 13, the one who loved slacking off the most was chosen to handle this matter. Aside from the 8th Division's general duties being somewhat relevant, it was mainly because Shunsui, as both a high-ranking noble and an exceptional leader, was trusted by the aristocracy. What a joke! Shunsui chuckled. You really don't know what happened. He lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, his sharp gaze sweeping over the three before him, his expression gradually turning serious. Masatsuki shook his head. I only know it involves the Khan's internship and the great noble houses. Other than that, I don't know much. Shunsui nodded. That's exactly why we're here. 5 days ago, during the Khan's internship, something happened that shook the upper echelons of Seireitei. A student from Shin Academy, Asaka Tsuneyashiro, suffered an accident during the internship, and died on the spot. The moment the words left his mouth, Masatsuki's expression changed drastically. He shot to his feet. What? That's impossible. Jin and Rangiku were equally stunned, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Isshin, already overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding this incident, was too preoccupied with figuring out a solution to notice their reactions. Lisa, on the other hand, remained completely disengaged, her focus lost in her book as her mind drifted elsewhere. Only Shunsui seemed to have caught onto something, and the subtle smile at the corner of his lips took on a deeper meaning. The attack on the Tsuneyashiro clan members is still being kept confidential, but Master has already received orders from the Central 46 to conduct a thorough investigation. Shunsui sighed. We visited the crime scene but haven't found any useful clues yet. What we can deduce is that the attacker was extremely powerful. Asaka Tsuneyashiro died within 5 minutes of the battle's start. We're here to ask if you have any leads. As he spoke, Shunsui stroked his chin, observing Masatsuki's expression. Masatsuki mimicked him, rubbing his chin in thought. After a moment, he murmured, I remember that young lady had 2 seated officers escorting her during the Khan's internship, and she herself was as strong as a high-ranking seated officer. To kill her under their protection, and in under 5 minutes, even an average lieutenant wouldn't be able to pull that off. Now that I think about it, during the Khan's internship, I did sense 2 powerful Ryotsu bursts. That must have been them fighting. No, those weren't Asaka Tsuneyashiro's Ryotsu. At that moment, Rangiku suddenly interrupted. That was the Ryotsu of her 2 escorts. They were in my group during the graduation test, so I recognized their Ryotsu. Really? I wasn't aware of that. Masatsuki's voice grew serious. But since this happened during the internship, we, as participants, can't say we have nothing to do with it. We're willing to cooperate with you, but that's all I can think of. Is there anything else we can do to help? Isshin nodded approvingly. Good attitude. We've already ruled out suspects capable of this, but we haven't had any breakthroughs. However, according to the students and instructors, a rather powerful hollow appeared in that area at the time. We're here at the Shiba residence to investigate further. Given the circumstances, you had contact with Asaka Tsuneyashiro before the Khan's internship. I see. Masatsuki suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. I heard you gave Asaka a gift during the exam. Shunsui tapped his fingers on the table, looking intrigued. You two seem to get along well. I'd like to know, what did you give her? The moment he finished speaking, he noticed a slight change in Masatsuki's expression, hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Senpai, can we not talk about this? It concerns my reputation. Masatsuki's expression was unusually complicated. Shunsui smirked. Your reputation? What reputation could you possibly have? How about this, you only need to tell me, and I promise to keep it secret. Masatsuki sighed. All right then. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a small card, and, after glancing at Lisa, awkwardly said, this is what I gave her. Sensing Masatsuki's gaze, Lisa looked back. The moment she saw the card, something clicked in her mind. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she hurriedly hid behind her book. Oh? A business card? Shunsui raised an eyebrow, catching Lisa's reaction as he examined the card. This kid's a genius. Who even thinks of something like this? He really doesn't let any opportunity, money or people slip through his fingers. Too bad the requirements for this line of work are too high. No way I could pull it off. Business cards aren't exactly rare, and even if one wasn't found on the body, it wouldn't mean anything. Who knows if it just got tossed aside somewhere. Still, to save face for the Genri school, Shunsui only took a quick look before slipping the card into his pocket. Then, his expression turned oddly unreadable. In a low voice, he asked, "Does your master approve of you doing this kind of business?" Afraid of him? Me? Masatsuki scoffed, looking smug. Not just now. Even if I become a seated officer, a lieutenant, a captain, or even the captain commander, I'll keep doing this job. I'd love to see who dares to stop me. Shunsui chuckled. You're bold, little brother. Are you kidding? Go ask around in Kagurashi district or Shin Academy. I, Masatsuki, am super bold. Masatsuki declared proudly, puffing out his chest, practically looking down his nose at Shunsui. A deep voice suddenly echoed through the room. Masatsuki, come to the 1st Division barracks next month. Let's see how bold you really are. Masatsuki's head snapped around, his expression stunned as he looked at Shunsui. Shunsui, unfazed, pulled out a small, intricately designed metal disc embedded with a gemstone that shimmered with a strange light. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Result. Senpai. It wasn't my fault. Master told me to borrow it from the Shine clan. But I trusted you so much, and you. You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Master, he's the real schemer here. Shunsui let out a long whistle and sighed in satisfaction. Finally, revenge was his. Master, you heard that, right? Masatsuki suddenly snatched the communicator and loudly declared, Kiraku-senpai called you an old schemer. I don't know how he could say such treasonous things about such a good master like you. That's just too much. I'm not deaf yet, Kiraku Shunsui. Next month, you and Masatsuki Aozaki come see me. I want a full report on the investigation. Shunsui. Master, I might not be feeling well next month. How about letting Captain Shiba and Lisa handle it instead? He quickly snatched the communicator back and pressed a finger against the orb embedded in it. The glowing sphere dimmed instantly, turning a dull grey. Then, ZZT. The transmission cut off completely. Ishin. He stared in stunned silence for a few seconds. Shunsui blinked, cleared his throat, and casually tucked the device away as if nothing had happened. Then, he turned to Lisa, who had remained silent the entire time. His expression suddenly became serious. Lisa, guard your heart well. Some guys may look good, but deep down, they're just heartbreakers. Mind your own business, you old fart. Lisa snapped through gritted teeth. Old fart. Shunsui paled, his eyes gradually losing focus. I'm not even 1,000 years old yet. Masatsuki patted him on the shoulder in sympathy. Senpai, you can't blame me for this. It's karma for all your misdeeds. Try not to take it too hard. That's not for you to say. Shunsui grumbled. Noticing that the conversation was getting sidetracked, Ishin cleared his throat and steered it back on track. Masatsuki, do you have any other information? Masatsuki pinched the bridge of his nose, pretending to think hard. Nope, that's all. Archon's targets were 3 adorable kids. Does that count as useful? Ishin frowned. If that's all we've got, closing this case won't be easy. The room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances until, finally, Shunsui broke the tension with a smile. The answer's obvious, isn't it? If it wasn't hollows, then who else? The odds of a graduate encountering a hollow during their cons internship aren't particularly high, he added, but it's not unheard of in the history of Shin Academy. Ishin considered this for a moment. Right now, it was the only conclusion they could reasonably draw. But something about the crime scene still didn't sit right with him. He decided to consult a certain sharp-minded acquaintance. Masatsuki, what's your take on this? Masatsuki rolled his eyes. My take? What take? He said irritably. If this is all the information you've got, then of course I have to agree with Senpai. You won't even let me see the investigation files, so what else am I supposed to say? Ishin opened his mouth, then shut it again. He knew Masatsuki was sharp, but those classified documents couldn't be shared with a fresh graduate. Then, Captain Kirikou, I'll draft the report accordingly. No issues with that, right? Lisa suddenly spoke up. Her hands were clenched around her book, obscuring her expression. Shunsui glanced at Ishin and lazily asked, "What do you think, Captain Shiba?" Ishin thought for a moment before nodding. "We'll go with that. It's the only conclusion we can reach for now." Even so, something still felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. After all the testimonies either directly or indirectly supported this conclusion. There was no way it was wrong. 1st Division Barracks. Attacked by a hollow. Is this the conclusion of your investigation, Captain Shiba? Seated across from Ishin, Yamamoto sipped his tea, his expression calm and grandfatherly. Dressed in his white haori, he spoke with a gentle tone, as if merely making casual conversation. Hollows capable of concealing their Ryutsu are rare, but they do exist. It was the first time Ishin had seen Yamamoto appear so amiable, and it made him a little uneasy. He cleared his throat and replied. Yes. This is our final conclusion after conducting an on-site investigation and questioning Master and the students. Yamamoto pondered for a moment before suddenly saying. What about Masatsuki Aozaki's testimony? Let me see it. Captain, are you suspecting him? Ishin stiffened, then quickly defended, he had absolutely nothing to do with this. As if to make his point more convincing, he hesitated for a moment before adding. That kid's a coward who only picks on the weak. He'd never dare mess with the Tsuneyashiro clan. It's hard to say what that boy might do, Yamamoto said, narrowing his eyes. His voice grew heavier. But from what I can see, you seem to have quite a close relationship with him, Captain Shiba. Ishin handed over the testimony with a dismissive wave. To be honest, if that kid hadn't tricked me into joining the Gotei 13, I'd still be messing around in Rukanga. This boy convinced someone to join the Gotei 13? Yamamoto's interest was piqued. With a neutral tone, he asked. How exactly did he get you to join? He told me that if I became a captain, I'd have power and authority, and I could live a carefree life doing whatever I pleased. Ishin scoffed. Like I wouldn't see through that. The brat was just trying to lighten Kaku's burden by making me take the job. And Kyan's the same way. He spends all his time training. He acts more like a clan head than I do, and I'm supposed to be the branch family head. Something about that remark stirred an inexplicable irritation in Yamamoto. His grip on the testimony tightened as he flipped through it faster and faster. He shouldn't have expected anything different from that boy. But after finishing Masatsuki's testimony, his anger subsided. He nodded in satisfaction. He really knows how to keep himself out of trouble. Comparing all the testimonies in secret, Yamamoto noted that while some were completely useless, the rest corroborated each other. There were a few minor inconsistencies, but that was to be expected. Human memory wasn't perfect. A testimony with slight contradictions was actually more believable than one that was perfectly aligned. Without changing his expression, he spoke in a steady tone. You've done well. I'm very satisfied with this investigation. Consider this matter closed, You've all worked hard. This is our duty. Ishin bowed respectfully. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Kakoshiba. Still working on fireworks. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at the woman before him in surprise. The woman had a striking figure, a headscarf tied around her head, and long black hair parted into two sections. A tattoo of the kanji for sky/empty adorned her left arm, and a long smoking pipe was tucked into her waistband. This was Kakoshiba, younger sister of the current Shiba family head and, in truth, the real power behind the clan. Not that it mattered much, there were only 4 people left in the family who still carried the Shiba name. She called it fireworks research, but Masatsuki didn't see any blueprints or designs. The only thing different was the smooth, pitch-black sphere sitting in front of her. The gunpowder formula you taught me has significantly increased in power. No residue, no smoke. When combined with Ryotsu, it could even be used as a weapon. Kaku smiled slightly. I really don't know how you come up with these ideas. Masatsuki shook his head. Honestly, I have Lieutenant Sasaki to thank. He's passionate about Western culture and gave me a lot of inspiration. Thanks to Teacher Sasakib's fascination with the West, the Soul Society had never been affected by the 2-century-long isolation policy of the world of the living. In fact, even centuries ago, when Sasaki was still young, he had begun embracing Western influences, never once breaking that connection. While the Soul Society's technological development took a different path than the world of the livings, books on chemistry and physics could still be found. Without them, even knowing the formula for modern gunpowder wouldn't have helped Masatsuki. It would have been impossible to recreate. Kaku chuckled. So, those guys left. Those guys? You mean your uncles? Masatsuki smirked. They've already gone back to report to Master. I'd say we'll have an answer in a few days. Uncle Ishin was here too? Kaku asked, surprised. Masatsuki raised a brow. Ganju didn't tell you. Should we go find him? It's not too late, I have a pass from Master. No need to go through all that trouble. It's not like he's never coming back. Kaku gave a small smile. But why didn't you leave with him? Weren't you planning to join the Gotei 13? Before long, you'll be a mighty Shinigami. You'll probably start looking down on us declining nobles. Masatsuki shook his head. That's nonsense. Kaku grinned. Oh? Don't want to part with me? Masatsuki hesitated, unsure how to answer, and simply let out a quiet tch. Now that Kyan's not around, you sure have some guts. Kaku spoke casually, as if it were nothing. But once he's back, you'll still end up slinking off to Seireitei. Masatsuki fell silent for a long time. There were so many things he wanted to say to her, but he couldn't seem to find the words. Back then, Kyan had been an immovable obstacle between them. Born into the Shiba family, naturally gifted, and overflowing with Ryotsu, he had always loomed large. Masatsuki had lost count of how many times Kyan had caught him visiting Kaku under the guise of business, only to chase him for miles. Probably enough to circle Seireitei 10 times over. But things were different now. His strength had already surpassed Kyan's. There was no need to sneak around anymore. Even if he stood openly by Kaku's side, what could Kyan do about it? I'm not afraid of him anymore, Masatsuki finally whispered. But the words that followed were, let's have a baby. Kaku? Even if she had been trying to provoke him into being bolder, wasn't this leap a little too big? Wasn't the normal sequence supposed to be, confess, fall in love, get married, then have kids? How did he just skip straight to the final step? Kaku froze, momentarily at a loss. The two of them sat side by side on the workbench. Masatsuki took her hand, interlocking their fingers, and slowly leaned in. Kaku chuckled, eyes twinkling. Masatsuki. Masatsuki blinked, caught off guard. He had already thought of a name for the baby. Wasn't it a little late to back out now? But Kako didn't seem fazed. Instead, she seemed to be speaking from the heart when she casually asked. Don't you think time is kind of a strange thing? Sometimes it passes in the blink of an eye, and you don't even know what you did with it. But other times, every single second is packed with nonsense, and your head is a complete mess. Yet, Masatsuki's heart unexpectedly calmed. He gazed up at the starry sky, exhaling softly. My years in the Soul Society have felt long. But I don't regret coming here. This world, it's fascinating. As he reflected on his past life, he realized there had been no one to miss, no keepsakes to cherish. You were a noble in the world of the living, weren't you? Kako asked offhandedly. Wasn't there anything you left behind? Masatsuki thought for a moment before chuckling. Saying I had no attachments at all would be a lie. Who wouldn't want to live a comfortable life? But I still prefer it here. After meeting you all, I know for certain this is where I was meant to be. Was that a confession? Kako grinned. Now that actually makes my heart flutter. That baby talk earlier? Not so much. Let's call it that. Truthfully, it was more of a personal revelation than a confession. But Masatsuki didn't want to spoil the moment, so he simply asked. So, can you accept it? Call me Ain-san. Kako rolled her eyes before flashing him a bold smile. And yet I accept. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Masatsuki sighed. But then, a beat later, he stiffened, eyes widening in realization. Wait, what? You accept? Kako didn't hesitate in the slightest, casually confirming, that's right, I accept. She slung an arm around his neck, grabbed the black sphere from the table, and grinned. As a celebration, let's go set off some fireworks starting with this one we made today. Side by side, they walked outside. Before long, the pitch-black night sky was ablaze with vibrant colors. The next morning. Good morning, big brother-in-law. Masatsuki greeted with the utmost sincerity. Kyan smirked, rolling up his sleeves as he silently eyed the man standing before him, so full of respect, so irritatingly polite. The faint scent of alcohol lingered in the air, clouding his thoughts. When he glanced to the side, he saw his sister clinging to Masatsuki's arm, an almost otherworldly softness in her demeanor. The way she looked at him, serene, warm, affectionate, was an unfamiliar sight. Kyan frowned. Was this really his sister? Where was the rough, hot-tempered Kako he knew? Who was this gentle, loving woman in her place? Give me back my foul-mouthed, explosive-tempered sister, you bastard! Masatsuki, Kyan said slowly, twitching with barely restrained irritation. What the hell did you do to my sister? Nothing much, Masatsuki said, spreading his hands innocently. We just set off a firework together and had a drink. Do you really expect me to believe that? Looking at his sister, who now radiated the unmistakable glow of someone deeply in love, Kyan couldn't help but suspect the worst. Had she already? Kako can vouch for me. Masatsuki hurriedly tried to pass her off as a witness. But it was obvious Kako hadn't sobered up yet. She took 2 unsteady steps before promptly collapsing back onto the floor. Tch. With a thud, Masatsuki was sent flying across the room. Kyan's kick launched him straight into the wall, where he left a perfect human-shaped hole before dropping flat onto the ground. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Confidence. Soul Society, Seireitei. Tsunaya Clan, Central Council Chamber. The bloodstains on the floor had already been cleaned. Seated before a wall adorned with a painting of mountains and rivers, the Tsunaya clan's highest authority, the family elder, maintained a cold expression. The air in the chamber was stifling. My lords, this is the news from Seireitei. The family Shinigami who delivered the message knelt on the ground, his hoarse voice muffled by the black mask he wore. We understand. You may leave, an elder said impassively. Yes, my lord. The family Shinigami slowly stood and exited the chamber. As the heavy doors shut behind him, a long silence fell over the room. How laughable! A member of the esteemed Tsuneyashiro clan, devoured by a hollow. A white-haired elder suddenly sneered. In truth, this isn't impossible, another elder remarked coolly. It's not like such incidents haven't happened before in the history of Shin Academy. But this time is different. This wasn't some Rukonga lowlife, it was a bloodline of one of the 5 great noble houses. The white-haired elder shook his head. Even the branch family won't accept this outcome. At his words, the other elders fell silent. As the ruling elders of the Tsuneyashiro clan, they held supreme authority, but that didn't mean they could simply ignore everything at will. The branch family wielded considerable influence within the clan, and its head and elders still commanded significant power. This so-called investigation? It was nothing more than an attempt to placate them. The evidence is right in front of them. What more do they expect? One elder suddenly asked. The room tensed as several elders furrowed their brows, clearly displeased. They knew that this elder, along with the white-haired one, had close ties to the branch family. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the two had been placed in their positions by the branch. The white-haired elder's eyes gleamed coldly. They refused to believe this was an accident. They demand severe interrogation of all who participated in this Khan's internship. Only by making them bleed and suffer will they reveal the truth. Some elders raised their eyebrows at this, while one smirked mockingly. I understand, Your Excellency Xing. You fought hard to climb to your current position, lost much in the process, and now refuse to believe in accidents. But your lack of belief only extends within the clan. Your origins have blinded you to the greater picture. Besides, neither the Central 46 nor Genrisai Ishigakuni Yamamoto will ever approve of your proposal. Another elder nodded in agreement. I believe Your Excellency Tokuyasu is absolutely right. Don't think we don't see through you and the branch family's schemes. This isn't about justice, you simply want to target Masatsuki Aozaki. You lost 2 captain-class Shinigami in that operation, and now the branch family holds a grudge. You wouldn't dare challenge the head of the Shin clan, but you have no problem taking it out on Rukonga commoners. You've disgraced the Tsuneyashiro clan. Unfortunately for you, this time you've chosen the wrong target. The report from Seireitei made it clear this situation is unlike any before. Yamamoto values that man immensely, so much so that he defied both the wise men and the judges. That is unprecedented. But Xing Tsuneyashiro, his white hair gleaming under the dim light, tried to argue, but the elder representing the main family cut him off. Enough. Yamamoto is old. He won't remain captain commander much longer. I believe he intends to make that man his successor. That's why he is willing to defy the Central 46 to protect him. The main family will not risk provoking Yamamoto by indulging your petty grievances. This benefits neither us nor the clan. Xing Tsuneyashiro narrowed his eyes. Our family members died under suspicious circumstances, and you're telling me we should just let it go. This is your branch family's affair, not ours. An elderly female clan elder was about to wash her hands of the situation when Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro raised his hand, cutting her off. Your Excellency Tamaba, remember your status and responsibilities. Choose your words carefully. Yes. Tamaba Tsuneyashiro hesitated for a moment, realizing she had spoken recklessly in the heat of the moment. The main family isn't refusing to act, we simply can't, Tokuyasu said solemnly. Juggling the Central 46, dealing with the noble clans, and navigating Yamamoto's maneuvering has left us exhausted. We don't have the resources to concern ourselves with Masatsuki Aozaki. The branch family has members in the Gotei 13, don't they? Masatsuki Aozaki will be joining soon, why not let them handle him? Rest assured, the elders of this clan will always prioritize the family's interests. We won't forget that. Your Excellency Tokuyasu, are you saying? As his words settled over the room, the other clan elders froze, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. Tsuneyashiro furrowed his brow in thought before suddenly laughing. Rising from his seat, he strode toward the door, another elder who was aligned with the branch family following close behind. Very well, then we'll leave this matter to the branch family. The doors shut behind them, and the smirk on Ching's lips instantly turned icy cold. Meanwhile, the elders remaining in the chamber exchanged uncertain glances. Your Excellency Tokuyasu, is it wise to provoke a confrontation with Yamamoto now? Tokuyasu scoffed. I understand your concerns. But tell me, what does a fight between the branch family and Yamamoto have to do with us? Do you think Yamamoto will turn his wrath on us? He won't. Because we are one of the 5 great noble clans. The elders immediately grasped his meaning. But the branch family is still part of the Tsuneyashiro clan. One murmured. Tokuyasu let out a cold chuckle. And yet, they have ambitions for things that do not belong to them. For years, their influence has been growing. Can't you see it? The branch and the main family no longer share the same interests. The other elders nodded in agreement. Lord Tokuyasu is right. The branch dares to covet the position of family head and seats in the Central 46. Let them fight. Even if they don't destroy each other completely, it will still leave the branch severely weakened. They did not believe for a second that Yamamoto would strike against the noble families. Not because he lacked the strength, but because he couldn't. As Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto was a rigid, disciplined, and unyielding man. The very reason he created the Gotei 13 was to safeguard Seireitei's rule and eliminate threats against it. He was already constrained by the Central 46's political suppression, by the doctrine of noble supremacy, by the delicate balance that kept Seoul society intact. And above all, by the sheer reality of the world's survival. Even if Yamamoto ever dared to act against the nobility, he would never eradicate them completely. This was the confidence the main family elders held. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Impossible to Refuse. The family elders exchanged glances, their smiles as sly as a pack of old foxes. For nobles of high rank and great power, bloodline was undeniably important, but it was never absolute. In the face of power, blood ties were disposable. Mercy and compassion? Even more so. The only thing that truly endured was self-interest. Within the Tsuneyashiro clan, the branch families only held military strength, while true authority remained firmly in the hands of the main family. And swords, they were meant to be used and discarded. Replacements could always be found. In that case, is it really necessary for us to sour our relationship with Yamamoto over this? With his strength, those fools in the branch family have no chance of winning. Indeed. The elders voiced their agreement one after another. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro smiled. I've read Masatsuki Aozaki's testimony. He's a sharp one. And based on the other statements, he even tried to curry favor with our family during the Khan's internship. The elders looked surprised. What? Something like that happened? Why weren't we informed? It must have been that useless Asaka Tsuneyashiro concealing it to improve his chances of being named the next family head. The branch family really is nothing but a pack of incompetent fools. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro chuckled, raising a hand in reassurance. No need to get worked up. Perhaps after this incident, we can consider improving our relationship with him. At those words, the elder's eyes lit up slightly. A good idea. Anyone could see that Masatsuki Aozaki, a once-in-a-millennium genius, would sooner or later rise to the upper echelons of the Gotei 13. With his talent and potential, it was only a matter of time before he became a captain. And given Yamamoto's current attitude, even the position of captain commander wasn't out of the question. Having a powerful captain or even a future captain commander as an ally of the Tsuneyashiro clan would be a tremendous advantage. Yamamoto was old. Sooner or later, he would choose someone to inherit his title. The clan had to consider the future. Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro observed the shifting expressions of the elders, inwardly sneering. He already held a position of supreme power within the clan. Even the other elders had begun to follow his lead. With a single order or even a mere glance, he could sway the decisions of the Central 46 and send ripples through all of Seireitei. But he wasn't satisfied. The branch families had been scheming for years, clawing at the main family's authority. As the strongest elder of the main family, it was his duty to ensure that neither the position of family head nor the authority of the elders fell into the wrong hands. Yet, like the others, the faction backing him alone was not enough to seize absolute control of the clan. If he wanted to consolidate his power, removing the branch family was only the first step. He needed external forces to support him. Masatsuki Aozaki was the perfect candidate. Talented, ambitious, and most importantly deeply flawed. Greedy. Lustful. The type of man who was easiest to manipulate. There's no rush to bring Masatsuki Aozaki to our side. We must plan carefully, Tokuyasu said, standing slowly. Placing his hands on the table, he continued. This brat is sharp. He won't walk blindly into trouble or danger. That's precisely why he's avoided aligning himself with any family until now. West Rukonga, District 1 outskirts. Shiba residence. After Kai and Shiba forcefully sobered him up, Masatsuki and Kako teamed up to give Kaian a beating, making him recognize his own weakness. So, are you sure there won't be any issues with the Gotei 13? Kako Shiba finally gave in to her curiosity, watching Masatsuki Aozaki sit there drinking without a care in the world. Masatsuki handed her the bottle he had been drinking from and grinned, narrowing his eyes. Master sent a message through Tenti Accra. I'm expected to report to the Gotei 13 tomorrow. I don't have a choice. Can't refuse, or just don't want to. Kaku smirked. I think you're doing this for your Yuaki. Not just for her. For everyone. Uncharacteristically, Masatsuki's expression turned serious, making it clear he wasn't joking. Seeing this, Kako dropped her usual playful demeanor, setting down her cup as she muttered in a low voice, I see. No need to look so gloomy. Masatsuki nodded, reaching out to ruffle her hair. A third seat in the second division, high or low, it's still a position of authority. It's not unreasonable to have my subordinates handle some work for me. If Ichimaru gets into the detention unit, I'll make him my second in command. He might actually have more freedom there than he did at Shin Academy. That way, I can come and go whenever I want, can't I? Jin Ichimaru was someone worth trusting. In the original timeline, he spent over a century hiding in Aizen's shadow for the sake of an unspoken love. Now, Masatsuki had saved his life, given him food, shelter, and a place to grow. If Jin still wanted to betray him after all that, it would truly be baffling. Kako couldn't help but find his reasoning amusing. She even took a moment to silently mourn for Jin Ichimaru before chuckling. Letting him handle all the dirty work? Poor guy. He really got the short end of the stick following you. Short end of the stick. Masatsuki rolled his eyes. If he hadn't met me, his life would have been ruined. Kako scoffed, you saved his life, and now you're expecting him to pay you back for it. Damn right. Masatsuki tilted his head back, taking a swig of his drink. There wasn't even a hint of shame in his voice. Sis, I've told you before, this guy's bad news. Just cut ties with him already. Kaian Shiba, still wriggling on the ground, finally seized an opportunity to speak, his tone filled with deep concern. He was immobilized, bound by golden ropes of light Bakud number 4, Hainawa. Shut up, idiot brother. Kaku delivered a swift punch to Kyan's head, causing a large lump to form instantly. Ow! Kyan groaned, looking utterly miserable. His sister had changed. She was being way too nice to an outsider, yet showed no mercy to her own brother. It was all because of that damn pretty boy. Back then, he had been so cautious, so vigilant. How the hell did this guy slip through the cracks? Kaku ignored her brother's suffering, instead pulling Masatsuki close as they continued drinking. After a while, Masatsuki's gaze lingered on Kaku's hands completely unscathed. As if suddenly recalling something, he spoke slowly. I think you should put your explosion experiments on hold for now. Kaku raised an eyebrow. Why? Masatsuki frowned slightly. They're too dangerous. You're bound to get hurt sooner or later. Kisuke's a third seat in the 12th division now. He's always messing around with gadgets. I'll ask him to help, maybe he can get you some protective gear. That way, your experiments will be a lot safer. In the original timeline, Kaku had lost her right arm. Considering her love for explosives, Masatsuki had a strong suspicion that fireworks had something to do with it. And if he already knew disaster was coming, there was no way he'd sit back and let it happen. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 60, Joining the 2nd Division. Damn it! Why was I the only one assigned to the 1st Division? Ranjaku Matsumoto trudged through the streets of Seireitei, grumbling as she occasionally shot dagger-like glares at Jin Ichimaru. Why did he get to go to the 2nd Division with Masatsuki Aozaki, but not her? Feeling the weight of her gaze, Jin shivered involuntarily. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. I recommended you. What? How could you do this to me? Ranjaku clutched her chest dramatically, her expression devastated. Does this mean you don't like me anymore? Masatsuki rubbed his temples in exasperation. Of course not. It's just that the 1st Division is safer. With Master there, I can rest easy. Don't forget what I told you before. Hearing this, Ranjaku furrowed her brows in deep thought before remembering Masatsuki's warning about a certain someone. Her excitement faded, and she reluctantly sighed. Fine. Jin sighed as well, clearly at his limit. Can you two calm down? The 1st and 2nd Division barracks aren't that far apart. With Shunpo, you can meet up in no time. You're right. Ranjaku perked up. Then I'll see you tonight. She waved before sprinting toward the 1st Division. Masatsuki Aozaki and Jin Ichimaru arrived at the base of a mountain. A long staircase stretched upward, winding through the trees and disappearing into the sky. The hum of cicadas echoed in the air. At the foot of the steps stood a stone pillar marked with the kanji 42. The surrounding trees were lush and vibrant, their branches swaying gently. Dense grass covered the ground like rolling waves. At the top of the stairs stood a grand traditional building, white walls, a golden roof, and wooden fences painted in red and green. Butterflies and insects danced around the entrance, drawn to the colors. The patrolling Shinigami on guard saluted their soon-to-be superior. After receiving a brief nod in return, one of them hurried inside to report. Before long, members of the inner court troop emerged, even ahead of the guards, and personally escorted Masatsuki and Jin inside. When they reached an office, Jin was made to wait outside while Masatsuki stepped in alone. A purple-haired woman sat behind a desk. Her short, neat hair swayed with each slight movement of her head. You look like you're in a good mood. Masatsuki adjusted his Shihakushō, preparing to formally greet his new captain Yoriyuki Shion. You can skip the formalities. She waved a hand dismissively, stopping him mid-motion. After ensuring the inner court troop members had left, she crossed her arms and smirked. You finally made it. So, what do you think of our 2nd Division? Masatsuki walked forward casually. Not bad. Feels just like being back at the Shiin estate. The second division's architecture was unique. Not only was it old, but it also bore a distinct resemblance to the Shiin clan's style. That was no surprise. The first captain of the second division, Chika Shiin, had left his mark, and since then, generations of Shiin captains had carried on the tradition. The entire division was molded by their influence. Yoryuki grinned. Sounds like you really like the Shiin clan. Want to come back with me? Masatsuki shrugged. Anytime. I'm always free. Forget it. She sighed in defeat. I'll take you to your office, it's right across from mine. Masatsuki simply followed along, ignoring the slight embarrassment in Yoryuki's expression. By the way, Captain Shiin, isn't the detention unit mainly based in the nest of maggots? Ha! What do you take the second division for? Yoryuki shot him a sidelong glance before pulling open a door and stepping inside. As the detention unit's captain, your job is to manage the troops, not act as a security guard. Your office is here in the second division. As for your actual duties, it's simple: keep the team in line and make sure the dangerous ones behave. Of course, if you want to visit the nest of maggots, go ahead. It is under your jurisdiction. Keep them in line, hey. Masatsuki stroked his chin. Wouldn't it be better to introduce ourselves properly before toying with them? Stop twisting my words and just look at what I prepared for you. Yoryuki gritted her teeth and pointed at two ridiculously thick stacks of documents on the table, each several hundred pages long. These are all people you need to know. Left pile are division members. Right pile detailed profiles on the dangerous inmates in the nest of maggots. Masatsuki flipped through a few pages, nodding as he schemed the contents. What's with this name being circled? Oh, those are the ones you really need to keep an eye on. They haven't done anything that directly threatens Seireitei, but they could. Got it. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled a notepad from his uniform, jotted down Yoryuki's words, and tucked it into his desk drawer. Then, with an exaggerated expression of shock, he blurted out. I'm honestly surprised. You're actually doing your job as a captain. Yoryuki raised an eyebrow at his teasing tone. You little brat, you've been treating me like a fool this whole time, haven't you? That's not what I meant. It's just that I heard from Lieutenant Mada that whenever you handle squad affairs, you have this deeply pained look on your face like you're truly suffering. And let's not forget how you used to sneak out to meet me all the time. Ugh, don't say it like that. You're making it sound weird. I just wanted to have fun, that's all. What's the difference? You really haven't lost your talent for getting on my nerves. Yoryuki folded her arms, tilting her head back to stare at the ceiling. The look on her face practically screamed, I'm mad. Hurry up and make it up to me. All right. My bad, okay. That's a pretty lousy apology. Yoryuki pouted but continued. I am Yoryuki Shiin, you know. There's no way I'd enjoy being stuck in an office all day. But I'm also the head of the Shiin clan. I was raised in that environment, I can't just abandon it. It's those damn pitying looks they give me. Makes it impossible to just walk away. What a bunch of annoying people. Masatsuki chuckled. Well, of course. Forget your clan elders, even Master wouldn't let someone as talented as you slack off. Besides, don't you have your little brother, Ishir? A few more years, and once he graduates from Shin Academy, he can help take some of the burden off you. Hearing Ishir's name, Yoryuki's eyes lit up. You're right, there's Ishir. He's always saying he wants to help me. Well, now's his chance to prove it. Masatsuki, you're a genius. With that, Yoryuki suddenly hugged him, then practically bounced out of the office. She moved so fast that Masatsuki didn't even have time to stop her. Running a hand through his hair, he muttered to himself. Weird. Why do I feel kinda guilty like I just did something unfair to Ishir? Well, he did always say he wanted to help his sister. He won't blame me for this, right? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, A Dangerous Individual Researching the Quincy. The Onmitsukid is a special Shinigami unit with a history spanning 1,000 years. It was established within Seireitei by the late first captain of the 2nd Division, Shihakushō. Beyond protecting Seireitei, its founding was also driven by the noble families led by the 5 great noble clans who sought to maintain their own armed forces. As a result, the Onmitsukid operates independently of the Gotei 13 as a specialized force. It consists of 5 divisions, one of which is the detention unit. Inside the detention unit's base, located within the 2nd Division barracks, Shinigami who had just completed their shifts gathered in the large auditorium, capable of accommodating all team members. I believe everyone here is already aware that as of today, the former 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the Onmitsukid detention unit, Ryun Shion, has officially left the team. The newly appointed 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the detention unit, who had drawn much attention, looked at the assembled members and continued. Our detention unit is the finest division of the Onmitsukid. While I don't need to elaborate on that, it's still my duty to go over the rules we'll be following moving forward, in accordance with the management system established by our predecessors. The members of the detention unit collectively swallowed. Seated in the audience was none other than the 2nd Division captain, Commander-in-Chief of the Onmitsukid, and leader of the 1st Division Executive Militia Yoriyuki Shion. And from the look on her face, her displeasure couldn't have been more obvious. The new head is seriously bold. He's not showing the slightest deference to the Executive Militia under Commander-in-Chief Yoriyuki. I heard he's the Commander-in-Chief's lover. Apparently, the two of them sneak off on private meetings from time to time. No way. So this is the legendary captain's man. It's true. My second aunt saw them with her own eyes at the 1st Division barracks. She was so smitten she even drew his portrait and hung it in her room, staring at it every day like she was in love. Didn't your second aunt used to have a crush on Commander-in-Chief Yoriyuki? Oh, that changed ages ago. She was turned back 6 months ago. My grandma was so overjoyed when she realized my aunt was into men again that she actually cried. As the gossip spread, Yoriyuki Shion's face darkened. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, remained blissfully unaware of Yoriyuki's impending eruption. Enjoying the admiration of the crowd as if he were a heroic figure, he raised a hand and announced. Today, I've invited my personal secretary, the 9th seat of the 2nd Division Jin Ichimaru. He'll be sharing some insights on the mindset required to be a member of the detention unit. The moment the captain introduced him, murmurs filled the room. Masatsuki Aozaki was already an exceptional case Captain Commander Yamamoto's disciple, a prodigy who had reached the 4th rank of Ryutsu at just 21 years old. But this kid? How did he get assigned as the 9th seat the moment he joined? Jin, I'll leave it to you. Jin Ichimaru stepped onto the stage, his trademark cold smile in place as he scanned the auditorium. Damn it! Nobody told me I'd have to give a speech. Lowering his eyelids slightly, he took a quiet breath and stopped suppressing his ryutsu. The moment he did, the room instantly understood why he had been granted the 9th seat. ATH rank ryutsu. After the speech, Jin Ichimaru slumped onto a sofa in the office, leaning back with a deep sigh. Delivering an impromptu speech had drained him far more than expected. As expected of you, Jin. No preparation, and yet you pulled off something I wouldn't have been able to do. Sitting across from him, Masatsuki Aozaki 3rd seat of the 2nd Division and Detention Unit Captain grinned from ear to ear. Jin let out another sigh. You left out the part where you didn't tell me I'd have to give a speech, just to mess with me. Now, would I do something like that? Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and chuckled. Honestly, I got so caught up reading reports this afternoon that I completely forgot about the speech. Jin rolled his eyes. Masatsuki just stuck out his tongue. If it weren't for Yoryuaki getting me a speech draft from Kisuke, I probably wouldn't have done much better than you. Oh, how impressive. Captain Sama can even give impromptu speeches, Jin said dryly. The guy had a script and still had the nerve to brag. It's just about fooling people, really. Masatsuki Aozaki patted his chest. That's my specialty. For once, Jin didn't argue. Instead, he simply nodded in agreement. This guy had a knack for saying things that riled people up, and somehow, Jin always found himself getting caught up in it. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned forward. You don't mind if I go through some documents here, right? With that, he reached under the table and pulled out the files Yoryuaki had handed him earlier. You're actually working? Jin Ichimaru exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Masatsuki Aozaki shot him a glare. What kind of comment is that? Is it really that strange for me to be working? Hat. Jin let out a dismissive chuckle without answering. Ichimaru, you're not busy right now, are you? No, why? Go process the documents on the desk. Jin Ichimaru? I thought you were determined to take your work seriously. I just wanted to read the materials, not do paperwork, Masatsuki said, completely straight-faced. I should never have expected anything from you. Jin twitched at the corner of his eye, sighed in resignation, and slumped into the office chair, the seat symbolizing the highest authority in the detention unit, utterly unenthused. This chair is definitely not as comfortable as the sofa. The ticking of the clock mixed with the sound of pages turning. Masatsuki flipped through the files with keen interest, scanning page after page. The nest of maggots was a special prison operated by the 2nd Division. No one was allowed to carry a Zanpakutō inside. Those imprisoned there were deemed potential threats under Seireitei's regulations, though not all of them had committed actual crimes. Even if some had never broken the law, in practice, they were no different from criminals. Their status was the same as convicts, stripped of any human rights. To Masatsuki, this group of dangerous individuals, possessing at least some level of strength yet devoid of rights, made for ideal sparring partners. Whether it was Ikotsu, Skotsu, or simply refining his Hakuda techniques, he still had a long road ahead. Suddenly, he seemed to find something interesting. Holding the thick document in his hands, he leaned back against the sofa, flipping through the pages more slowly, nodding to himself as he read. Ichimaru, I think we should check out this guy who's getting special treatment. Masatsuki walked up behind Jin and placed the file on the desk. Special treatment? Yeah. This guy Mayuri Kuratsuki. Masatsuki pointed at the photo in the document. Jin glanced down and saw a sharp-featured man with blue hair and yellow eyes. Mayuri Kuratsuki, the guy conducting unauthorized research on the Quincy. Jin set aside the paperwork he had been reviewing and picked up the file for a closer look. Why are you interested in him? This guy is smart. A scientist willing to push boundaries. You know, technology is the ultimate combat power, Masatsuki said with genuine conviction. Don't you think talents like him deserve recognition and proper treatment? Jin rolled his eyes. Technology is the ultimate combat power? You actually expect me to believe that nonsense? Masatsuki was silent for a moment, then sighed. All right, fine. Honestly, I just want him to use his scientific expertise, to build me a beautiful wife. Jin blinked, momentarily stunned. Then, his expression turned deadly serious. In that case, this is indeed a critical matter. But I don't know much about scientific research. You think he can really fulfill your request? Masatsuki. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, What Do You Want? Northwest of the 2nd Division Barracks, within the moat, lay a vast underground facility spanning the equivalent of 30 houses. From the outside, it appeared to be nothing more than an imposing mountain of closely connected rock formations. But beneath the surface, it was, in fact, a massive subterranean prison. Detention unit soldiers clad in night gear patrolled the area, their presence adding to the prison's oppressive atmosphere. To the Central 46, the criminals imprisoned here were no different from maggots clinging to life. And so, this place had come to be known as the nest of maggots. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 The echoes of clubs striking flesh and fists colliding reverberated through the dungeon as hundreds of figures clashed in a frenzy within the main hall. The more cowardly inmates shrieked in terror, scrambling away, clutching their heads as they cowered in the corners. Boulders shattered under the force of Ryotsu-infused blows, sending debris scattering through the air. Waves of condensed spiritual pressure, glowing a deep azure, surged toward the ceiling, hammering against the reinforced prison walls. Damn detention unit! Why the hell are we locked up in here? Let us out! Die! A towering, muscular man in tattered clothing lunged forward, his roar filled with rage. His face was smeared with the blood of other inmates, his once white robes now soaked in red. Bloodshot eyes locked onto a young man standing not far away, a black-haired figure with a faint smile, clad in a Shihakushō. At his side stood a silver-haired boy. A pretty-faced young man, delicate in appearance, yet bold enough to set foot in a place like this. The towering prisoner grinned maniacally, a cruel expression twisting his features, one that even the other inmates feared. He was determined to teach this pretty boy just how dangerous it was to stand out in a place like this. Deeper within the prison, in a solitary cell, a man with strange black and white face paint sat on a white stone bed, his expression one of irritation. Another riot. What an insufferable bunch! Unlike the other inmates, who were allowed free movement within the prison, this man was confined alone, his feet bound by heavy shackles, a testament to the fact that he was far more dangerous than the rest. Clink! The sound of gravel shifting underfoot was accompanied by the light tap of approaching footsteps. Under the dim lighting, two figures, one tall, one small, descended the narrow staircase. Taking care of all those inmates outside on your own. Looks like we've got a real big shot here. A hoarse voice drifted from the cell, its peculiar cadence enough to send chills down one's spine. What brings someone of your stature to a place like this? I came to see you, of course. I have business. Masatsuki Aozaki casually flicked the blood from his hand, stepping up to the cell door with a look of satisfaction. Mayuri Kuratsuki. A troublesome one, hey? Mayuri Kuratsuki's frown deepened as he watched Masatsuki approach, the distant screams of inmates still ringing through the corridors. The last person to irritate him this much had been that damn detention unit officer Kisuke Urahara. Ichimaru, wait outside for now. With a wave of Masatsuki's hand, the cell door meant to restrict Mayuri's freedom swung open on its own. Mayuri's eyes flickered with mild surprise as Masatsuki strode inside and, without hesitation, plopped himself down on the bed. Wow! You're really not polite to someone you just met. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked coldly. You used honorifics, but you're still being rude. Really? Masatsuki scratched his head, then extended his hand. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the new third seat of the 2nd Division and captain of the detention unit, Masatsuki Aozaki. Never heard of you. Probably because I just graduated from the Shin Academy this year and only joined the detention unit yesterday. This year's graduate. Mayuri Kuratsuki observed Masatsuki's cheerful demeanor and the hand he had extended. After a brief pause, he reached out, shook it, and said, getting promoted straight to 3rd seat upon graduation? I suppose congratulations are in order. So, what exactly brings you here? Masatsuki smiled. Mayuri Kuratsuki, don't you find it boring to be stuck in here? Mayuri's heart skipped a beat at those words. But on the surface, he remained unfazed. What do you mean by that? Or maybe you just have no idea what this place is. The Shine clan making you head of the detention unit was a foolish decision. You're proving to be quite the incompetent leader. No, 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 Masatsuki scoffed. You're still not getting it. He let out a slow breath. I'm not asking if you're happy here. Sure, your conditions here are better than up top. You have your own room, and you don't have to be around those filthy, violent brutes. But at the end of the day, this room is still a prison, one that chains you down. And most importantly, to be honest, I admire your abilities. I probably understand you more than you think. I also know the nest of maggots better than you assume. There's nothing in this place for you. And this is not where you belong. Mayuri's brows furrowed sharply. Looks like you're finally starting to understand me. Masatsuki raised his hand. With a metallic clank, the shackles on Mayuri's legs fell open. At the same time, Jin Ichimaru, who had been waiting by the staircase, glanced back, then, seeing no immediate danger, turned his head away. Mayuri, now free, remained seated, his gaze lingering on Masatsuki's blood-stained hands. This so-called dangerous individual made no move to attack. Instead, he sat motionless, as if in deep meditation. He knew well enough that he had been classified as a threat not because of sheer strength, but because of his intellect and ideas. And this man before him, someone who had fought his way inside with his bare hands, was not someone he could possibly defeat. I have a friend named Kisuke Urahara. He's the third seat of the 12th Division. You might know him. He used to be in the detention unit. Masatsuki spoke casually as he got up and began pacing the cramped cell. He has a vision. He wants to establish an organization dedicated to scientific research and development. And he believes you have the talent for it. So, how about it? Want to join us? Mayuri let out a short, mocking laugh. What a ridiculous proposal. You two, both just third seats, want to build an organization like that? And you think you can just waltz in here and take me out of this hellhole? Don't make me laugh. It's not just us. The head of the Shine clan is backing us as well. Masatsuki sighed, then extended his hand once more. And more than that. You know what, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Masatsuki Aozaki. I'm 21 years old. And my master is Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto. The moment those words left his mouth, Mayuri fell into a prolonged silence. For the first time, his expression changed dramatically, twisting into something unreadable. Masatsuki, however, remained unhurried. He simply leaned against the wall, absently counting the bars of the cell. He understood this man well. Mayuri Kuratsuka was a textbook mad scientist. Being confined in a place where he could do nothing? That was a fate worse than death. And unlike Kisuke Urahara, Mayuri had no reason to let petty rivalry get in the way of opportunity. Masatsuki was confident that he would make the right choice. Half a minute passed. Mayuri finally looked up, a strange grin creeping across his face as he rasped. Why me? Everything you just said. That was all Kisuke Urahara's idea, wasn't it? Masatsuki met his gaze. I'm asking you, what do you want? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, External Brain. The next day, Masatsuki Aozaki left Jin Ichimaru in charge and made his way to the 12th Division, where he found Kisuke Urahara slacking off as usual. So Mayuri Kuratsuka actually agreed? Never thought you had it in you, Urahara yawned, his eyes half-lidded with boredom. When I used to talk to him back in the Onmitsukid, all he ever did was throw sarcastic jabs at me. Masatsuki grinned. That's just because he was jealous that you're smarter than him. Urahara let out a heavy grunt before flashing a goofy smile. I know you're just flattering me, but I'll take it anyway. I'm not flattering you. Honestly, I haven't met anyone in Seireitei who's smarter than you, Masatsuki said with a chuckle. When the Shinigami Research and Development Institute is up and running, things are going to get a lot more interesting. Interesting? Urahara tilted his head, looking puzzled. That's right, interesting. Masatsuki nodded. Don't you think Seireitei is far too dull right now? With technology, we can change the world. Sounds like a pain, Urahara sighed. Speaking of which, why are you so eager to start an organization like this? You've never done research before, have you? Masatsuki hesitated. Well, I guess I have, in a way. Back when he was working with Aizen, hunting souls in Rukanga, he had secretly stashed away some experimental materials in an attempt to create a Hagyaku. Unfortunately, with no proper lab or specialized knowledge, the attempt had ended in failure. Urahara stroked his chin, considering it for a moment. Then, he laughed. Oh, right. You and Kaku did those explosives experiments together. I guess that technically counts as research. So when are you planning to bring this up with the Captain Commander? After you become the captain of the 12th Division. Huh? That's at least 10 years away. I'm not even at captain level yet, and Hikifune is still in charge. Does Mayuri Kuratsuka know about this? Nope. He didn't ask, so I didn't tell him. Masatsuki shook his head, smiling faintly. But you're pretty confident, hey? Talking like it's a sure thing that you'll be a captain in 10 years. To be fair, I wouldn't call myself a genius like you, but I do have faith in my talent, Urahara admitted, waving his hand. Besides, becoming a captain shouldn't be too difficult. Then I'll just sit back and wait for that day to come, Masatsuki said lightly. If completing the Hagyaku were as simple as relying on Aizen's research alone, things would be much easier. But Masatsuki knew better than to just sit around and wait for someone else to perfect it, hoping they'd conveniently place the finished product in front of him. That was nothing but a fantasy. In the end, if he wanted something done, he had to do it himself. He had his own plans, his own ambition to create a Hagyaku of his own. Of course, right now, he lacked both the resources and the means to put that plan into motion. All he could do was take things one step at a time and experiment within his capabilities. That was precisely why he had sought out Mayuri Kuratsuka. He needed a breakthrough. From what he knew of the original timeline, Mayuri had been essential to Urahara's success. If Urahara had managed to create even a semi-finished Hagyaku, chances were he couldn't have done it without Mayuri's technical expertise. Of course, this was just Masatsuki's hypothesis. But whether he was right or wrong didn't matter. If he was right, he'd get ahead of the game. If he was wrong, he'd just keep working Aizen and Urahara, biding his time and waiting for the right opportunity. Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and shook his head with a sigh. I'd love to establish the Shinigami Research and Development Institute as soon as possible, but the two of us just third seats don't have the strength or status to make it happen. Even with your Yuaki's support, convincing Master will be difficult. He's a stubborn old man. Yeah, that's a problem, Kisuke Urahara muttered, for once showing genuine disappointment. This was one of the rare things that actually piqued his interest. Well, two little brats plotting something interesting, I see. A sudden voice startled them both, sending a chill down their spines. For two lieutenants in all but name to be approached so closely without noticing, it was clear the newcomer's strength was extraordinary. They turned their heads and found a voluptuous woman with long purple hair, draped in a white haori, standing behind them. Captain! I wasn't slacking off, I just stepped out for a moment. I was just about to head back. Ah, what a coincidence, Kiryu-san. I was just out here with Kisuke for a quick break. I should get back to work now. Hold it. Kiryu Hikifune smiled sweetly at them, but before they could slip away, her soft yet firm hands landed on their shoulders, making it clear she had no intention of letting them off that easily. What were you two just talking about? Nothing important. They answered in unison, shaking their heads. Kiryu wagged a finger at them, smirking. But I clearly heard you mention Mayuri Kuratsuki and the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Mayuri used to be in our division before he got locked up in the nest of maggots, didn't he? Masatsuki sighed, rubbing his forehead. So you did hear everything. I was too far to catch all the details, so why don't you fill me in properly? Kiryu said, folding her arms. Masatsuki was about to refuse, but suddenly, an idea struck him. With a straight face, he said, you know what? It's not like this is some big secret. Here's the deal. After hearing everything, Kiryu Hikifune nodded thoughtfully. Setting up a department for new technology and spiritual tools does sound like a solid idea. Are you interested too, Kiryu-san? Masatsuki asked. Oh, very interested. Kiryu smiled knowingly. You two wouldn't mind if I joined in, would you? Of course not. Masatsuki quickly replied, and Kisuke nodded in agreement. In that case, it's settled. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute sounds like a good name. She stroked her chin, her voice brimming with confidence. As for Captain Commander Yamamoto, leave him to me. Masatsuki blinked in surprise. Wait, that fast? Her decisiveness completely threw him off. Wasn't this kind of thing supposed to take time? But after a moment, he understood. She wasn't necessarily putting her trust in him or Kisuke. She trusted the old man, Yamamoto. No time to waste. I won't be in Seireitei much longer, so I'd better move quickly, Kiryu said, waving a hand dismissively. Besides, you two already have a plan, don't you? Masatsuki nodded. After all, his self-proclaimed external brain Kisuke Urahara had already worked out all the details. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Decade System. As Kiryu Hikifune's figure disappeared into the distance, Masatsuki Aozaki and Kisuke Urahara both let out a sigh of relief. Among the Gotei 13, Kiryu Hikifune wasn't known for her combat prowess, but she was still a cut above the average captain. Neither of them had reached captain level yet, and even if combat wasn't her specialty, she could still take them down in an instant if she wanted to. Of course, they knew she wouldn't. They just didn't want to get scolded for slacking off. That was way too close, Kisuke muttered, wiping away non-existent sweat. Aren't you heading back? If your Yuaki finds out you snuck out, she'll probably lose all motivation to work too. I thought you were going to say, she'll drag me back to work. She's not that kind of person. True, Masatsuki nodded seriously, then chuckled. Actually, that just reminded me of something. What is it? Kisuke asked. Masatsuki leaned in. Can you make a protective suit? Something that can withstand kid attacks from a seated officer. Price isn't an issue. Kisuke scratched his head. What do you need a protective suit for? With your freakish durability, you really think a seated officer-level kid could even scratch you? It's for Kaku, Masatsuki said, rubbing the back of his head with a grin. Kaku. Kisuke stroked his chin. Ah, I get it. With how reckless she is, her hobbies are pretty dangerous. Without proper protection, she definitely needs something like that. You really do read my mind, Masatsuki praised. No need for flattery, Kisuke sighed. Just leave it to me. Kaku's my friend too, after all. If anything, I should be thanking you. I wouldn't have even thought about this if it weren't for you. Masatsuki waved a hand with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you. I need to find a new place to slack off. There's gotta be a limit to how much you slack. Well, not that I'm one to talk, Kisuke muttered. As he watched Masatsuki practically skipping away, Kisuke sighed and strolled lazily back toward the barracks. Meanwhile, Masatsuki carefully climbed onto the roof and slipped over the wall. Aozaki-san, why sneak over the wall instead of using the main path? A gentle voice drifted into his ears, warm and soothing like a spring breeze. Because it's more fun this way. Masatsuki Aozaki answered instinctively before freezing for a moment. Then, his face lit up with recognition. Lieutenant Aizen. So it's you. Aizen adjusted his glasses, a polite smile gracing his lips. It seems Aozaki-san is quite happy to see me. It's an honor that the Captain Commander's disciple recognizes me. I should be the one honored, Masatsuki said with a grin. Lieutenant Aizen's reputation is legendary at the Shin Academy. There's not a single student or instructor who doesn't know your name. Many consider you an idol. Even now, your calligraphy is still displayed in the Academy's Grand Hall. Every time I pass by, I can't help but stop and admire it. Oh? I didn't expect you to have an interest in calligraphy as well, Aizen said, feigning pleasant surprise. Masatsuki nodded earnestly. I've admired you for a long time, Lieutenant Aizen. Back at the Academy, I wanted to enroll in your calligraphy class. But my training schedule was intense, and I didn't have the free time. Unfortunately, I had to give up on the idea. It's a shame I missed the opportunity to learn from you. Calligraphy can be learned at any time, it doesn't have to be at the Shin Academy, Aizen said smoothly. I often practice in my spare time. If you're interested, feel free to come find me. The patrolling Shinigami nearby had fallen into a strange silence, watching the two men shower each other with compliments. Masatsuki hopped down from the wall and took a quick glance around. Strangely enough, no one seemed to be paying attention to him. It wasn't arrogance, just a fact. Even without the status of being the Captain Commander's disciple, his presence alone would turn heads wherever he went. Yet, right now, not a single person on the street was looking at him. Instead, their eyes were fixed on two unfamiliar figures in conversation. Something was off. Long time no see, Masatsuki. Kaika Suijutsu. The familiar voice made everything click into place. Masatsuki gave a slight nod. Long time no see, Aizen-sama. Aizen stepped out from the shadows, his usual composed demeanor unchanged. You don't seem surprised that I came to find you. You already hinted at it through Jin back when I was at the Academy, didn't you? Masatsuki smiled. Back in Rukanga, you told me I was smart. So, I hope you'll trust in my abilities. Confident. Just as expected from a man worthy of walking alongside me. Come with me. Yes. For a brief moment, Masatsuki thought he saw Aizen's smile widen. The two walked side by side, slowly making their way westward, leaving the 12th Division barracks behind and stepping into the residential district of Seireitei's lower-ranking Shinigami. The streets were still bustling with life. Shopkeepers bickered with customers, their voices carrying through the air. Further ahead, someone stood in a dim alleyway, trying to lure in clients. Laughter and idle chatter blended into the lively atmosphere. Aizen suddenly spoke, his tone casual yet contemplative. Masatsuki, what do you think of this world? Masatsuki raised a brow. He hadn't expected Aizen to bring up such a grand topic out of nowhere. He fell silent, carefully considering his response. If he wanted to gain Aizen's trust, his answer had to be right. Aizen, however, wasn't in a rush. He simply stood there, watching him patiently. Masatsuki took in the scene before him, the carefree pedestrians, the warmth of the sun, the illusion of peace. Then, after a moment, he spoke. If I only look at them, I'd say the world is beautiful, but when I think about everything else, it's clear that it's not nearly good enough. Aizen chuckled. Interesting answer. Who exactly are you thinking of? And what have they done? Masatsuki didn't hesitate. The ones in power, the ones who only exist to make life difficult for everyone else. Aizen let out a soft laugh. It seems you hold quite the grudge against the Tsuneyashiro clan. Personally, I don't think highly of them either. Of course. After all, most of my troubles can be traced back to them, Masatsuki said with a shrug. But it's not just them, the problem is Seireitei itself. In the end, it's the rotten system of Seireitei that grants them too much power, allowing them to act without restraint. Aizen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Though a flicker of emotion stirred within him, his face remained unreadable. I never expected you to have such a sharp political perspective. You truly live up to your reputation as a genius. This has nothing to do with being a genius, Masatsuki said, waving a hand dismissively. It's just that, at this moment, I happen to not be a noble. I've studied systems far more advanced than this one. And when I turn back to see this archaic, decayed court a system so similar to the outdated monarchies of the living world, it's only natural to feel nothing but frustration and disdain. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Soul King is a puppet of the nobles. A minute later, Masatsuki Aozaki stood frozen in front of the laboratory door. As it slid open, his gaze fell upon a towering, irregularly shaped black sphere, nearly the size of a person. This is Aizen-sama's research. Masatsuki swallowed hard, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. Aizen had always known exactly what kind of person he was. That's right, Aizen replied with a calm smile. This is the result of decades of research. The lab was silent, no one else was present. The only sound was Aizen's voice, echoing against the sterile walls. Decades ago, when I first became the lieutenant of the 5th Division, my Ryutsu had already reached the first rank of spirit power. Even so, I never stopped pushing myself. I continued to train relentlessly until, 30 years ago, I reached my current level. But I couldn't find joy in it because from that moment on, the path forward became unclear. No matter how much I trained, my Ryutsu never grew stronger. Even my Zanpakutō, fully released, could no longer elevate my power. Eventually, I understood. This is the limit of a Shinigami's existence. Not due to any external restriction, but because of the fundamental nature of what we are. Masatsuki, already captivated, instinctively asked, "So Aizen-sama intends to break this limitation?" Aizen's eyes gleamed with subtle approval. Slowly, he spoke. "Yes. To surpass these limits, I have spent decades of my life, sacrificing the souls of hundreds of Shinigami and Rukonga residents with the potential to become Shinigami, to create this beautiful jewel. With it, one can transcend the boundaries of a Shinigami and evolve into a higher existence." Masatsuki furrowed his brows, lowering his voice. "If this jewel is so important, isn't showing it to me so easily a bit reckless? When exactly did I earn your trust? Don't forget what we have done together, Masatsuki. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That was not just killing. It was a direct violation of Seireitei's greatest taboos. If our crimes were ever exposed, even the Captain Commander himself would never grant you mercy. We are walking the same path now, a path with no way back. That is why I trust you." Aizen smiled faintly. "Besides, if you have the power to take this jewel from me, I wouldn't mind letting you have it." Masatsuki scoffed inwardly. "If I had the power to take it, I wouldn't need your permission." Strangely, Aizen's words had put him at ease. He let out an irritated huff, making no effort to hide his displeasure. Aizen paused, seemingly caught off guard by the display of defiance, but instead of reacting with anger, he merely smiled. "Come closer. Feel its power for yourself." Masatsuki obeyed, stepping forward until he was right in front of the glass enclosure. He raised his palm, aligning it with the so-called beautiful jewel, studying it closely, trying to sense anything extraordinary. To be honest, he didn't see the beauty in it at all. It was just a giant lump of coal. "What do you think?" Aizen asked. Masatsuki shook his head, disappointed. Honestly? A little underwhelming. I don't feel anything special from it. Aizen chuckled. That's to be expected. Right now, this jewel is nothing more than a mass of collected souls. As he turned his gaze toward the glass container, he suddenly found himself re-evaluating the object inside. It really was quite ugly. For the first time, Aizen felt something oddly similar to embarrassment, like a child eagerly showing off their prized toy, only to have their friend react with complete disinterest, even disdain. That thought alone left him strangely unsatisfied. He shook his head. No, it's not even a true collective. There are too few fragments of the Soul King, preventing the souls from fully merging. On top of that, external Reishi are drawn toward the fragments, reacting with the Ryutsu of the souls within the Hyaku and disrupting its formation. At best, it's just a crude pile of souls, forcibly compressed together. This thing is hollow, an imitation with no real power. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. So, in other words, this isn't a failure. It can still be refined, right? Precisely. Aizen turned to face him fully, a flicker of emotion stirring within him before he quickly regained his usual composed confidence. This is exactly why I called you here. The Hyaku is still missing its most essential component. This is only the beginning. With the right materials, it will undoubtedly be completed, he thought to himself. For the first time, Aizen felt a strange urge to prove himself to someone. It wasn't a good sign. He hadn't been like this before, hadn't changed before meeting this man. Against anyone else, his priority would have been concealing his emotions, maintaining absolute control. Yet now, an odd sense of competitiveness stirred within him. Masatsuki, oblivious to Aizen's internal conflict, rubbed his chin and asked, "What material?" Aizen paused for a moment before deliberately enunciating. "The fragments of the Soul King." Even without the inspiration of the Soul King's fingernail, you deduced what's needed to create the Hyaku. I should have expected nothing less from you, Aizen-suke. Masatsuki's eyes widened in exaggerated shock. Did I hear that right? The Soul King's fragments. By Soul King, you mean that Soul King? What exactly are these fragments? Parts of the Soul King's body. Your talent may surpass mine in some areas, but intelligence and temperament? Those belong to me. Watching Masatsuki's deliberately over-the-top reaction, Aizen felt an unusual sense of satisfaction, almost smug. Yes. The one who resides above all in the heavens. And you guessed correctly. The Soul King's fragments are pieces of his body. But how could the all-powerful Soul King? Masatsuki trailed off, playing along. Aizen's smile deepened. Do you wish to know the truth? Let me show you the reality of this world, Masatsuki. The light caught the lenses of Aizen's glasses, reflecting an eerie gleam as he spoke. During my past experiments, I discovered a particular material that the jewel seemed to hunger for. To learn more, I infiltrated the Tsuneyashiro clan, the keepers of Soul Society's complete history. In the end, I uncovered scattered records that not only confirmed what this material was, but also revealed the truth of Soul Society itself. Masatsuki's thoughts stirred. So Aizen hasn't accessed the Dairaishokare yet. The Dairaishokare, an enigmatic archive hidden beneath the central 46 chambers. A vast and intricate system, it catalogued every major event and secret throughout Soul Society's history. Due to its significance, access was nearly impossible under normal circumstances. What made it particularly unusual was its autonomous nature. It functioned independently of any Shinigami's will, compulsively recording everything that transpired within Soul Society. However, it could still be deceived by illusions concealing certain truths from its records. Masatsuki had never understood how Kaika Suijutsu's illusions could fool what was essentially an advanced, self-sustaining system. But one thing was certain: if Aizen could manipulate the Dairaishokare, then Masatsuki, possessing the same ability, could do the same. As Masatsuki fell into deep thought, Aizen let out a quiet chuckle before delivering his final revelation. In truth, the Soul King is nothing more than a puppet of the noble clans. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Sky Throne. In fact, the Soul King is nothing more than a puppet of the noble clans. Aizen declared with absolute certainty. Masatsuki Aozaki put on a flawless performance, gasping in exaggerated shock. What? Aizen continued, his tone resolute. The Soul King has been a puppet of the nobles for over 1,000,000 years. This is the truth I uncovered after deciphering the Tsuneyashiro clan's ancient inscriptions. He nodded solemnly, then lowered his voice. According to the Tsuneyashiro clan's hidden history, their ancestors ambushed the Soul King and sealed him within a crystal. They feared that, despite his lack of resistance, the Soul King might one day break free and annihilate them. So they severed his limbs, hollowed out his insides, stripped away his power, and scattered it across the world. Piece by piece, they weakened the Soul King's strength, all to create a king who would be easy to control. But even after being reduced to nothing more than a mutilated husk, the Soul King did not die. Instead, he was trapped in an endless paradox, neither truly alive nor dead. The ancestors of the 5 noble clans then used the Soul King's omnipotent power as a keystone to divide the once chaotic world into 3 realms: Soul Society, the world of the living, and Hueco Mundo. This is the real history. Masatsuki Aozaki remained calm beneath the surface, but outwardly, he appeared utterly stunned. Swallowing hard, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. So the Tsuneyashiro clan's madness traces all the way back to their ancestor. They really had the audacity to do something like this. Aizen smirked. Are you feeling sympathy for the Soul King? Masatsuki waved a dismissive hand. Why would I? The Soul King doesn't deserve pity. If anything, he brought this upon himself. Oh. Aizen's interest piqued. And why do you think that? His fascination with Masatsuki only deepened. Their views on the Soul King aligned far too well. If I remember correctly, the Soul King possesses omniscience and omnipotence. How could he not have foreseen the Tsuneyashiro clan's betrayal? Masatsuki chuckled mockingly. He allowed it to happen. That's the only reason their ancestors succeeded in sealing him away. It was his choice, there's nothing to pity. You're absolutely right, Aizen murmured. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Masatsuki leaned against the glass wall, arms crossed. So, what the jewel is missing, is the power scattered from the Soul King. Precisely. The Soul King's fragments are scattered throughout the world, Aizen confirmed. I've discovered traces of them within certain souls. These fragments are the foundation for completing the Hugyaku. Masatsuki glanced around before casually asking, so, do you already have a way to locate these fragments? Aizen chuckled. You could say that. Masatsuki Aozaki tensed up instantly at Aizen's words, but the latter continued as if he hadn't noticed. Do you remember what I said? The Tsuneyashiro clan wants to create a king they can control. They're not just thinking about it, they're already taking action. The Tsuneyashiro clan is attempting to gather fragments of the Soul King to create a weaker version of him. To achieve this, they have spent years researching and have finally identified a group in the world of the living known as the Fullbringers. Fullbringers are superhumans who can extract the souls from objects and enhance them with their own Ryoryoku. This ability comes from the fragments of the Soul King within them. Our next target is them. Ha! Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed impatiently. You can't be serious. Do you have any idea how many people live in the world of the living? Even if they have supernatural abilities, trying to find them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. No, you don't need to concern yourself with the Fullbringers in the world of the living. I'll handle that investigation personally when the time comes. Aizen shook his head. Your task is to watch for Shinigami in Seireitei who possess special abilities. Soul King fragments don't only appear in humans. The fragments we've recovered before were found in both Shinigami and Rakonga residents. The chances of finding fragments within the souls in Soul Society are low but not impossible. You work in the second division. The Onmitsuka-des influence extends throughout Seireitei. That makes you the most suitable person for this task. But I'm just a glorified prison guard, Masatsuki Aozaki said, feigning a miserable expression in an attempt to back out. Aizen smirked coldly. Don't think I'm unaware of your relationship with Captain Shion. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Didn't take you for someone interested in gossip. Aizen chuckled. I don't need to pay special attention. With the way you and Shion run rampant in Seireitei, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know about the black and white duo. I have a nickname now. Masatsuki muttered, glancing down at his hands and pulling his collar slightly to inspect his chest. Pretty pale. Guess your Yuiki's the black one. Fine, since it's for our future, I'll handle this. Just don't forget your end of the deal. Naturally. Aizen gave a small nod before turning his gaze to the large Rishi-based computer. All data on the experimental souls is stored there. I'll grant you access, feel free to look through it. You might find something useful for your task. Masatsuki Aozaki walked over to the computer, fingers flying across the keyboard with practiced ease. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, but he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. This guy looks familiar. Aizen narrowed his eyes at the display and sneered. That was a freshman from Shin Academy last year. If I recall correctly, he was in your class. He had remarkable potential and a Soul King fragment within him. His existence was invaluable to my research. The screen flickered, and a slideshow of soul data began playing. Many of the faces were unfamiliar to Masatsuki. Some, however, he had seen before, souls he had personally extracted. Their expressions were twisted in agony, their furious gazes seeming to pierce through the screen, as if demanding vengeance, trying to drag him down to hell with them. Masatsuki Aozaki remained impassive, flipping through the records without hesitation, ignoring the sorrow and rage etched onto their faces. He had long accepted the path he walked, a road paved with blood, leading toward a throne built upon bones. Aizen stood beside him, silently watching both Masatsuki and the massive display, lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps, in that moment, he too recalled the countless acts he had committed over the years. But like Masatsuki, his heart remained still, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the metal floor outside, a rhythmic click, 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 reminiscent of an ancient clock ticking. As the unseen clock's hands seemingly came to a stop, the laboratory door slid open. A man with tan skin, clad in a Shihakushō, his naturally wavy purple hair cut to shoulder length, stepped inside. Tsen. Aizen turned his head. Aizen-sama, the brown-haired man responded. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Laboratory. In the dimly lit laboratory, the only source of light was the faint glow from the computer screen, just enough to illuminate the three figures, two light-skinned and one dark. But light held no meaning for Kaname-san. His pale, sightless eyes perceived only endless darkness. All he could do was slightly twitch his ears, discerning the presence of a third person by the rhythm of their breathing. The concealment skills of this third person were extraordinary despite their proximity, their Ryutsu was completely undetectable. This should be our first official meeting, shouldn't it, Kaname-san? Masatsuki Aozaki spoke warmly, standing in front of the screen without the slightest intention of moving, his fingers tapping rapidly against the keyboard. Let me introduce myself. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. From now on, we'll be comrades fighting side by side. Tsen ignored him entirely, walking straight to Aizen and handing over a glass container. Aizen-sama, this is today's harvest. Aizen took the container and smirked as he gazed at the soul inside. This will be the last time. We won't need these anymore, we have a new target. Go on, Kaname, introduce yourself to Masatsuki. Yes, Aizen-sama. Only after Aizen's instruction did Kaname-san turn to Masatsuki Aozaki. I am Kaname-san. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Likewise. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't take offense to his earlier indifference, he couldn't care less what San was thinking. Kaname-san had lost his closest friend, Kaki, and afterward, he had been deceived and manipulated by Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, the very murderer responsible. Left in utter despair, he had become consumed by rage and hatred. Aizen sought to change Soul Society, and Sotsun had chosen to follow him, aiming to dismantle the darkness of this world. But at his core, he was nothing more than a husk propelled by hatred, unable to truly grasp his own identity. Masatsuki Aozaki clapped his hands together and chuckled. Well, I'm done looking through the data. I'll be heading out first, Aizen-sama. Go ahead, Masatsuki. Aizen nodded. Rest assured, everything has been taken care of. With his back to Aizen, Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively as he walked out the door. As the laboratory doors sealed shut, Kaname-san finally spoke. Can that man really be trusted? Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly before answering with confidence. He won't be content to remain just a Shinigami. As long as that ambition burns within him, he will stay by my side. Masatsuki Aozaki strolled leisurely through the bustling streets, taking in the lively atmosphere as he slowly made his way toward the nest of maggots. That night, after spending the entire day idling about, Masatsuki finally arrived at the nest of maggots. As he pushed open the door, it was clear that the prisoners had already become familiar with their new overseer. All of them shrank back into the corners, too afraid to move. But that was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before the isolation wore down their minds, numbing them to fear. Once that happened, they would start throwing punches at him again. Is the modification complete? Masatsuki stood at the top of the stairs, arms crossed as he leaned casually against the wall. The prisoners behind him glanced at his defenseless back, hesitated for a moment, then lowered their heads. Pretty much done. Just need to get this thing inside. Standing before him, Jin Ichimaru cradled a device in his arms. It looked like a compact computer. Aren't you being a little too nice to that lunatic? Don't tell me you actually have a soft spot for scientists. Masatsuki nodded before glancing past the staircase. He spotted a shadow cast on the ground and suddenly smirked. The owner of the shadow wore peculiar earrings, distorting the reflection so that their silhouette had triangular-shaped ears. Noticing his gaze, Jin Ichimaru chuckled dryly. That guy really is crazy. I have no idea what's going through his head, getting attached to that ridiculous get-up. Well, geniuses tend to be a bit eccentric, that's just how it is. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Of the three geniuses he knew, including Mayuri Kuratsuka, none of them were remotely normal. Mayuri was, of course, a mad scientist. Kisokura Hara, on the other hand, was a man who loved to toy with others and shirk responsibilities whenever possible. Despite his youth, he had the demeanor of a jaded middle-aged man. Yet at times, he could be frighteningly sharp, his contradictions making one question his sanity. And Aizen? No need to even mention him, his lofty ideals were absurdly grand. He wanted to overthrow Soul Society's outdated system and build a new, more just order. But between the three of them, Kisokura Hara, for all his quirks, was ironically the most like a normal person. Maybe, you should go keep an eye on him. Jin Ichimaru had a hesitant expression, clearly debating whether to say it aloud. In the end, he couldn't hold back and voiced his concern. There were plenty of traps set up in the room, but he was still uneasy. That guy, Mayuri Kuratsuka, was insane but undeniably intelligent. Precisely because he's intelligent, he knows what to do. Don't underestimate him. Yes, he's a madman, but he's a rational madman. Masatsuki Aozaki lifted his gaze from the ground and spoke casually. As long as he doesn't go overboard, just let him be. Jin Ichimaru remained silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. This guy was always so confident. Jin honestly couldn't tell whether Masatsuki could truly see through people's hearts or if he was simply too self-assured in his own judgment. But the fact remained, Masatsuki's instincts had never been wrong. It was as if everything naturally fell into place for him. "Nice to see you again, Kuratsuka-san." Just as Jin was lost in thought, Masatsuki Aozaki's calm voice rang through the room. Mayuri Kuratsuka didn't even lift his head, hunched over the table, tinkering with something. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped inside, scanning the room. The cell had changed drastically. The space had expanded, and nearly half of it had been converted into a makeshift laboratory. Where there was once only a single bed, the room was now cluttered with simple lab equipment. Surveillance bugs had been installed along the walls. These creatures, with their grotesque faces and numerous legs, clung to the corners of the room, transmitting both sound and images functioning much like monitors. "You don't actually think those little things will work on me, do you?" Mayuri suddenly spoke in a gruff voice. "Well, Kisuke made them. Say what you will, but his technology is top-notch. I trust his craftsmanship." Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands, then pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him. "And I trust that your intellect won't allow you to act like a fool." "Oh? So I should be grateful for your faith in me." Mayuri Kuratsuka let out a sneer and curled his lips in disdain. "You and Kisuke Urahara really are insufferable. It's quite rude to refer to someone as just a you, Kuratsuka-san." Masatsuki Aozaki spoke in an even tone, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled. "What a nasty piece of work." Mayuri's eye twitched slightly, but he said nothing, standing up and walking toward the bed. If he had the strength, he would have already made a move. Masatsuki Aozaki followed him closely. Mayuri pressed his hand against a section of the wall by the bed. A flash of white light streaked across the surface, and without warning, a hidden panel slid away, revealing the secret laboratory concealed behind it. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Battlefield of Carnage? You truly live up to your reputation, Mayuri Kuratsuka, the most dangerous prisoner in the nest of maggots, not because of brute strength, but because of sheer intellect. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes gleamed with admiration as he couldn't help but voice his appreciation. Jin Ichimaru nodded in agreement. He hadn't set up this mechanism, his role was only to deliver the equipment. Which meant that Mayuri Kuratsuka had built this hidden device in just half a day. "It's just a simple projection, nothing too complex," Mayuri remarked, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The chains attached to his shackles clinked softly. "It only works on those too afraid to enter this room. For you, standing here with me, it's completely useless." Masatsuki Aozaki reached out and touched the wall, watching as his palm passed straight through. As expected, just an illusion. Still, the fact that Mayuri could create something like this with such crude equipment in such a short time spoke volumes about his brilliance. If I could recruit him and gain control over his knowledge and technology, he would be an invaluable asset. Unfortunately, this man is unstable, a double-edged sword. I might be able to control and utilize him, but making him truly submit? Impossible. Just then. Tap. 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 A sudden knocking sound broke the silence. "Mayuri Kuratsuka, you haven't forgotten our deal, have you?" Masatsuki Aozaki tapped the stone bed with one hand while absent-mindedly stroking his chin with the other. "I've held up my end of the bargain. I trust you haven't forgotten what I asked for." Mayuri Kuratsuka hesitated for a moment before sighing and pulling out a slip of paper. Masatsuki Aozaki took it and glanced at it, an address and a string of numbers. "Go find it. I've backed up all my research and data there. Everything I promised you is waiting," Mayuri said, his voice trembling slightly. Handing over his life's work like this, it was impossible not to feel some reluctance. Mayuri Kuratsuki, there's no need for regret. When the day comes that you walk free and see the light again, you'll be thanking me, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Leaning against the wall, Mayuri clenched his fists tightly, his trousers bunching up into intricate folds, like winding roads converging into a labyrinth. He stared at Masatsuki's composed face and, after a moment, let out a quiet breath, smoothing out his clothes. I'll be waiting for that day. Mayuri murmured. The past was set in stone, what mattered now was the future. This makeshift laboratory was nothing more than a distraction. If he wanted to continue the research he had abandoned a century ago, he would have to escape this place. Be patient. You won't be disappointed, Masatsuki Aozaki assured him. After all, I don't want your talents wasted here either. There are far more important things waiting for you out there. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled, clapping Mayuri on the shoulder before turning to leave. He stepped out of the cell and ascended the long staircase, illuminated by the glow of torches. Mayuri Kuratsuki looked up, watching as his silhouette disappeared into the light. The prisoners remained huddled in the corners, unmoving, as the heavy dungeon doors creaked open. Outside, the detention unit stood in formation, a wall of shadows guarding every inch of the nest of maggots. The guards bowed their heads respectfully, silently saluting the two high-ranking officers as they departed. Do you need me to go with you? The mad scientist's secret lair might hold unexpected dangers. Jin Ichimaru spoke casually as he fastened his katana, glancing at Masatsuki Aozaki. Mayuri Kuratsuki may not be that strong, but he has a certain talent. There's a good chance he's set traps in his lab. Of course there are traps, but he told me about all of them. He's not ready to let me die just yet. As he spoke, Masatsuki Aozaki flipped over the note Mayuri Kuratsuki had given him. The back was filled with dense writing, covering the entire page. You don't need to come with me. This has to be done in secret. The fewer people who know, the better. In that case, go find Ranjaku and tell her I have something to take care of. She should stay home tonight and not wander around. Jin Ichimaru was silent for a moment before nodding. I'll tell her. Be careful. I'm counting on you. As Jin Ichimaru walked away, Masatsuki Aozaki withdrew his gaze and lightly ran his fingers over Bench Senran at his waist. He had Aizen to thank for showing him Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai. Without it, the ever-watchful Dairaishoker would make it impossible to act too openly in Soul Society. But with Kaika Suijutsu's ability to deceive the Dairaishoker, his concerns were significantly reduced. Masatsuki Aozaki looked toward the eastern part of Seireitei. The sky was clear, with stars and the moon shining brightly. From the high ground, he could see the scattered lights of the streets and alleys below, twinkling in harmony with the stars above. A hand tapped his shoulder. He turned around to see a vibrant young girl with purple hair twirl in front of him. Masatsuki. You're Yuaki, done with work already? Didn't expect you to have time to visit the nest of maggots. Masatsuki Aozaki's face broke into a smile. This energetic girl always had a way of lifting his mood. I barely got through half my workload today before realizing it just wasn't for me, so I dumped the rest on Marino Shin. Yuaki Shine crossed her arms, a grin playing on her lips. When I snuck out earlier, one of the squad members mentioned you were inspecting the nest of maggots, so I came to find you. You really like this place, huh? You've only been captain of the detention unit for a few days, and this is already your second visit. It's all because of Mayuri Kuratsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. Oh, speaking of Mayuri, Yuaki clapped her hands. Kisuk sent word today, he said you recruited him. That's right. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned against a tree, meeting Yuaki's gaze. Not just him, Kiryo Hikifune is on board too. She's going to convince Master to establish the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. You really are popular, Yuaki sighed. Even Kiryu-san couldn't turn you down. She sat down on the ground, stretching her arms and yawning as she enjoyed the cool mountain breeze. Her gaze drifted through the trees to a shimmering lake in the distance. A small smile tugged at the corners of her lips before she spoke, her tone deliberately casual. Kaku's doing well, right? I heard you asked Kisuke to make her some protective gear. The moment she finished speaking, she had the sudden urge to slap herself. Seriously? Did she really just say that? When did she start acting so awkward? Masatsuki Aozaki was about to respond but suddenly tensed. His brow furrowed as he sensed something off. On the surface, Yoriyuki's words sounded like simple concern for her best friend, but his years of experience navigating life and death situations told him there was something more beneath the surface, something dangerous. Clearing his throat, he spoke carefully. Kaku and I are close, and she's your best friend too. She spends every day conducting dangerous experiments. It's only natural that you'd be worried about her. I just happened to come up with the idea, so I rushed to Kisuke for help. After all, you two are so close. If something really happened to her, I doubt you'd be fine with it. I'm sorry. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have forced my thoughts onto you. Yoriyuki froze at his words, caught off guard. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Don't Disappoint Me. Yoriyuki's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Masatsuki Aozaki, watching the mix of grievance and self-reproach appear on his face. Her heart trembled for a moment. What? Masatsuki did all this, for me? He went to the 12th Division to find Kisuke for me, had him make a protective suit for me, and now he's even apologizing, all for me? What a load of nonsense! Does he take me for an idiot? Like I don't know what kind of person he is? Yoriyuki shied and felt touched for exactly 1 second before snapping back to reality. She rolled her eyes in frustration. There's no way this guy put that much thought into it. He definitely just couldn't resist Kakushiba's looks, so he went to Kisuke for help. Damn him, he's never even given me a present before. Am I worse than that woman? She glanced down at herself. Just a little shorter, a little less curvy, that's all. I'm not even 200 yet. I'll grow into it. But seriously, what's Kaku's deal? We're the same age, so how the hell did she end up looking like that? People say the Shiba family has all sorts of secret techniques passed down through generations. Could it be that she? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Yoriyuki instinctively hugged herself, burying her head as a faint blush crept onto her face. Seeing this, Masatsuki Aozaki assumed his nonsense had actually worked, so he decided to push his luck. Actually, I have a present for you too. Still covering her face with her arm, Yoriyuki mumbled, where is it? Masatsuki glanced down and caught sight of her slender neck, adorned with a ribbon tied into a neat bow. In that moment, she looked like a small, vulnerable kitten, and his eyes lit up. It's just a little piece of jewelry, but I haven't finished preparing it yet. Give me some time. Yoriyuki's thoughts had long drifted elsewhere to Junranin in the 1st district of West Rukonga, so she didn't press him further and quickly agreed. She then casually said, see you, before dashing off toward the western part of Seireitei. Masatsuki Aozaki stared after her, dumbfounded. Why is she so excited? I mean, she's not the kind of person to overreact to a gift. She knows better than that. There's definitely something else going on. Something big. But what? Whatever it was, Masatsuki found his curiosity piqued. The more he wasn't supposed to know, the more he wanted to find out. People are always drawn to the unknown, after all. Masatsuki Aozaki thought it over but still couldn't make sense of it. Rather than dwell on it, he decided to suppress his curiosity for now and ask Yoriyuki about it tomorrow. He had more pressing matters to handle. Casting one last glance in the direction Yoriyuki had gone, he vanished with Shunpo, swiftly heading in the opposite direction. District 76, Sakahon, East Rukonga. Under the cover of night, Masatsuki Aozaki concealed himself in the shadows and sprinted toward the outskirts, where he found a dilapidated house in a small village. He didn't rush in. Mayuri Kuratsuka had been gone for over a century, yet Masatsuki could sense the presence of living people inside. A faint light flickered through the window, casting blurred silhouettes against the glass. Suppressing his ryotsu, he crept closer and peered inside. 5 men sat cross-legged in the room, surrounded by rusted swords. Their clothes were stained with dried blood. They were eating food stolen from who knows where, some of it still had fresh blood on it. More than that, Masatsuki could feel the lingering scent of blood on them. These men had killed plenty of people. It was common in the lower districts. The lawless outskirts were barely livable, food and water were scarce, and killing was often the only means of survival. It was a hellish existence. No wonder they were eating bloodied food. In this place, people became ruthless out of necessity. If they didn't kill, someone else would kill them. Here, there was no distinction between good and evil. Survival was the only rule. Just a bunch of thugs, hey. Masatsuki drew his Zanpakutō. I guess this rundown house is valuable property to them. Ever since he'd left the 6th district, where the 2nd Division's barracks were located, Banch Senran had remained in Shikai. With an expression of calm indifference, Masatsuki pulled the door open and stepped inside. "A Shinigami? Why the hell are you here?" The 5 men turned pale. They had killed many people, but an actual Shinigami was a different story. Normally, they'd go out of their way to avoid one. Now, one had walked in armed and ready. It was clear he wasn't here for a friendly visit. "Don't worry. This won't take long." Masatsuki pointed Banch Senran's tip downward. The men's eyes widened in horror as they watched the Shinigami before them shatter like fragile porcelain. In the next instant, agonizing pain ripped through them. Blood splattered across the room as thin, precise wounds appeared on their bodies. The air filled with the sharp scent of iron. "You won't die for nothing." A calm voice accompanied the sight of Masatsuki's hand plunging into one of the men's chests. Screams of agony filled the room. Masatsuki watched impassively as he sealed the final soul into a transparent container. 5 men. 2 had the aptitude to become Shinigami, a probability that shouldn't exist in a place like District 62. As expected, the harsher the environment, the easier it was to find talent. After all, in a place like this, those without talent didn't survive long. It was like raising parasites, only the strong made it to the end. Aizen might not need these souls anymore, but Masatsuki still did. The ones he had stashed away weren't nearly enough to create the Hyaku. Without a shred of sympathy or remorse, Masatsuki sealed the container. Not a single one of them had clean hands. If he had time to pity them, he might as well start thinking about what to eat for tomorrow's meals. Besides, as a member of the Gotei 13, keeping order was part of the job. Killing these criminals who disrupted the already fragile peace was practically an act of justice. If old man Yamamoto found out, he'd probably even commend him. Maybe he'd award him a banner or something. Masatsuki waited a moment until the corpses fully dissolved into reishi before searching the house. Retrieving Mayuri Kuratsuka's note from his pocket, he followed its instructions out of the living room and into the bedroom. Outside, the moonlight was swallowed by thick clouds. In the dim light, Masatsuki spotted a hidden mechanism in the wall. He pressed it, and a low rumble echoed from beneath the bed. Unfazed, he pushed the wooden bed aside, revealing a hidden passage below. Raising Banch Senran, he gathered reishi into the blade. A soft blue glow radiated from the Zanpakutō, illuminating the darkness below. Peering into the depths of the passage, Masatsuki let out a small chuckle. "Let's see what you've been up to, Mayuri Kuratsuka. Don't disappoint me." 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake Chapter 70, Mayuri Kuratsuki's Technology. Mayuri Kuratsuki, that madman. He was already thinking about creating artificial Shinigami 100 years ago. Masatsuki Aozaki flipped through Mayuri Kuratsuki's research notes, clicking his tongue in admiration. Too bad Jiken technology didn't exist back then, and neither did Mod Soul technology. He had to figure it all out from scratch. That must have been a nightmare. The foundation of Jiken technology was based on Kiryu Hakaifun's temporary soul techniques, while Mod Soul technology had yet to be developed even now. For Mayuri to tackle such a difficult project alone, it was no surprise how challenging it had been. But his efforts weren't entirely fruitless. Masatsuki flipped open another notebook. Inside, it documented a technique one that could completely isolate Reishi. As he read through it carefully, a realization struck him. No wonder this guy wanted to research the Quincy. This technique had been developed by studying how Quincy manipulate Reishi. It involved constructing a stable Reishi membrane to cut off the interaction between external and internal Reishi. Mayuri had stumbled upon this method during his research into artificial Shinigami bodies. His theory was that this technique could prevent artificial Shinigami souls from being too fragile, stopping riot soul loss and preventing soul disintegration. Wait! Suppressing Ryotsu? Masatsuki's eyes widened, and he let out a startled gasp. Something clicked in his mind. Ordinary mod souls were high-density Reishi bodies designed to help Shinigami recover their lost powers. But the version Kisokura developed later was different, a Reishi body devoid of Ryotsu, functioning in the exact opposite way. Then he recalled something Aizen had once mentioned: external Ryotsu could react with the soul's internal Ryotsu inside the Hagyaku, affecting its formation. A terrifying possibility formed in Masatsuki's mind. Could it really be just a coincidence? Was this Reishi isolation technique actually the key to creating the Hagyaku? Masatsuki closed his eyes, forcing himself to recall what he knew about Bleach. In his hazy memories, Aizen had once said he hadn't expected Kisokura's Hagyaku to be so small. From that, it could be inferred that Aizen's failed Hagyaku must have been massive. And before Aizen fused with it, the Hagyaku had always been sealed inside a thin membrane. Could it be that Kisok had used a Reishi isolation technique when developing the Hagyaku? Of course, this was all just speculation on Masatsuki's part. The only way to confirm it would be through actual experimentation. But right now, he didn't even have the basic materials needed to create a Hagyaku. He hadn't even made anything resembling Aizen's prototype. Thinking about it was pointless without the foundation to test it. Masatsuki gently brushed the dust off the notebook, tucking it into his robe for safekeeping. Looking around the underground lab, his eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. What once seemed like an abandoned, century-old laboratory now looked like a treasure trove overflowing with gold. No way! If Mayuri Kuratsuki left all this for me, I can't let it go to waste. With that, Masatsuki wasted no time. Using both hands, he grabbed 2 pieces of equipment and dashed toward the Kagurashi district. Back when he first attempted to create the Hagyaku in Rukanga, he had secretly built a hidden chamber beneath the outskirts of the Kagurashi district to avoid drawing attention. After his initial experiments failed, that chamber had since become his storage for collected souls. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't comfortable leaving all these valuable things in someone else's hands. So he decided to move everything to his own secret base. Whatever couldn't be transported, he'd destroy. The whole operation took a full 30 minutes. If he hadn't remembered midway that he could use Bakud number 37, Tsurubashi, to create a small hammock for transport, it would have taken even longer. This was the deal he had made with Mayuri Kuratsuki. Masatsuki had given Mayuri a reason to enjoy life again in the nest of maggots and promised him freedom in return. And Mayuri had handed over everything he once possessed. For Masatsuki, this was an absolute win, not to mention that some of the technology he obtained could very well be related to the creation of the Hagyaku. The makeshift equipment he had set up for Mayuri in the nest of maggots was practically junk compared to what was in this lab. These machines might look old and bulky, but they were far more advanced, capable of conducting a much wider range of experiments. For a moment, he was tempted to restart his own Hyaku experiments. Masatsuki stepped out of the secret chamber. The sun had already risen, casting a golden glow in the east. Despite having spent the entire night awake underground, he felt no exhaustion. If anything, he was more energized than ever. Mayuri's findings had been beyond his expectations. He still hadn't fully processed everything. After a while, he returned to Seireitei. Kisokura stretched and let out a yawn. So, what brings you here so early in the morning? You look exhausted. Stayed up all night working on the protective gear. I was just catching up on sleep in my office when you dragged me out. Sleeping during the day, staying up all night. Not bad. Just like my external brain, our lifestyles are practically the same. Don't assign me some weird title, Kisuk retorted. I just think more clearly at night. It's easier to find inspiration. So, did you come to take advantage of my half-asleep state and trick me into becoming your external brain? Of course not. Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively. Actually, I need a favor. Kisuk sighed, rubbing his temples. Was this all he was to them? Whenever they needed something, they'd come find him. And when they didn't, they'd team up with Yoryuki to mess with him. What kind of friendship was this? Was he just their personal handyman? Or some unwilling participant in their bizarre games? His eye twitched as he gritted his teeth. What do you want? Masatsuki clapped a hand on his shoulder, offering a reassuring pat. It's about Yoryuki. She came to see me last night, and mentioned Kaku. The moment Kisuk heard Yoryuki and Kaku's names in the same sentence, a knowing smirk spread across his face. After all, he was the one who had started this whole situation. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned. A good friend always returns a prank with another prank. Let me guess, Kisuk mused smugly, Yoryuki found out you were giving Kaku a protective suit and got jealous. He leaned forward, clearly enjoying himself. She's been running all over looking for you, so now you've come to hide out with me. No. Masatsuki shook his head. Kisuk blinked. Hey. She was a little upset at first, but after I promised to get her a gift, she ran off excitedly. Masatsuki frowned slightly. I have no idea what's going on with her, but I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. That's why I came to ask you to make a gift for me. Kisuk pondered for a moment, unable to figure out what Yoryuki was thinking either. After a brief pause, he asked, what kind of gift? A necklace something like the one she usually wears. Masatsuki's expression brightened. If it could change size at will, that'd be ideal. And if it could transform into a weapon, even better. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Baldi. Kisuk Urahara was about to respond when a figure with an imposing presence approached from the distance. Both men instinctively turned their attention toward the newcomer. Narrowing his eyes, Kisuk observed for a moment before speaking casually. The captain went to the 1st Division yesterday to meet with the captain commander, and you haven't returned to your squad since you left. Seeing you in such high spirits today, I take it you've brought good news. Masatsuki Aozaki raised 2 fingers. Kisuk, I'm leaving those 2 things in your hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully. Have some shame, will you? Kisuk shot him a sideways glance. Is that how you ask someone for a favor? Urahara-san, I'm counting on you. Masatsuki bowed slightly. That's more like it. Kisuk nodded. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree. Kiryo Hikifune walked up to them, chuckling. Masatsuki, did you get yourself into trouble again? Something like that. Masatsuki remained unfazed. But with Kisuke's help, I'll have everything under control. Kisuke ignored him and instead turned his attention to Kiryu Hikifune, smiling. Captain, how did it go? Did the captain commander approve? With me personally handling it, how could there be any surprises? Kiryu placed her hands on her hips and declared proudly. The captain commander has officially approved the establishment of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. He appointed me as the director, and Masatsuki Aozaki as the institute's special advisor. His position will be equivalent to that of the deputy director. She turned to Kisuke with a grin. Kisuke Urahara, starting today, as the director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, I officially appoint you as the deputy director. Your job is to assist me in setting up the institute. Kisuke blinked. But by rank, shouldn't Lieutenant Saragaki be the deputy director? He asked hesitantly. Why me? Kiryu waved a hand, laughing. Because I know exactly what you're capable of, Kisuke. Don't worry, I already appointed Hiri Saragaki as the head of the research lab. Masatsuki raised a hand. What about Mayuri Kuratsuki? Are we giving him an advisory position too? For now, we'll let him hold a consultant position. I can provide him with some experimental equipment, but he needs to stay in the nest of maggots for the time being. Kiryu shook her head. Once I'm promoted to the Zero Division, the two of you can decide whether or not to release him, depending on the situation. Masatsuki tilted his head. Any particular reason? That man is difficult to control, and I don't have time to train him, Kiryu said with a slight smile. If you two are capable enough in the future, figure out a way to reform him yourselves. Masatsuki and Kisuke exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. A group of figures appeared ahead, led by a small girl who sprinted forward, pointing at Kisuke Urahara and shouting. Baldy! Slacking off again? I've been looking for you forever. Kisuke scratched his cheek awkwardly, glancing away. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but snicker. What are you laughing at, Baldy? What Baldy? I have hair, you little brat. With that, Masatsuki rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the kid a lesson, but Kisuke quickly grabbed him to hold him back. Ha! Brat! The girl was instantly enraged. How dare you call me a brat? I'm a woman. Who do you think you are, looking down on me? You're just some freak who charms people with his looks. Kiryu Hikifune placed a gentle hand on the girl's head. Hiri, calm down. Surprisingly, Hiri Saragaki actually listened, settling down with a reluctant, yes. Masatsuki was stunned. What's up with this kid? Well then, Masatsuki-kun, we'll be going now. Drop by when you can. Kiryu waved as she pulled Hiri along toward the barracks. I'll head out too, Kisuke said, exchanging a glance with Masatsuki before following after them. After leaving the 12th Division, Masatsuki returned to the 6th District, where both the 2nd and 6th Division barracks were located. Passing by the 2nd Division, he went straight to his personal training ground, well, technically, the nest of maggots, where he oversaw the prisoners. Before entering, he signaled to the detention unit guards to disable the surveillance from the monitoring bugs in the regular prison. After all, beating up prisoners wasn't exactly something to publicize. No one would understand he was training. The wise men and judges of the Central 46 were always looking for excuses to make trouble, and if they decided to brand him as violent, they might just downgrade his status from prison administrator to inmate. Activating Kaika Suijutsu in advance, Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction. The strongest illusion type Zanpakutō, though it couldn't boost his combat power beyond his Ryutsu level like Regen Jaka, it had a different kind of advantage. The ability to deceive the Dairaishoker alone was more than enough. A must-have for any schemer in Soul Society. Pushing open the heavy doors, Masatsuki stepped into the underground prison and loaded a few red pills into a pouch. These were high-density reishi pills developed by Kisuke Urahara. For a lieutenant-class Shinigami, just one could quickly restore their depleted Ryutsu. The downside? If the body wasn't strong enough, the sudden influx of Ryutsu could cause severe damage. Masatsuki stood in the middle of the prison, bare-chested, his expression relaxed. These guys had clearly forgotten the fear they felt the last time he beat them into submission. One after another, they charged at him like rabid beasts. From here on out, he would only use Ryutsu and Hakuta no Zanpakutō. His goal was simple: knock every single one of them to the ground. None of them held back when attacking. The stronger the prisoners, the better the training. Masatsuki thrived in this kind of combat. Dancing on the edge of life and death, pushing his Ryutsu to its limits, depleting and replenishing it over and over again. This was why his Ryutsu grew so quickly. Whether he could break through to a higher level depended on just how durable these prisoners were. And this wasn't going to be a short process. Fortunately, Central 46 always had more criminals to toss in. Even if he accidentally killed a sparring partner, there'd be a fresh batch before long. Taking a deep breath, Masatsuki let out a wild laugh and rushed toward the strongest prisoners, those with lieutenant-level strength. They were the top dogs in this prison. Captain-level criminals? They never ended up here. They were thrown straight into the central great underground prison. A towering, bald prisoner grinned as Masatsuki approached. "You've got some guts, kid, coming back here." With a smirk, the prisoner swung his massive hand, a gust of wind kicking up as his palm's shadow engulfed Masatsuki's upper body. But in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Masatsuki entirely. Before he could react, an invisible force slammed into him like a tidal wave, sending his massive frame hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Masatsuki dusted off his hand, flashing a confident grin. "What are you talking about? I wasn't the one who lost last time." For more chapters, feel free to follow me on Patreon using the button below or via the link. 40 chapters ahead. patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Assault. "You're asking for death. Die." Several furious roars rang out at once as the prisoners lunged at Masatsuki Aozaki, attacking with fists and kicks. "Ikotsu." He grinned, the surge of dopamine electrifying his brain. His face twisted with excitement and madness, appearing no different from a demon in the eyes of the crazed prisoners. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At this moment, Masatsuki had the urge to shout, "Yachiru Anohana, you were right. I do love to fight." Boom! Thick, solid walls shattered as two prisoners crashed through them, leaving massive craters in their wake and sending dust billowing into the air. Whoosh! A sharp explosion tore through the atmosphere, the deafening sound ringing in their ears. Shing! Two prisoners appeared at Masatsuki's flank, their sudden movement knocking aside weaker inmates. Their fists and knife-hand strikes came crashing down on him with ruthless force. Their attacks landed. But what happened next defied all reason. With two resounding booms, Rishi rippled outward like a shockwave. The powerful punch and knife-hand strike slammed into Masatsuki's chest and neck, yet instead of wounding him, they merely forced him back a few steps. The prisoner's pupils shrank in disbelief. Masatsuki Aozaki stood there, completely unscathed, not a single mark on him. "You monster!" A shocked voice rang out, but Masatsuki had already disappeared from their sight. Bang! A dull impact echoed as a heavy fist crashed into the abdomen of the prisoner who had swung his knife-hand strike. His body instinctively curled forward, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, his mouth gaping wide. A strong hand seized his black hair and smashed his head into the ground. A cold, bloodthirsty face filled another prisoner's vision. "You two are too weak. Why aren't the others joining in?" Masatsuki swiftly reached out, gripping the prisoner's throat and lifting him off the ground. He sneered. "Are you so-called dangerous criminals actually afraid of me? You'll die here." A surge of pain shot through the prisoner's neck, but the choking sensation only fueled his viciousness. His bloodshot eyes burned with pure malice. The surrounding prisoners, feeling humiliated, bared their teeth and charged at Masatsuki with savage roars. But Masatsuki only smirked mockingly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the prisoner forward. The airborne body smashed directly into the incoming attackers. Boom! A powerful shockwave sent dust swirling, and a cluster of prisoners was knocked away like bowling pins. Without missing a beat, Masatsuki twisted his body and shot backward like an arrow loosed from a bow. His small fists, carrying an overwhelming force, slammed into the prisoners with relentless power. Arg! Ugh! Agonized screams filled the air. Prisoners coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their eyes losing focus as they were sent flying. Damn it! We're the ones the Central 46 fears. Their crazed roars echoed through the dungeon, as if trying to muster the courage to face a true monster. But Masatsuki's wild, predatory gaze only grew more menacing. He shook off the blood staining his hands, his eyes flashing with savage intensity. The crimson streaks on his skin only made him look more terrifying. Skotsu! With a furious roar, Masatsuki Aozaki unleashed an overwhelming force upon the prisoners. Boom! The devastating impact sent one prisoner flying, crashing into several others behind him. Blood sprayed through the air, a crimson mist spreading throughout the dungeon as the ground and walls cracked under the sheer force, leaving deep fissures. The difference in power was crushing. Masatsuki's close combat prowess was so overwhelming that anyone below the level of a captain could only despair. But the prisoners didn't care. They had long abandoned reason, lost in madness. Even as they witnessed the carnage, they laughed and continued their reckless charge toward Masatsuki. Aozaki-sama is as formidable as ever. He's been in there for so long. Of course. The first time Aozaki-sama went in, the prisoners were all lying on the ground when he came out. This time will be no different. The squad members stationed outside the dungeon spoke among themselves. Jin Ichimaru approached the entrance, his suspicions already forming, but he still asked. Where is Masatsuki-sama? The squad members bowed before one of the gatekeepers responded, Masatsuki-sama is inside, patrolling the dungeon. Jin's gaze lingered on the door as he sighed inwardly, though he showed no outward reaction. He knew Masatsuki Aozaki had once again buried himself in his training. Yoryuki Shion appeared behind him, watching quietly for a moment before speaking with a rare seriousness in her tone. He went in alone? No other squad members accompanied him. Yes. Aozaki-sama turned off the surveillance bugs and strictly ordered us not to enter without permission. The squad members stood at attention and answered respectfully, whenever Aozaki-sama patrols the dungeon, he prefers not to be disturbed. Jin's ever-present smile remained, though it teetered on the edge of amusement. Captain, no need to worry. Masatsuki will be fine. This is just routine training. Yoryuki spoke calmly, aside from the captain commander, no one understands his strength better than I do. Of course, I trust him. No one in this prison can threaten his life. But now is not the time for training. Jin was momentarily taken aback. What could be urgent enough to make the usually carefree Yoryuki sound so serious? Had the 2nd Division been attacked? Or had Seireitei been infiltrated? Still, as the 9th seat, he wasn't in a position to question Yoryuki, so he remained silent. Yoryuki, sensing his thoughts, spoke lazily, it's nothing classified. Jin tilted his head slightly. Then what happened? Yoryuki leaned against the wall, her tone casual but her words carrying weight. Shin Academy was attacked by rebels. Marino Shin has already led the patrol corps and the executive militia there. TCH. The Central 46 really loves making a fuss. It's just some rebels, and yet they issued an order for us to deploy immediately. The surrounding squad members instinctively turned their heads, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Mocking the Central 46 was something Yoryuki could do freely, but they wouldn't dare acknowledge it. Jin furrowed his brows. Now it all made sense. The attack on Shin Academy had prompted the 2nd Division's deployment. Since this was an official order from the Central 46, Masatsuki, as a high-ranking seated officer, was expected to be there. And judging by Yoryuki's tone, she likely intended for him to gain some merit from the situation as well. Straightening up, Yoryuki issued her command. Jin, you'll oversee the detention unit in my absence. Leave enough men to guard the nest of maggots and the barracks. Take the rest and head to Shin Academy. Hold the position until Masatsuki arrives to relieve you. I'll go ahead. Yes. Jin's tone was uncharacteristically serious. Turning to the guards, he instructed. When Masatsuki-sama comes out, inform him that Shin Academy has been attacked by rebels. The 2nd Division has sent reinforcements. I'll take the squad ahead and wait for him there. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Become Stronger. Alright, that's enough fun. Masatsuki Aozaki casually scanned the dungeon hall, now reduced to rubble, before pulling out a well-preserved pill from inside his clothing. He ran his tongue over his lips, tilted his head back, and popped the pill into his mouth. Grinning, he revealed his pristine white teeth as he bit down with a satisfying crunch. Everyone, thank you for risking your lives to fight me. This battle was truly enjoyable. I look forward to our next encounter. Hopefully, you'll be stronger next time. Masatsuki propped one foot on a boulder, taking a moment to catch his breath. In just a few seconds, his Ryōko had fully replenished. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the prisoners sprawled across the ground, then turned toward the dungeon's exit. Upon stepping outside, he turned to one of the Shinigami stationed at the entrance. Turn the surveillance bugs back on. Yes, sir. One of the Shinigami, eyes filled with admiration, gave a nod before running off toward the monitoring room. Aozaki-sama. Another Shinigami suddenly stepped forward and spoke respectfully. What is it? Masatsuki frowned slightly. Just now, the captain and 9th seat Ichimaru came by. They said Shin Academy was under attack, and the Central 46 compound has ordered reinforcements. I see. Masatsuki rubbed his chin, nodding as he processed the information. Without hesitation, he left the nest of maggots, taking 2 squad members with him as he headed toward Shin Academy. He stepped through the door with a carefree ease, as if he were heading out on a casual outing with classmates. The moment the door closed behind him, Seireitei fell into a deathly silence. Masatsuki walked for some time, but his pace gradually slowed. Not far ahead, he noticed 2 patrolling Shinigami holding lanterns. He frowned. Seireitei at night was nothing new to him. Many of his activities required the cover of darkness where sins could be concealed in the shadows. Maybe it was a remnant of logic from his past life, but he had always felt that nighttime was the safest time to do bad things. It was self-deception, perhaps, but that irrational belief had always brought him a strange sense of security. Yet, tonight felt different. What are they standing there for? Slacking off. Masatsuki muttered casually, though his muscles had already tensed, ready for combat at a moment's notice. He could tell the difference between a patrolling Shinigami and a stationed guard. And he knew the difference between the living and the dead. The air was unnervingly still. The 2 figures in the distance remained motionless, yet there was no sense of life coming from them. His seemingly offhand remark had also caught the attention of 2 Onmitsukid members lurking in the shadows. They froze, holding their breath as they carefully observed their surroundings from the rooftops. A long moment passed before Masatsuki felt the familiar sensation of a gentle breeze against his skin. Yes, night really was the best time to do bad things. Glancing up at the sky, now obscured by thick clouds, his hand slowly moved to the hilt of his blade. Is that a patrol Shinigami? Damn it! Who would dare commit murder within Seireitei? Their bodies haven't dissolved into Reishi yet, the attacker must still be nearby. Shouting, several night patrol Shinigami gripped their lanterns tightly and ran in the direction of the bloodstains. But just as they rounded a street corner, several dark figures suddenly dropped from above. They wore black masks and night ops attire that blended seamlessly into the darkness, exuding an air of mystery. A flash of cold steel. Squelch! Squelch! The sickening sound of blood spraying filled the air as the patrol Shinigami let out pained cries, collapsing to the ground one by one. Similar scenes played out all across the 6th district, where the line between life and death blurred in the night. In front of the 6th Division barracks, a patrolling Shinigami stood frozen in terror, eyes wide as he watched a gleaming blade arc through the air. In an instant, a figure appeared before him. The newcomer was wrapped in bandages, his Zanpakutō raised high, its edge flashing with deadly precision. Slash! With a single motion, the assassin in midair faltered, their body going limp as blood sprayed outward. The attacker, still gasping for breath on the ground, was immediately restrained by the Shinigami behind him. Turning his head, the bandaged figure spoke gently. "Are you hurt?" "You're Lieutenant Kukaki." The stunned Shinigami snapped back to reality, his fear replaced with relief. He nodded quickly. "Why yes. I'm fine. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Kukaki." Shun Kukaki gave a small nod. Just then, another Shinigami approached him and whispered. "Lieutenant, you should come take a look." Shun frowned. "What is it, third seat Ginger?" "The attacker killed himself," Ginger replied. "He had poison hidden in his mouth. By the time we noticed, the toxin had already taken effect. He struggled for a moment before dying completely." Shun listened, momentarily caught off guard. His gaze flickered slightly, and his expression turned increasingly grim. Something felt off. After years of battling rebels, he knew one thing for certain: the rebels didn't have assassination squads. They, like the Shinigami of the Gotei 13, preferred direct combat with swords. But these assassinations, this method of killing, it reminded him of only two groups. One was the Onmitsukid, the stealth force known for assassination. The other were the retainers trained in secrecy by noble families. The Kukaki clan, being the model of nobility, naturally did not keep such retainers. Their strict code of honor upheld direct combat. Assassination and underhanded tactics were beneath them. They did not rely on external forces, only their own strength. However, Shun was well aware that many noble families did not share the same ideals. To some nobles, these clandestine retainers were essential, serving as both hidden enforcers and tools for carrying out unspeakable tasks. The way these intruders fought raised a troubling question: was there a noble family involved in this so-called rebel attack? Shun and Ginger exchanged a glance, an uneasy feeling settling over them. The last time they had been attacked, they had nearly been wiped out. Their wounds had yet to fully heal. Had it not been for Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoriyuki Shion, Shun would have died in that rebellion suppression mission. He wouldn't have made it this far. Have there been similar attacks in other districts? Shun asked, frowning. Ginger shook his head. Not sure. We haven't received any reports from other districts. Shun exhaled slowly, his mind racing. If the other districts haven't been targeted, then the rebels' true objective may not be Shin Academy. They went through all this trouble to divert the Gotei 13's attention toward the Academy, but their real target could be right here in the 6th district. Ginger hesitated. But the 6th district is where both the 2nd and 6th divisions are stationed. The 2nd division has already been deployed to Shin Academy. Could it be that their target is you again? If they send another captain-level Shinigami, we'll be in serious trouble. We should hurry and find the captain. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Encounter with a Captain-level Shinigami. Masatsuki Aozaki eyed the two night patrol Shinigami in the distance and slowly drew Bench Senran from his waist. He had just taken a step forward when the two Shinigami suddenly stirred. A chilling rip echoed from their bodies. Like something straight out of a horror film, their joints twisted unnaturally, their limbs jerking as they raised their asakais. The corpses slowly lifted their heads, pausing for a brief moment before suddenly breaking into a sprint toward Masatsuki. Blood streamed from their 7 orifices, their grotesque expressions making it clear they were already dead. What the hell is this? The two Onmitsukid members hiding in the shadows froze, an icy shiver running down their spines. A wave of cold sweat drenched their uniforms as they stared, horrified. They had never seen anything like this before. From all observations, these Shinigami were supposed to be dead. And yet, they were still moving. Still running. Still swinging their blades. Masatsuki stood in the middle of the passage. Above him, the stars shimmered in the night sky. Around him, footsteps echoed from the lifeless figures concealed in the shadows. The Onmitsukid agents swallowed hard, their hands instinctively gripping the short swords at their waists. Years of rigorous training allowed them to quickly suppress their fear and steel their minds. They held their breath, readying themselves. All they had to do was wait for the undead to get close enough, then strike first and behead them. Masatsuki's lips curled into a taunting smirk, as if he'd already seen through the illusion. In a blur of movement, he vanished, reappearing behind the two charging Shinigami. A flick of his blade. Blood droplets traced a delicate arc in the air before splattering onto the ground. The Shinigami's movements came to an abrupt halt. A second later, under the stunned gazes of the two Onmitsukid agents, the undead were cleaved cleanly in half. So this is Aozaki-sama's strength? That's terrifying. I couldn't even see his movements. He's no weaker than a lieutenant-level Shinigami. Both men instinctively swallowed hard, the same realization dawning on them. Now they understood why this man had become a third seat immediately after graduating from Shin Academy. Ryusuke, 6th seat. Izumo, 8th seat. I tried using Tentiacra, but it seems these guys were well prepared. Tentiacra has been neutralized. Masatsuki lifted his gaze to the night sky. Even to the naked eye, the air appeared slightly distorted, as if an invisible membrane was interfering with the natural flow of Reishi. He swung Bench Senran, focusing his Ryutsu along the blade. A brilliant azure wave of energy slashed forward, tearing a gaping hole in the barrier. The surrounding Reishi reacted instantly, clinging to the breach in an attempt to mend it. But before it could fully repair itself, a massive surge of Ryutsu had already been unleashed without restraint. Go get back up, preferably a captain. This opponent is a bit troublesome. Ryusuke and Izumo hesitated briefly, but Masatsuki Aozaki continued, his tone calm. The next battle will be dangerous. I won't be able to protect you. Exchanging a glance, the two vanished into the darkness. Masatsuki turned his gaze forward, his voice unhurried. If you don't come out soon, I'm leaving. Ha, as expected of the Captain Commander's disciple. You actually noticed me. I thought I was hidden well enough. A voice rang out. Masatsuki's lips curled into a cold smile as he got a clear look at the person standing before him. A tall, lean man with white hair approached from the far end of the street. His right arm was encased in a metallic gauntlet, with thin, gleaming threads extending from the joints. They actually sent a captain level to kill me? What an honor, Masatsuki thought. He narrowed his eyes playfully. They're running off to warn the others. Aren't you going after them? When the Gotei 13 captains arrive, you won't be able to escape. Don't worry about that. Someone else will take care of those two brats. The white-haired man smirked mockingly. You're smart. You didn't charge at me recklessly, nor did you run. Instead, you let them escape while keeping my attention on you. But unfortunately, my target is only you. Don't make it sound like I'm using them, Masatsuki shrugged. I sincerely hope they make it out. Is that so? Let's go with that, then. The man chuckled, engaging in casual conversation as if he weren't in a hurry to fight. Are these guys drunk? Or just too obsessed with women? Masatsuki mused. He had already released his Ryutsu through the sword pressure that had just split the night sky. The longer this dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him. The white-haired man laughed derisively. But your so-called self-sacrifice is meaningless. The weak deserve to die by the sword. Acting relaxed only makes you look ridiculous. Suddenly, a deep crack echoed beneath them. Masatsuki instinctively sidestepped as razor-thin metal threads shot up from the ground. He smirked. Self-sacrifice? I don't have that kind of mindset. I just don't think you're strong enough to kill me. As he spoke, Banch Senran completed its shikai, its form shifting as it mimicked the abilities of the conch. With a casual flick of his wrist, the metal wires emerging from the ground were severed effortlessly. Then, he shot the white-haired man a deliberately condescending glance. Trying to piss me off? Congratulations, you succeeded. The man's expression twisted with rage. You looking to die? I'll grant your wish. To this man who appeared to live a privileged life but was, in reality, treated like a noble's pet, constantly seeking validation, Masatsuki's words were nothing short of an insult to his very existence. As expected, his pride was wounded. With a snarl, he clenched his right fist, and the metallic threads sprang to life, coiling around his body to form a full suit of armor. A massive, 2-meter-long spear materialized in his grip. Then, like a steel-clad behemoth, he charged at Masatsuki. The sheer force of his steps shattered the ground beneath him, leaving deep craters in his wake. His speed surged to its peak like a cannonball with devastating power. Paired with the metal spear, he resembled a rampaging steel rhino. Boom! A heavy impact. The white-haired man stared in disbelief as Masatsuki, having blocked the attack with his Zanpakutō, was forced back several meters. Then he saw the twisted, exhilarated grin on Masatsuki's face. For a moment, his mind went blank. He actually blocked it. But the next second, his pupils shrank. Fine cracks had formed along the surface of his supposedly indestructible metal spear. This was a weapon condensed from his full-powered Ryutsu burst, far tougher than the wires he had used in his earlier sneak attack. Masatsuki Aozaki. I've heard of your feats before, but fighting you firsthand. I have to admit, I'm impressed. The Captain Commander didn't choose you as his disciple for nothing. If I had met you first, I wouldn't have wanted to let go of such a promising talent either. As he spoke, the bulky metal armor on his body began to contract, molding more tightly to his frame. With a swift motion, he spun his spear, and in an instant the cracks disappeared. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Battle against a Captain-level Shinigami. Your talent. I fear that even in the millions of years of Soul Society's history, few could compare to you. I believe that if given the chance to grow, you would undoubtedly surpass me and perhaps even stand on equal footing with His Excellency, the Captain Commander. But unfortunately, you revealed your strength too soon. Today, you are destined to die here. The moment those words fell, silvery white threads wrapped around the white-haired man's body, glinting faintly with a metallic sheen. His entire body was encased in metal threads, leaving only his eyes visible. 6 additional arms sprouted from his back, and with the 2 gripping a long spear, he now resembled an 8-armed Ashura. Masatsuki Aozaki had to admit, the transformation looked impressive, but he couldn't help but scoff. You seriously think you can compare yourself to old man Yamamoto? Sure, he often mocked the old man for being overly dramatic, but the fact remained Yamamoto had the strength to back it up. And if this white-haired man thought he could measure up, as Yamamoto's disciple, Masatsuki was the first to object. The white-haired man stomped forward, charging at Masatsuki with ferocious speed. Masatsuki swung his blade in a downward diagonal slash. A brilliant blue wave of sword pressure erupted from the edge, shooting toward his opponent. Hiss! Metal threads burst from the white-haired man's left side, forming what looked like a massive hand pressing against the ground. With a swift spin, he evaded the incoming strike. Boom! A massive fissure, over 10 meters long, split the ground ahead. The earth groaned in agony, torn apart by the impact. Dust and debris swirled in the air as the white-haired man crouched low, his movements swift and predatory as he darted through the thick smoke. Clang! Suddenly, the sharp whistle of a spear cutting through the air rang out. The long spear pierced through the billowing smoke, and as it swept across, the dust scattered like retreating tides. The gleaming silver battle armor radiated a cold, menacing light. The white-haired man's gaze was piercing, his grip firm on the spear as he lunged forward, thrusting straight at Masatsuki. Splurt! The spear's deadly tip slashed across Masatsuki's chest, carving a deep wound as blood sprayed into the air. Good thing I dodged in time. This is my chance. Blood seeped into his Shihakushō, dyeing it red, but Masatsuki merely gritted his teeth and seized the opening, swinging his blade. The positioning of the two was strange. The spear had cut through Masatsuki, yet he remained standing. The white-haired man lunged past him, his 6 additional arms outstretched in a grasping motion, as if trying to pull Masatsuki into an embrace. The radiant glow of sword pressure dispelled the surrounding darkness. For a brief moment, night turned to day. Banch Senran descended in a slanted arc, its immense sword pressure condensed within the blade, yet it did not erupt outward. Splurt! Masatsuki's katana sank into the white-haired man's right shoulder, grinding against the silver armor with a shower of sparks. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the impact, with the white-haired man at its center. Die already! Seeing his opponent sent flying, Masatsuki closed in, only to sense a razor-sharp presence surging toward him from within the smoke. From the swirling dust, several needle-like appendages formed from metal threads shot forward with deadly precision. Masatsuki glanced at his pierced shoulder but remained unfazed. Leaping into the air, he swung his blade single-handedly, slicing through the oncoming tendrils. Just then, the white-haired man's figure reappeared. With a single wave of his hand, the surrounding smoke instantly dispersed. He turned his head slightly, glancing at his shoulder, his eyes darkened with fury. There, a faint but unmistakable wound marred his skin, staining his silver armor with a streak of crimson. His swordplay is sharp, and his combat ability is formidable. It's as if I'm facing a second Yamamoto. And that strange Zanpakutō that managed to break through my defenses. I suppose it's only fitting for a future disciple of the Captain Commander. The white-haired man muttered to himself, relieved that he had come for this assassination instead of a lieutenant-level Shinigami. With a flick of his fingers, silver threads coiled through the air, weaving an intricate barrier to prevent Masatsuki Aozaki from getting any closer. At the same time, he drove his spear into the ground and pressed a hand against his wounded shoulder. Within moments, the gash was stitched shut. Still, the gap in our Ryutsu isn't something that can be closed with mere swordsmanship or a strong spiritual body. Don't underestimate a captain class, brat. He let out a furious roar, tinged with humiliation. A captain-level fighter, being pushed to such a disgraceful state by a lieutenant. No one would believe it. Clang! Masatsuki Aozaki had already closed the distance, his glowing blue blade striking down at the white-haired man's outstretched palm. The katana cut through his silver gauntlet but then stopped, caught in place. Countless silver threads erupted from the gauntlet, twisting and coiling around the blade, locking it in place. The silver armor on the white-haired man's body pulsed as if alive, its threads surging wildly to ensnare Banch Senran. A fierce wind scattered the dust and debris in all directions. A grin spread beneath the white-haired man's mask. For most Shinigami, losing control of their Zanpakutō was the worst possible scenario. Their combat relied on harmonizing their swordplay with their Ryutsu, balancing attack and defense. Once their Zanpakutō was taken from them, their battle strength would plummet. And without that troublesome blade capable of piercing his defenses, this brat was no longer a threat. The white-haired man bared his teeth in triumph, raising his right hand as he shifted into a stance. Silver threads twisted chaotically, coating his arm completely. The 6 metal limbs on his back grew even thicker, their steel sheen reflecting the chaos of battle. His iron fist was ready to strike. Yet, as he gathered power in his arm, exposing gaps in his chest armor, Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward without hesitation. It was as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. His left hand clenched into a tight fist, gathering Ryutsu. Then, with explosive force, he threw a punch. Ikotsu. A single devastating strike slammed into the white-haired man's chest. Boom! A shockwave of white energy blasted out from his back. His face turned deathly pale as the silver armor across his torso shattered, revealing a deep concave dent in his chest. His grip on Bansh Senran loosened, but because he had been restraining the katana just moments ago, he didn't immediately get blown away. His eyes widened in disbelief. His body was failing him, but his Zanpakutō had yet to release its shikai. The 6 mechanical arms surged forward, slicing through the air with ruthless precision. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. He let go of Bansh Senran, then lunged forward, fists flying. Flesh clashed against steel in a relentless flurry of blows. Even as his hands grew bloodied and torn, he didn't stop. He struck again and again, until... crack! One by one, the metal arms shattered. The white-haired man staggered back half a step. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward. With his opponent's defenses in ruins, he raised his fists again, unwilling to give him even a second to recover. Ryutsu surged through his hands as he threw his final strike. Skotsu! What is this? The white-haired man barely had time to register his horror before both of Masatsuki's fists crashed into his abdomen. Boom! A thunderous shockwave burst outward, rippling through the battlefield. This time, there was no resistance. The white-haired man's body was sent hurtling back like a severed kite, crashing violently into a wall. Dust and rubble exploded from the impact. Masatsuki Aozaki caught the falling Bansh Senran, sheathed his blade, and vanished in a flash of shunpo. Drib! Drib! The faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground echoed in the silence. Then, from the rubble, the white-haired man's figure slowly emerged once more. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Second Attacker. The white-haired man lay in a pile of rubble, struggling to lift his head as blood seeped from his mouth. A sense of disbelief washed over him. His silk-threaded armor, along with the Zanpakutō that covered his right arm like a gauntlet, had been completely shattered and fallen away. His body fared no better. A gaping, bloody hole had torn through his abdomen, his internal organs nowhere to be found. And Masatsuki Aozaki had done it all with his bare hands. The white-haired man's mouth hung open in shock. He panted heavily, his face twisted in panic and fear. Seeing the extent of his injuries, Masatsuki Aozaki relaxed slightly. He rolled his shoulder, wincing at the pain, and let out a sharp hiss before grinning. "Looks like you're in bad shape. I really did go all out, but I still couldn't shatter your body with a single hit. As expected, I'm still nowhere near master's level." The white-haired man let out a muffled groan, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Bracing a hand against the ground, he slowly pushed himself back until he was leaning against a nearby wall, slumping down to sit. The Captain Commander's Skotsu truly lives up to its name. I never imagined it could be so terrifying. He tried to maintain a steady tone, but the tremor in his voice betrayed the truth. Pain. Excruciating pain, teetering on the edge of life and death, With a hole torn through his gut, an ordinary Shinigami would have died instantly. If not for his captain-level physique, which was far more resilient than that of a regular Shinigami, even without rigorous training he'd have been long gone. Well, knowing how powerful Master is, you still dared to come and assassinate me. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. Should I be impressed by your courage? The white-haired man took a deep breath, speaking with difficulty. There are things in this world that someone has to do. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. That kind of noble talk doesn't suit you. They knew each other too well. Sure, he had done plenty of questionable things. But these guys were no saints either. No, this isn't some noble sentiment. The white-haired man sneered, shaking his head. What I mean is, this world is full of ambitious people. Some are cowards, too afraid of the Captain Commander's power to make a move. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. And you're saying you're not afraid of the old man? I am. But my ambition outweighs my fear. I want to rise above everyone else. I want to become a noble. As if the pain no longer mattered, the white-haired man laid his ambitions bare, his final act of defiance. So I came. My ambition triumphed over my fear. I stood before you, and I have no regrets. He let out a wild laugh before suddenly shifting his tone. Masatsuki Aozaki, geniuses like you are truly enviable. Even Captain Commander Yamamoto, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, values you so highly. It's enough to make anyone jealous. But unfortunately for you, luck is on my side. The one who dies here today won't be me. Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Oh? Still hiding a trump card? You're barely holding yourself together. What else could you possibly do? Even if you've mastered Bankai, you're in no condition to use it. At those words, the white-haired man shook his head. I never intended to use Bankai. But, do you remember the two I let go? Masatsuki Aozaki froze. A chill ran down his spine before he abruptly leaped backward. Looking up, he spotted a trident embedded in the ground. There wasn't just one attacker. And whoever they were, the white-haired man was confident they could take down 2 mid to high-ranking seated officers with ease. The white-haired man clutched at his non-existent stomach, his voice low and strained as he chuckled. Not bad. You still have some fight left in you. But how much Ryoryoku do you have left? And how long can you keep running? A shadowy figure in black flickered into view, appearing beside the white-haired man and yanking the trident from the ground. Renter, why is the target still alive? What's taking you so long? I should be asking you that, Takasugi. You sure took your time. Why did it take you so long to deal with those 2 seated officers? Seeing a sliver of hope, the white-haired man Renter gritted his teeth and forced a smile, though resentment still simmered beneath the surface. If Takasugi had arrived sooner, he wouldn't have ended up in this pathetic state. I ran into a little trouble. Takasugi scanned the area, his expression grave. When his eyes landed on Masatsuki Aozaki, his shock was beyond words. What the hell happened to you? You're a mess. Though their target was also bloodied, it was obvious that Renter had taken the worse beating. Without immediate treatment, he might not survive. Takasugi knew Renter's strength. A standard captain-level Ryutsu. But wasn't Masatsuki Aozaki supposed to have just graduated from the Shin Academy? Wasn't he only in his early 20s? Since when were kids this terrifying? This brat isn't normal. Every one of these wounds he gave them to me, Rentaro said grimly. But after fighting me, he's running on fumes. He barely has any Ryoryoku left. With your strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. Rentaro's voice brimmed with confidence, but Takasugi only gave him a sidelong glance, making no move. He had lived for centuries, and if there was one thing experience had taught him, it was that teammates calling themselves seriously injured were rarely as helpless as they claimed. Hell, he'd seen plenty of fellow soldiers and rivals die on the battlefield because they fell for those very words. Now, Renter was on the verge of collapse, yet he still had the nerve to say something like that. Takasugi wasn't buying it. And as if to prove him right, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly flashed a bright, easygoing smile. He slipped his fingers through the blade ring of Banch Senran, spinning the long sword with a casual flick. His gaze was sharp, like a blade itself, filled with a hunger for battle. It was the look of someone saying, "Come on, let's go for another 300 rounds." TCH almost fell for it. Still using Shikai, and you call that no Ryoko left? Takasugi cursed inwardly, then muttered without thinking, "You're a damn lunatic." Still, he wasn't the type to back down without testing the waters. With a sudden burst of power, he thrust his trident forward, sending a blue energy wave slashing through the air. Swish! To his shock, Masatsuki Aozaki's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared a short distance away, completely unscathed. Spinning Banch Senran, Masatsuki Aozaki compressed his sword pressure into the blade, then charged, slashing at Takasugi with blinding speed. Takasugi's eyes widened as he quickly raised his trident to block. Fast! Not only had Masatsuki Aozaki dodged his attack with Shunpo, but he had countered immediately with an attack that was just as fierce. And then something even more alarming happened. Before his eyes, the shaft of his trident began to bend, straining under the force of the strike. Cracks threatened to spread. Takasugi had no choice. Abandoning his defense, he surged Ryutsu through his feet and shot backward, retreating at full speed. "We still have a fight to finish." Before Masatsuki Aozaki could finish his sentence, Takasugi suddenly turned on his heel. In one swift motion, he grabbed Renter, threw him over his shoulder, and without so much as a backward glance took off running into the distance. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Good Child. As Takasugi focused on his escape, Rentaro slung over his shoulder fumed with rage. If this guy had arrived sooner, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. His ambition would have been fulfilled. He would have become a noble, standing above everyone else. And even now, there was still a chance to turn things around. Masatsuki Aozaki's life was within reach. Yet this coward chose to flee. Running away from a heavily wounded, Ryoko drained lieutenant class Shinigami? A captain-level warrior, retreating at the slightest sign of trouble. What a disgrace! Jolted by the rough movement, Rentaro coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Why are you running? That guy was bluffing. He's on his last legs." Before Takasugi could answer, a shout rang out from behind. "Are you all right, third seat Aozaki?" Rentaro turned his head. To his shock, the two seated officers from the 2nd Division who had previously fled were now running toward Masatsuki Aozaki. They immediately crowded around him, their faces full of concern. Looking at Masatsuki Aozaki, who was covered in blood, Ryusuke spoke anxiously. "Aozaki-sama, your injuries are too severe. Please rest. We'll call the 4th Division right away." Masatsuki Aozaki glanced up and noticed that the barrier covering the 6th district had been lifted. His expression turned to surprise. "You two did this? From the way the attackers spoke, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to not only survive a captain-level traitor but also break the barrier. Well done." Hearing this, the two seated officers scratched their heads in embarrassment. Izumo let out a wry smile. "Honestly, we didn't stand a chance against him. We barely escaped with our lives. But someone saved us. They were the ones who took down the barrier." "Someone saved you?" Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes widened. "Who was it? I owe them my thanks." "No need for that. If anything, I should be the one thanking you. You saved my life." A familiar voice came from behind. Masatsuki Aozaki turned around. It was a face he knew well, Shun Kokaki. Wrapped in bandages, he stood there with a gentle smile, his gaze warm. So, how are you feeling? Need me to carry you to the 4th division? Oh, it's Kokaki-sensei. With a captain-level warrior by his side, Masatsuki Aozaki finally felt a real sense of security. No need to carry me. I'm fine. This kind of wound won't kill me. Alright, then at least get some rest. Shun Kokaki paused, then added, also, can you stop calling me Kokaki-sensei? It sounds weird. Now that you're part of the Gotei 13, just call me Captain Kokaki, Lieutenant Shun, or just my name. You don't get it. Calling you sensei makes it feel more personal, Masatsuki said with a grin. But if you don't like it, then fine, Lieutenant Shun. Shun Kokaki chuckled, shaking his head. You little brat. Hearing the way Masatsuki Aozaki addressed him, something seemed to cross his mind. Come to think of it, this is the first time we've met in person since you joined the Gotei 13. I heard you became the 3rd seat of the 2nd division. Then, I look forward to working with you, 3rd seat Aozaki. Likewise. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded with a smile. After saving Shun Kokaki last time, the man had been recovering at home. This was indeed their first meeting since Masatsuki Aozaki joined the Gotei 13. The night wind blew between them, carrying the lingering scent of blood. He suddenly snapped back to his senses. Wait! Shun Kokaki blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Those two were captain-level Shinigami. Capturing them would be a huge achievement, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Aren't you going after them? One of them was seriously injured. They can't have gotten far, there's still time to catch up. Shun Kokaki hummed in thought. With my current condition, I doubt I'd be able to keep up. But don't worry. They won't get away. I'm not the only one who's looking for you. Masatsuki paused, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rentaro gritted his teeth, seething with anger. What the hell happened? Why aren't those two dead? He was truly furious. All this time, and this guy couldn't even kill 2 mid to high rank seated officers? How useless could he be? Or, were seated officers as terrifying as Masatsuki Aozaki now? At this rate, anyone could be a disciple of Genrisai Shigakuni Yamamoto. Rentaro, is there something wrong with your head? Takasuji's eye twitched as he frowned, his tone laced with irritation. Didn't I already tell you? I ran into some trouble. His expression was just as unpleasant. He had saved this guy's life, and instead of being grateful, Rentaro had the audacity to question him? If it weren't for the fact that Rentaro was an important captain-level combatant and that letting him die might lead to repercussions, Takasuji would have abandoned him long ago. He sneered. If you want to die so badly, just say the word. I'd be more than happy to leave you here and never give a damn about you again. Rentaro let out a cold snort but didn't argue further. He was willing to die for his ambition, but wanting to die and not fearing death were two different things. Now that he had barely escaped with his life, there was no point in throwing it away. Still, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Someone had managed to save those 2 seated officers from Takasuji's grasp. At the very least, that meant they were dealing with a captain-level Shinigami. And if that Shinigami caught up, Rentaro had no doubt that Takasuji would ditch him without hesitation. In his current state, if he was left behind, he wouldn't stand a chance. Takasuji, however, had no time to worry about Rentaro's thoughts. All that mattered now was getting out of here fast. Before long, the two of them were just a step away from leaving the 6th district. Unknowingly, dawn had arrived. The sun rose steadily, its golden light spilling across the land, making the world feel fresh, almost hopeful. Caught up in the moment, both of them exhaled in relief. Finally it was over. That thought echoed in their minds. Watching the sun rise, they couldn't help but smile. All the anger, all the resentment, it faded in an instant. Takasugi decided not to waste another second. He stepped forward, ready to leave this wretched place behind. But in the next instant, splurt! Blood sprayed into the air. Takasugi's leg gave out beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. What? A sharp, searing pain shot through his foot. Shocked, he looked down. The moment he had taken a step forward, something had pierced straight through the sole of his foot. Whipping his head around, his eyes landed on a pitch-black blade, emerging from the shadows behind him. Trying to run after doing something bad. A lazy voice rang out, echoing in their ears. Cold. Merciless. It sent a chill straight to their bones, like being dragged into an abyss. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Fatal Injuries. Takasugi and Rentaro's eyes widened in horror. A stern old man with white hair, a middle-aged man in a tattered straw raincoat, and a dark-skinned girl with a sneering grin. The three stood in the sunlight, clad in white haori, and walked up to them. You two have some nerve, daring to lay a hand on my people, Yoriyuki Shion sneered, cracking her knuckles with sharp clicks. Shunsui Kiriko let out a long sigh. That kid Masatsuki always gets on my nerves, but at the end of the day, he's still my junior. If I just let this slide, the old man will chew me out again, and Lisa will be upset, too. Honestly, so why don't you two just stay put? At his words, Takasugi and Rentaro remained frozen, but Yoriyuki Shion's eye twitched slightly at the mention of Lisa Yudmeru. Jinrei Kukaki cast a glance at the two younger men before silently stepping toward them. He had never been particularly good at dealing with younger people. And rather than wasting time lecturing an enemy, he much preferred to let his actions speak for him. Takasugi and Rentaro looked like they had seen a ghost, scrambling backward on the ground in a desperate attempt to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the three figures who had suddenly appeared. To them, these three were nothing short of monsters. And then, the monsters' Ryotsu burst forth, raw and overwhelming. Their faces turned deathly pale. Boom! 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 Sensing the three powerful Ryotsu, Masatsuki Aozaki looked up, grinning as he glanced toward the direction where the two captain-level Shinigami had fled. All familiar faces. With these three working together, even old man Yama would have a real fight on his hands. Masatsuki could clearly feel their Ryotsu, but it was impossible to gauge the details of the battle just from that. Still, the outcome was already set in stone. Even if the entire force of the Tsuneyashiro clan showed up, they wouldn't be able to take anyone from these three. Before long, under the curious gazes of Risui, Izumo, and the 6th Division members, Shunsui Kirikou and Yoriyuki Shion approached at a leisurely pace. Yoriyuki, Masatsuki Aozaki called out. At the sound of his voice, Yoriyuki Shion grinned, waving at him before quickly making her way over. Masatsuki, you okay? Shunsui Kirikou landed beside them with a sigh, exasperated. You brat, I am here too, you know. I'm fine. Masatsuki held Yoriyuki Shion's hand, speaking softly to reassure her. Only after seeing her nod did he finally turn his head. Oh, senpai, you're here too. Shunsui Kirikou. This kid, he's a completely different person when there's a woman around. If this keeps up, this senpai is really going to get mad. Shunsui Kirikou was just about to make a snarky remark when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly spoke with unusual seriousness. Senpai, thank you. Masatsuki, are you really okay? Shunsui Kirikou hesitated for a moment before asking. Masatsuki's expression was serious, but his body told a different story covered in blood, swaying unsteadily. A deep gash ran across his chest, still bleeding, and his shoulder had a gaping wound. There was no way he was fine. Was this kid just trying to act tough so I wouldn't worry? Or was he showing off in front of Yoriyuki? Masatsuki patted his chest, then promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping his mouth with an indifferent expression, he said, "Just a scratch, nothing serious. The real problem is that I overexerted my Ryutsu." "How did those two end up?" Kirikou glanced at him, then smiled. One of the rebels, who was already badly injured, was, let's just say, accidentally killed by us. The other one was captured. Captain Kukaki is escorting him to await trial by the Central 46. Masatsuki nodded, satisfied with the outcome. After all, both of them were captain-level opponents. It wouldn't be ideal to just kill them outright. This time, they had learned from past experiences and avoided saying anything they shouldn't. The one who survived was Takasuji. After taking a slash from each of the three Kirikou, Jinrei Kukaki, and Yoryuki, he wisely surrendered. As for Rentaro, his injuries were already severe, and before he even had the chance to beg for mercy, Yoryuki had cleanly beheaded him in a single stroke and accident. Compared to Rentaro, who was accidentally killed, Takasuji was lucky. He got to keep his life, at least for now, and await the judgment of the Central 46. Though, who knew what kind of sentence they would hand down? Takasuji is such a coward. All it took was one slash, and he spilled everything without hesitation. Yoryuki scoffed in disdain. But Rentaro, now he had guts. He knew exactly who you were and still had the nerve to come after you. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. So you killed him? It was an accident, just an accident. You're not mad, are you? Yoryuki waved a hand dismissively, sticking out her tongue. Don't worry, I'll handle the Central 46. Why would I be mad? I'm actually relieved. Masatsuki shook his head. If Takasuji hadn't shown up so early, I would have killed him myself. He had no intention of compromising with those who wanted him dead. If he showed weakness, people like them would only take advantage, and trouble would never stop coming. Anyone who wanted to kill him had to be prepared to pay the price. And the price of life was just right. By the way, little brother, you're pretty incredible defeating a captain-level opponent. Shunsui Kirikou grinned, spreading his hands in mock fear. At this rate, give it a few years, and even I might not be able to beat you. Masatsuki shrugged and laughed. Senpai, don't joke. I just got lucky. Besides, that Rentaro guy was nothing compared to the captains of the Gotei 13. And that was the truth. The stronger one's Ryutsu, the harder it was to progress. He wasn't entirely confident he could surpass Kirikou in just a few years. For now, he had the prisoners in the nest of maggots to use as sparring partners, so his training speed wouldn't slow down. But once he reached the third-class Ryutsu level, then what? Going back to the nest of maggots would be inefficient. Sparring with Yoryuki? He couldn't go all out. It's not like he could just waltz into the central underground great prison either. At that point, his training speed would drop. He needed to figure something out. Masatsuki rubbed his chin, lost in thought, but no good ideas came to mind. He could only sigh in frustration. Kirikou, unaware of his inner turmoil, simply assumed his junior was feeling the effects of his injuries. Glancing at Yoryuki, who was fussing over Masatsuki, Kirikou suddenly had an idea. Captain Yoryuki, my dear junior is pretty banged up. I'll leave it to you to take him to the 4th division. Got it. Yoryuki immediately raised her hand. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. And you, senpai? Planning to slack off? You little brat, how could you think so little of your senpai? Is that really the impression I give? Kirikou rolled his eyes. You think I have time to slack off? I need to stay behind and clean up this mess. And someone has to report everything to master, right? What's with that look? You don't trust me. How about this, you go report to master, and I'll go to the 4th division for you. Yeah, no thanks. That's not something you can just swap out. Masatsuki waved him off. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Successor to the Captain Commander. Yokotake-senpai, what are you doing here? Masatsuki Aozaki watched as Ranjaku Matsumoto and Jin Ichimaru left after their visit. The next moment, he saw a familiar figure, a handsome man with white hair, being wheeled into the room and placed on a hospital bed. Yoriuki Shion had left the 4th Division early that morning. As the captain of the 2nd Division, she had plenty of matters to handle. I haven't been feeling well these past few days and have been coughing up quite a bit of blood, so I'm here for treatment, Jaishur Yokotake said, leaning back against the bed before covering his mouth and coughing twice. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned in concern. Coughing up blood? That doesn't sound like a minor issue. It's just a little blood. Happens all the time. No need to worry, I'm used to it. Yokotake waved a hand dismissively with a smile. Masatsuki muttered, "You're used to it." Then, suddenly snapping back to reality, he blurted out, "Don't get used to something that terrifying, senpai." Yokotake gave a faint smile, but before he could respond, a familiar voice cut in. "Third seat Masatsuki, don't shout in the infirmary. You'll disturb the other patients." "Yes, I know." The lingering memories from his past life told Masatsuki that raising his voice in a hospital really wasn't appropriate, so he shrank back slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Turning his head, he caught sight of someone familiar and widened his eyes in surprise. "Seireitei Yamada? What the hell are you doing here?" "Huh? This is the 4th Division. Why wouldn't I be here?" Seireitei Yamada looked thoroughly unimpressed. Frankly, he would much rather be serving at Retsuya Nohana's side than looking after a couple of sickly patients. "And another thing, Masatsuki, as the lieutenant of the 4th Division, why do you think you can just call me by name?" Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. "It's just one rank difference. A rank is a rank. I'm also a special advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, so technically, we should be on equal footing." "The what? That sounds made up." "All right, you two," Yokotake interjected, sighing. "As colleagues, you should value harmony. No need to argue." To his surprise, both Masatsuki and Seireitei turned to him simultaneously and said in unison, "Senpai, shut up. I know exactly what kind of guy this is, you cannot let him get away with things. Captain Yokotake, you should just focus on recovering. You can't keep showing up at the 4th Division every other day." Yokotake instantly fell silent, shoulders slumping as if physically wounded. It was hard to say which of them had hurt him more. "Speaking of which, as a noble, shouldn't you be receiving treatment at Shin Medical Institute?" Masatsuki asked, puzzled. "Idiot," Seireitei scoffed. "The Shin Medical Institute only treats members of the 4 great noble houses and the upper nobility. Captain Yokotake, as a lower noble, isn't eligible for treatment there." Hearing that, Jaishur Yokotake lowered his head even further in quiet defeat. "You better show some respect to my senior." Masatsuki Aozaki snapped. "He's a captain of the Gotei 13 at the very least, he deserves a private room, right?" Even if he knew Seireitei Yamada was just being sharp-tongued, the way he spoke made it hard to stay in a good mood. "With everything that happened the night before last, you're lucky to even have a deluxe room," Seireitei said flatly. "You don't exactly have the right to be picky. If we can't change the room, at least get him a better caretaker." Masatsuki sighed in frustration. "Why is it you of all people? Where's Captain Anohana? You? You think you're worthy of having Captain Anohana personally take care of you?" Seireitei sneered, showing no mercy. For once, Masatsuki didn't argue. Instead, he nodded. "Right now, I'm not. But in the future? Who knows? In the future? What, are you planning to become the captain commander? Who can say?" Masatsuki grinned. One of the attackers even called me the captain commander's successor. Jaisure Yukatake raised a hand. Masatsuki, don't you think it's a little inappropriate to say that out loud? Masatsuki shrugged. What's wrong with it? If master knew his disciple was being recognized, he'd probably be proud. Well, technically, you're right. Any master would be happy to see their student succeed, but something about this just feels off. What feels off? I don't know, Yukatake admitted, shaking his head. If you don't know, then there's nothing wrong, Masatsuki declared matter-of-factly. So, there's nothing wrong. Is that how it works? Yukatake murmured, still feeling like something was amiss. Well then, should I be offering my congratulations, future Captain Commander? Despite his words, Seireitei smirked mockingly as he shrugged. I'll take that as a blessing, Masatsuki said shamelessly, pretending not to notice the sarcasm. Ha! People hate Seireitei because he loves making things difficult and has a terrible personality, but if you really look, he does have some good points. Don't talk like we're close, Seireitei snorted. But now that I think about it, you're actually kind of an ass. Why do I have to deal with someone who only knows how to be verbally abusive? Masatsuki ignored him and muttered to himself. If Captain Anohana can't come, at least send someone cute like third seat Isane. Where do you get the idea that that big girl is cute? Seireitei raised an eyebrow. Besides, compared to Isane, you're basically a tiny guy. I'm not that short. You nasty people just don't get it. Masatsuki smirked, puffing out his chest. A tall figure like that isn't a bad thing at all. If anything, it makes Isane even cuter. You're just a straight-up pervert, aren't you? Seireitei groaned, feeling utterly exasperated. As he spoke, his eyes flicked toward the door. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things, but it almost sounded like a soft thud. Outside the door, a woman sat on the floor, rubbing her forehead. She was tall, with golden eyes and short, slightly messy silver-gray hair, styled with a few thin braids. A pair of red-striped earrings dangled from her ears. 4th Division's third seat Isane Katetsu. Isane, are you all right? Retsu Anohana stood before her, reaching out to help her up. I'm fine, Captain. Isane quickly scrambled to her feet, her voice flustered. But your face is bright red. Are you feeling unwell? Anohana placed a gentle hand on Isane's forehead. You feel a little warm. Are you running a fever? The moment she felt Anohana's touch, Isane's face turned an even deeper shade of red. And no. I'm fine. I just accidentally spilled the medicine. She hurriedly looked down, staring at the scattered pills and vials on the floor. Anohana frowned slightly. Isane was a bit timid and easily flustered, but spilling some medicine shouldn't have made her blush this much. Still, seeing Isane quietly gathering the scattered supplies, Anohana decided not to press the issue. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the luxury ward. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 80, Reward. So, where's Isane? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. You've got some nerve. Isane's older than you, and you're calling her that way. Seireitei Yamada gave him a serious look and said, she went to get medicine. She should have been back by now. Maybe she's avoiding coming back because you're here. How can you even say that with a straight face? The most annoying person is sitting right in front of me, Seireitei retorted. Masatsuki rolled his eyes. Still, Yukatake-senpai really has it rough, having to drink that bitter stuff every day. Not all medicine is bitter, you know, Seireitei replied. And besides, this isn't for Captain Yukatake. You're joking, right? If it's not for my senior, then what it's for me? Masatsuki pointed at himself, laughing dismissively. Do I look like someone who needs medicine? I'm perfectly fine. Seireitei gave him a look filled with pity but said nothing. Masatsuki sensed something was off. When he glanced at his hands, he nearly jumped in shock. What hands? His arms were wrapped entirely in bandages, thick enough to resemble oversized cocoons. His actual hands were barely visible. When did this? When you passed out yesterday from Ryoko exhaustion, I personally treated and bandaged you. Seireitei snorted. I really don't know how you managed to wreck yourself like this. Masatsuki smirked. Ah, are you worried about me? Then it clicked. He remembered. Rentaro's shikai didn't enhance his physical abilities, but those threads of his were absurdly tough. By the time Masatsuki finished beating him down, his own hands were nothing but torn flesh and blood. At the time, the situation was urgent, so minor injuries like that didn't seem worth worrying about. Seireitei snorted again. You really think highly of yourself. I was just worried that the captain would be upset. Masatsuki asked, how long until I recover? Seireitei stroked his chin, considering it for a moment. About half a month. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. How did I even manage to do this? My hand bones were shattered in several places, and yet I walked in here like nothing was wrong. If you don't mind, how about letting me borrow your body? Seireitei rubbed his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. I'd love to dissect you, get a better understanding of your body's structure. Who knows? It might push Soul Society's medical and biological research forward. Masatsuki scoffed. Yeah, no thanks. Let's leave that noble cause to someone else. Rolling his eyes, he added, you're just trying to kill me. TCH caught on, hey? What a shame. Seireitei clicked his tongue in disappointment and shook his head. Masatsuki sighed dramatically. This means I'll lose half a month of training. The guys in the nest of maggots are going to miss me. Seireitei rolled his eyes again. Seriously injured, and the only thing this guy cares about is training? What a lunatic. The two continued chatting idly until there was a knock at the door. Seireitei responded, and the door slid open. A beautiful woman with a gentle, serene presence stepped inside, closing the door softly behind her. Whether intentionally or not, Retsu Anohana completely ignored Seireitei and Shihakushō. She walked straight to Masatsuki's bedside, glanced down at his hands, and furrowed her brows. Seireitei Yamada shot up from his chair, straightening his posture before quickly reporting. Captain, third seat Masatsuki's treatment is mostly complete. He just needs to rest and recover now. Hearing this, Retsu Anohana gave a slight nod. Despite Seireitei's abrasive personality, his medical skills were widely recognized. Even the nobles had tried to recruit him away from the 4th Division. Still, Anohana didn't seem entirely reassured. Under the watchful eyes of the others, she performed kide, scanning Masatsuki Aozaki's body inside and out one more time before finally relaxing. She smiled as she took a seat beside his bed, nodding approvingly. You're recovering well. The wound on your chest has almost healed, and your Ryoko levels are stable. If nothing unexpected happens, the injuries to your shoulders and hands should be fully healed in about half a month. For now, avoid any strenuous activity and focus on resting. Yes. Masatsuki Aozaki replied, though his face was one of pure misery. Seeing his expression, Anohana couldn't help but find it amusing. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief. Feigning nonchalance, she said, I was at a 1st Division meeting earlier. I heard your opponent this time was captain level. And you defeated a captain level rebel, all on your own. Both Shihakushō and Seireitei Yamada looked utterly shocked. They hadn't heard a word about this. Yukatake had arrived at the 4th Division before Masatsuki. The moment he heard his junior had been attacked, he had rushed over in a panic. As for Seireitei, his rank simply wasn't high enough to be privy to such a major incident so soon. You already know. Masatsuki scratched his head sheepishly. Honestly, it was just a captain-level rebel. It wasn't that big of a deal. Seireitei shot him a look of pure disdain. This guy? Embarrassed? Humble? Yeah, right. He was definitely showing off. Anohana turned back to Seireitei and gave him a gentle smile. Seireitei, step outside for now. Captain, Seireitei opened his mouth to argue. He really didn't want to make Retsu Anohana mad. But she simply shook her head, cutting him off. The next part of this discussion involves captain-level matters. Seireitei froze for a second, then nodded in understanding before walking out of the room. The details of a captain's meeting weren't something just anyone could listen in on. Meanwhile, Shihakushō turned his head with great interest, perking up as if ready to take detailed notes. Anohana didn't stop him. It wasn't the first time he had missed a captain's meeting due to health reasons. So, what did you discuss? Masatsuki asked. Anohana smiled. Naturally, it was about the attack on you. The aftermath, the punishment for the rebels, and your reward. Oh? I'm getting a reward. Masatsuki looked genuinely surprised. During service in the Gotei 13, accomplishments weren't typically rewarded directly. Instead, they were recorded and could influence future position transfers usually after a Shinigami left their squad. Under normal circumstances, resigning from the Gotei 13 wasn't an option. There were only two ways a Shinigami could be forced out. The first was being deemed a threat by the Central 46 and exiled to the nest of maggots. The second was a formal transfer of position. After all, the Seireitei functioned as the governing body of Soul Society, with numerous noble clans, the Central 46, the Gotei 13, and various administrative and special departments. One such example was the Shin Medical Institute, which Masatsuki had mentioned before. In the original timeline, Seireitei Yamada, despite his sharp tongue, had eventually left the 4th Division and become the institute's director. For Masatsuki Aozaki, a currently serving 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, to receive a direct reward was practically unheard of. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Noble. Let me guess, Central 46 must have ensured Takasuji's survival, Masatsuki Aozaki said confidently. A captain-level combatant, there's no way the aristocrats would simply let him die. It didn't matter how many ordinary rebels perished, but every captain-class Shinigami lost was one too many. Retsu Anohana nodded, though her smile remained unchanged. The sinner, Takasuji Hirofumi, conspired to commit treason and disrupt the political order. He attempted to assassinate the 3rd-seated officer of the 2nd Division of the Gotei 13. His crimes are heinous. He is sentenced to 3,000 years of imprisonment in the nest of maggots. So that guy's name is Takasuji Hirofumi, and he really was spared. Masatsuki Aozaki muttered to himself, then suddenly froze as something felt off. Wait. He's being sent to the nest of maggots. With Takasuji Hirofumi's level of strength, he should have been confined to the central great underground prison. This isn't how a sentence reduction works. Anyone would know that the nest of maggots is under the jurisdiction of the Shin clan, his jurisdiction. They were practically handing Takasuji Hirofumi's life over to him. By comparison, the central great underground prison would have been the safer option. The nest of maggots, however, was a place of danger. Has the Tsuneyashiro clan lost their minds? Masatsuki Aozaki said, his expression turning odd. He couldn't make sense of their motives. On the surface, it looked like they were protecting Takasuji Hirofumi. But in reality, they might as well have been throwing him to the wolves. Shihakushō coughed twice, looking somewhat awkward as he said, Junior, speaking ill of the nobility could get you executed for disrespect. I know, senpai. Masatsuki Aozaki waved him off dismissively. Shihakushō let out a helpless, wry smile. This kid was far too much like Shunsui Kirikou. I heard that this proposal came from a wise man of noble birth within the Central 46 compound, Retsu Anohana said, narrowing her eyes as her smile finally faded. Jaisure Yukatake seemed to recall something and remarked casually, from what I've heard, the relationship between the head family and the branch family of the Tsuneyashiro clan has been strained in recent years. At his words, both Masatsuki Aozaki and Retsu Anohana glanced at him at the same time. They were both sharp enough to understand his implication instantly. Masatsuki Aozaki fell into thought but refrained from making any hasty conclusions. It wasn't that he doubted Jaisure Yukatake. But regardless of any divisions between the head and branch families, they were still the Tsuneyashiro clan. Just how bad had things gotten between them for them to go this far? Takasuji Hirofumi's imprisonment in the nest of maggots, was it the result of a power struggle within the family, or was it simply a personal vendetta between relatives? He couldn't be sure. Maybe Takasuji Hirofumi had just done something to offend the head family. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but ask. So, what's my reward? Money or a promotion, most likely. You defeated a captain-level rebel. Being a third seat is already quite a low position for that achievement, Jaisure Yukatake responded. Retsu Anohana shook her head and chuckled. Congratulations, third seat Masatsuki. As of today, you are a noble. Jaisure Yukatake. Masatsuki Aozaki. Are the Tsuneyashiro clan guys out of their minds? Anohana-san, maybe you should check their heads for them. I killed their people, and they still made me a noble. What the hell is going on in those lunatics' heads? Masatsuki Aozaki laughed. Anohana-san, you're joking, right? Jaisure Yukatake's eyes widened. What kind of address was that? How dare you joke with her like that? Retsu Anohana, however, didn't seem to mind. She smiled and said. Of course not. The Central 46 has issued an order, 2nd Division 3rd Seat Masatsuki Aozaki, for meritorious service in suppressing the rebellion, is to be granted the status of a lower noble. So now, I'm just another useless noble living off my title. Masatsuki Aozaki excitedly grabbed Anohana's hand. No one could blame him for his enthusiasm. Lower nobility wasn't a particularly high status. But becoming a noble meant officially gaining the right to own a personal senkaimon. For an ordinary Shinigami to travel to the world of the living, they needed higher-up approval, and even then, they had to pass through designated senkaimon. Nobles didn't have to follow those restrictions. This status would be incredibly useful to him. Anohana nodded with a smile. I heard you weren't too fond of nobles, little brother, Jaisure Yukatake said, tilting his head in confusion. You don't get it, Yukatake-senpai. That's because I wasn't a noble before, Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow. Now that I am one, of course I like it. Jaisure Yukatake's jaw dropped in disbelief, completely floored by Masatsuki Aozaki's flexible moral compass. Masatsuki, I came to see you. Yuruaki crouched by the window, her bright smile radiating energy that filled the room. Her gaze naturally followed Masatsuki Aozaki's hand, and when she noticed Retsu Anohana sitting beside the bed, she scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't realize there was someone else here. Am I interrupting? The room fell silent. Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly felt the atmosphere turn tense. Jaisure Yukatake seemed to notice as well. Without a word, he reached over and pulled the privacy curtain around the bed. Masatsuki Aozaki caught his little maneuver, but under the gazes of two beautiful women, he couldn't stop him. He could only sigh internally. No wonder this guy is the one who'll propose the plan to monitor substitute Shinigami in the future. His ability to anticipate danger is insane. As expected, none of Genrisai's disciples are pushovers. Masatsuki Aozaki froze for 2 seconds, then silently withdrew his hand and pretended to be casual. Yuruaki, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. Oh? Then what were you just? Yoriyuki Shion asked suspiciously. Retsu Anohana let out a soft chuckle, gracefully folding her hands in her lap. Masatsuki just found out he's been made a noble, so he got a little excited. But what he did or didn't do, does that really have anything to do with Captain Yoriyuki? Since when do the captains of the Gotei 13 oversee their subordinates' personal matters? Why wasn't I informed of this? What's with this tension? Anohana isn't Kaku, so why are they acting like this? Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't figure it out, so he just pushed forward stiffly. Captain Anohana is right. I got a little carried away just now. My apologies, Captain Anohana. I was being too forward. Please don't take offense. Anohana caught the shift in how he addressed her and furrowed her brows slightly. Why would I be offended? Given our relationship, do we really need to mind such trivial things? At those words, Yoriyuki narrowed her eyes. Are you two trying to get me killed? Masatsuki Aozaki wanted to cry. Right, sword training naturally involves some physical contact. He reached for Yoriyuki Shion's hand but quickly realized that, in his current state, he couldn't even manage that. Seeing his pitiful expression, Yoriyuki softened just a little. But she still didn't give him an easy time. She sat down on the bed, grabbed his hand, and pouted. With injuries like these, and you still have the energy to think about nonsense? Then, she shot Anohana a glance. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Left Behind by Time. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm too weak. I don't have the kind of power you guys do. Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at his bandaged hands, his voice filled with frustration. If it were you facing Rentaro, you'd defeat him easily, just like when you saved Shun-sensei last time. I'm sorry, Yoriyuki Shion whispered. Hearing his words, she suddenly felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Her gaze fell on his hands, wrapped tightly in bandages, and her eyes reddened. Unable to hold back, she gently pulled Masatsuki Aozaki into an embrace. If only she had taken him with her to Shin Academy back then, maybe he wouldn't have ended up in this kind of danger. If she really thought about it, when did his conflict with the Tsuneyashiro clan begin? It must have started after he saved Shun Kokaki. If he hadn't rushed onto the battlefield for her sake back then, he wouldn't be in this situation now. He wouldn't have to live every day under constant threat. She was the one who dragged him into this storm, and in the end, she failed to protect him. Yoriyuki Shion's heart sank. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. He reached up and gently stroked her back, his voice soft and reassuring. Come on, it's not a big deal. Look, I'm still here, aren't I? If you think about it differently, I defeated a captain-level rebel and got promoted to nobility. That's a win. We should be celebrating. Their positions shifted almost instantly. Just moments ago, Yoriyuki had been fuming with anger. Now, she was nestled comfortably in Masatsuki Aozaki's arms, looking unexpectedly docile. Retsu Anohana watched the scene unfold, her expression turning somewhat strange. She felt like she was struggling to keep up with the times. She simply couldn't understand the way these young people thought. But more importantly, she was starting to realize something about herself. That brief clash with Yoriyuki earlier, why had she reacted that way? That wasn't like her at all. Oh, right, Yoriyuki suddenly said, abruptly pulling away from Masatsuki Aozaki's embrace. She placed her hands firmly on his shoulders. What is it? Masatsuki Aozaki flinched at her sudden shift in energy. Wait, she didn't realize I was faking the whole pitiful act for sympathy just now, did she? I went to see Kisuke yesterday, Yoriyuki said seriously. I asked him about the hot springs construction progress. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a quiet sigh of relief. So she didn't notice. But then, his eyes immediately lit up. A hot spring. He had been waiting for this for so long. If the hot spring was completed, he could push himself even harder during training without worrying about injuries. He could fight without holding back, something that would undoubtedly help his growth. So? Has Kisuke finished it? Masatsuki Aozaki asked eagerly. Yoriyuki finally relaxed, a smile spreading across her face. It's basically done. It should be ready for use by next week. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his bandaged hand against his chin, sighing. Next week, huh? That means I still have to wait a whole week before I can use it. There's no need to be so impatient. The hot spring isn't going anywhere, Yoriyuki huffed, pouting slightly. This guy's enthusiasm for the hot spring was clearly greater than any interest he had in her. You know I'm not the type to sit still. Being stuck like this is driving me crazy, Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, attempting to scratch his head only to fail because of his bandaged hands. Yoriyuki fell silent. She understood exactly how he felt. Because they were the same. If they weren't, they never would have earned the nickname Black and White Twin Devils. They were Seireitei's most infamous troublemaking duo. Masatsuki, you want to heal your injuries as soon as possible, right? Would you mind using some special methods? Retsu Anohana, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up as she idly played with the braid resting on her chest. What kind of methods? The two asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Anohana smiled gently. Now that I think about it, I've never shown you my shikai, have I? Actually, my shikai has the ability to rapidly heal wounds. Masatsuki Aozaki smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. After spending so much time with Anohana and always seeing her use healing techniques, he had completely forgotten that her Zanpakutō, Minajiki, had a natural healing ability. Then let's get started, Masatsuki said without hesitation. As long as it could heal him, getting swallowed by some strange creature didn't seem like that big of a deal. Yoriyuki Shion was momentarily stunned by his nonchalance, then shot him a sharp glare. You're seriously trusting her Zanpakutō to heal you just like that? This room is too small, Anohana shook her head. My Zanpakutō takes up a lot of space when released. Let's find an open area. No problem, let's head out now, Masatsuki agreed without hesitation. Yoriyuki, still glaring at him, finally sighed. Fine. Let's go. From the ward to the garden, the scene was filled with the bustling members of the 4th Division tending to injured Shinigami from various squads. The 4th Division's hospital was packed. Seinosuke Yamada and Isane Katetsu, who were usually only responsible for management, were now personally treating the wounded, drenched in sweat from the overwhelming workload. Amid the chaos, the occasional exchange of sharp words between Yamada and the other squad members could be heard, accompanied by Katetsu's hurried apologies trying to smooth things over. Anohana gave a small wave, and both Masatsuki and Yoriyuki quickly approached her. Here. This spot will do. The garden is big enough. Step back, I'm going to release my Zanpakutō, Anohana instructed. Masatsuki and Yoriyuki retreated to a safe distance. As soon as they stopped moving, Anohana glanced at them before drawing the curved blade from her waist. The moment she softly called out Minajiki's name, the blade rapidly transformed. In an instant, a massive, green, one-eyed manta ray materialized, floating in midair. Masatsuki Aozaki observed the enormous creature with great interest. Since arriving in this world, this was the first time he had seen a living, creature-type Zanpakutō in its released state. On the way here, Anohana had explained how Minajiki's healing ability worked. Now, as he stood before the large ray, which had opened its mouth wide, Masatsuki didn't hesitate. He swiftly removed his bandages and shrugged off the top half of his uniform. Then, with a powerful leap, he propelled himself into the creature's mouth, striking a dramatic flying kick pose as he did so. The moment he entered, he felt himself enveloped in something soft and slick, a strangely soothing sensation. What a shame there wasn't a bamboo pole or something similar nearby, otherwise, he would have loved to reenact that classic scene from The Lost World, Jurassic Park, where the hero pole vaulted himself straight into a dinosaur's mouth. The injured Shinigami standing around exchanged bewildered glances, all equally dumbfounded. Most of them had never seen Anohana's Shikai before, nor did they know what it actually did. From their perspective, all they saw was a madman voluntarily diving into the mouth of a giant manta ray who, for all they knew, was about to get digested and reappear in some horrific new form. Only two people remained unfazed, Retsu Anohana and Yoryuki Shion. Anohana sat calmly atop Minazuki's back, gently stroking the creature with a serene smile. Time passed. No one knew exactly how long. Then, at last, Minazuki opened its mouth once again. Driven by curiosity, the onlookers turned to look and collectively gasped. A dark-haired man suddenly emerged, leaping out of Minazuki's mouth. He spun a full 720 degrees in midair before landing smoothly on the ground. Then, as if finishing a grand performance, Masatsuki Aozaki stood upright, bowed gracefully, and gave a polite thank you just like a gymnast concluding a flawless routine. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, 3 Questions. A week passed quickly. Beneath the Shihakushō execution platform, in a secret underground training ground, the protective barriers had been upgraded, now allowing the use of all kid below level 90. As Masatsuki Aozaki watched Yoryuki Shion warming up, he unconsciously took off his robe. Masatsuki, are you ready? Yoryuki asked seriously. Masatsuki's gaze was firm as he responded in a deep voice, I'm ready. Yoryuki slowly removed her jacket, revealing her toned, sun-kissed back. Thinking about what was about to happen, Masatsuki couldn't help but swallow hard. Noticing his reaction, Yoryuki gave a small nod and sat cross-legged on the ground. I originally planned to teach you Shunk after your Ryutsu reached captain level, she said. But since you were able to defeat a captain-level rebel using Scourge, you already have the fundamental spiritual body requirements to wield Shunk. Faced with the opportunity to learn Shunk, how could any man resist? Just as that thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki couldn't hold back any longer. Let's get started, he said eagerly. Yoryuki was pleased with his enthusiasm. She nodded and spoke seriously. Let me put it simply. Normal Hakuda uses Ryuryoku to enhance speed and power, but it doesn't actually strengthen the spiritual body itself. Hakuda is often called a physical technique, but in reality, it relies on Ryuryoku to propel the body, coordinating energy with movement to execute attacks. The body is merely a vessel for Ryuryoku, it's the energy itself that truly determines the impact. However, the Captain Commander's Hakuda focuses more on reinforcing the spiritual body. Instead of outward bursts of Ryuryoku, his technique internalizes it, amplifying the raw destructive power of the spiritual body itself. Shunk is similarly complex. It not only requires altering the properties of Ryuryoku but also demands complete synchronization between energy and the spiritual body. The principle behind Shunk is converting one's Ryuryoku into kit of various attributes, wrapping it around the body, and then triggering controlled explosions to merge kit and limbs into a singular, devastating force. In comparison to the Captain Commander's Hakuda, both techniques require immense physical endurance. The main difference lies in how the Ryuryoku is applied and how the attacks are executed. To put it simply, one is focused outward, while the other is focused inward. As expected of Soul Society's master of hand-to-hand combat, her explanation was clear and easy to understand. Masatsuki, who had dedicated himself to training in Yamamoto's style of Hakuda, understood immediately. This really suits me, he said with confidence. I have complete control over both kit and Hakuda techniques. Yoryuki raised 3 fingers and smiled. There are 3 key aspects to training Shunk. First, Ryutsu level. You've already met this requirement. Shunk doesn't actually demand a high Ryutsu lieutenant level is sufficient. I originally said you needed to reach 3rd class Ryutsu because, at captain level, your body is further strengthened by the natural feedback of Ryoryoku, surpassing most seated officers and lieutenants in raw durability. Masatsuki waved a hand and laughed. Ryutsu is the source of a Shinigami's power. Raising it naturally enhances the body. I get that. Yoryuki chuckled and shook her head. Second, spiritual body resilience. Your spiritual body is already on par with a captain's, so that's not an issue. You're more than qualified to train in Shunk. Masatsuki let out a small breath of relief. This was the benefit of having a great teacher. He didn't have to worry about the training methods, and someone was always there to fine-tune the details. Yoryuki Shine's expression remained serious as she said. The most important thing is the final point. Masatsuki Aozaki immediately straightened his posture, sitting up attentively. Yoryuki took a deep breath before continuing. You'll need to prepare a proper outfit, something sleeveless, preferably with an open back. Otherwise, every time you use Shunk, you'll end up destroying your clothes. It's a hassle. TCH. And here I thought you were going to talk about Ryoryoku synchronization or spiritual body coordination, Masatsuki scoffed, rolling his eyes. I'm quite good at taking off clothes. Hey! Yoryuki gave him a long look, her lips curving into a smirk. We're discussing serious business, and yet you still have time to flirt? Should I take it as proof of my overwhelming charm, or is it just you being shameless? How could he say something like that in front of a woman? She used to tease girls all the time, but it had been a while since she'd said something so brazen. Where is your mind going? I was talking about Master Yamamoto, Masatsuki quickly clarified, waving his hands before she could get mad. You forgot how Master doesn't like wearing a shirt when he fights? I've already asked him about the technique for quickly taking off clothes. Not to brag, but Master said I'm the best among his disciples. He even complimented the sleeve-tied bow I made, saying it was the most elegant one any of his students had ever crafted. If you don't believe me, I can show you. You little brat, don't start competing over something this ridiculous. Yoryuki cut him off with a shout, grabbing his face and rubbing it vigorously. I get it. Just let go, or my face is going to fall off, Masatsuki grumbled. But the more he begged, the more Yoryuki wanted to mess with him. Who told him to constantly piss her off? Besides, she knew full well how talented he was. If she didn't take the chance to bully him now, she might not get another opportunity in a few years. Masatsuki kept protesting, but his body betrayed him. The corners of his mouth were already curling up slightly. Getting bullied by a beautiful woman, honestly, it didn't seem like such a bad thing. Still, he made a silent declaration to himself. I absolutely do not have any weird fetishes. Unaware of his inner thoughts, Yoryuki continued to torment him. They wrestled around for a while before finally letting go of each other, panting from the playful scuffle. Yoryuki sat on top of Masatsuki, arms crossed, exuding the confidence of a victorious warrior towering over her fallen opponent. Leaning slightly forward, she reached out, gave his cheek a light pat, and licked her lips. Just admit it, you're no match for me right now. Don't forget why we're here. Feeling the warmth of her breath so close, Masatsuki found his face heating up slightly. Yeah, I get it. Now get off me, he muttered, catching his breath. Good. Yoryuki smirked, satisfied. Now hurry up and train. Once we're done, we're going to enjoy that hot spring. It took a lot of effort to steal that thing, we still don't know if it actually works. Masatsuki chuckled. If it doesn't, we'll just go settle things with Kisuke. Ha! Good idea. It's been too long since I last gave Kisuke some trouble, Yoryuki grinned. Without further delay, the two began their Shunk training. Following Yoryuki's instructions, Masatsuki removed his top and demonstrated the bow knot technique that even Master Yamamoto had praised. Yoriyuki gave him an unenthusiastic compliment before moving straight to the real lesson, guiding him through the process of converting Ryutsu into a kid-based lightning attribute. For Masatsuki, this part wasn't too difficult. His kid training had never slacked, and he could wield nearly all kid spells up to level 90 with ease. The real challenge came in compressing the kid and seamlessly merging it with his limbs. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Hot Springs. No surprise there, it's you, after all. You mastered kid compression and wrapping in just one day. Yoriyuki Shine's voice carried a hint of amusement, followed by the gentle sound of water rippling. Something seemed to explode in Masatsuki Aozaki's mind. Boom, and clarity returned to his gaze. He lifted a hand to cover his eyes. You coming in? I'm not wearing anything. Lying in the underground training hall's hot spring, he rested his head on a towel, leaning back against a large stone. This was, without a doubt, Kisokura's most useful invention yet. A recovery hot spring inspired by Kairanji Tenjire's Whitebone Hell and Blood Pond Hell. And Kisok had not let him down. Masatsuki had only been soaking for a few seconds, yet the injuries from his shunk training had already healed almost completely. Don't be shy. Yoriyuki crouched at the edge of the spring, dipping her foot into the water to test the temperature. She glanced at Masatsuki, who seemed innocent as he covered his eyes, and pouted in annoyance. Did he really think he was fooling anyone? Anyone could tell he was totally peeking. Would it kill him to show a little respect and at least press his fingers together to make the gaps smaller? After hesitating for a moment, she feigned indifference, loosening her sash and slipping out of the form-fitting on Mitsukid uniform. In the blink of an eye, the dark-skinned beauty sat at the hot spring's edge, her delicate legs fully submerged in the water. If you're this embarrassed, why even try to act tough? Masatsuki thought to himself. Though Yoriyuki appeared relaxed on the surface, the telltale redness creeping up her ears said otherwise. There was no mistaking it, she was flustered. At this point in time, Yoriyuki wasn't as uninhibited as she would be in the future. No, if anything, after observing her for so long, Masatsuki had noticed something odd. Instead of becoming more carefree, her sense of embarrassment had only increased over time. She was getting more easily flustered, not less. That wasn't how it was supposed to be. It was a strange realization because, in the original timeline, Yoriyuki was never like this. Of course, there was nothing wrong with it. But the problem was, this version of Yoriyuki made him feel something. Something he hadn't expected. And it led to a strange thought. He didn't want her to become the person she was supposed to be. Yoriyuki, meanwhile, seemed to realize that her body temperature was spiraling out of control. With a quick push off the ground, she plunged headfirst into the hot spring with a plop. She tried to say something, lips parting slightly. But all Masatsuki could hear were bubbles rising to the surface. Cute. Watching her, Masatsuki suddenly spoke. Yoriyuki. Her body tensed slightly. Half her face remained submerged, golden eyes blinking curiously up at him. Seriously, calling my name out of nowhere like that? You trying to give me a heart attack? She exhaled, surfacing just enough to take a deep breath before casually swimming over to Masatsuki's side. Then, without hesitation, she draped an arm over his shoulder in a casual, brotherly gesture. Though, judging by the way her flushed cheeks were rapidly turning crimson and how that blush was creeping down her neck, she wasn't nearly as composed as she pretended to be. The last time I saw you this honest, must have been about a year ago, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his tone laced with nostalgia. Yoriyuki Shine blinked in surprise before forcing out a laugh, trying to sound nonchalant. However, her voice trembled slightly. Nonsense. I don't remember anything like that. Or, are you saying you peeked at me at some point, hey? Masatsuki chuckled. You've forgotten? Our first meeting back at Shin Academy, in my dormitory. Yoryuki paused before realization dawned. Oh, that time. She waved a hand dismissively. Didn't I already tell you? A cat's fur is its clothing. That doesn't count as honest. Masatsuki lowered his hands from his face, his gaze meeting hers. Then, he swam closer, grasping her arm with a serious expression. Yoryuki, what happened today? You can't do this in front of anyone else. Yes, he knew he had no right to say this. Yes, he knew it was selfish. But even so, he didn't regret it. In fact, he was almost relieved that it was him saying it. What happened today? Yoryuki tilted her head in confusion. You mean Shunk? But I've already taught Ishir. No. Masatsuki shook his head firmly, his eyes locking onto hers. I mean this. Us. The way we are right now. Under the intensity of his gaze, something seemed to click in Yoryuki's mind. And very uncharacteristically she faltered. Her laughter came out uneven, hurried. Oh, ha ha, ha. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it. You totally have a crush on me. Now that I've put a little pressure on you, you finally slipped up. No way you can hide it anymore. I. Her laughter was loud, but her trembling voice made Masatsuki feel as if she might start crying at any moment. But he didn't rush her for an answer. He simply watched her. Under his steady gaze, Yoryuki's flushed face only deepened in color. But her frantic movements gradually calmed until she sat still in the water, looking almost timid. Like a cornered kitten. All right, all right. I get it. I'll behave. She sighed, turning her face away. Just stop looking at me like that. That was her answer. Masatsuki exhaled. What a terrible answer. It made it sound like their relationship had taken a weird turn. Damn it. Yoryuki sank lower into the water, her face nearly disappearing beneath the surface. The amount of bubbles rising to the top only increased. She stayed like that for so long that Masatsuki couldn't help but admire her lung capacity. At the same time, he felt his own tension slowly unwinding. Before he had said those words, he had already been fairly certain of Yoryuki's response. But still getting the answer out of her brought him an unexpected sense of relief. Glancing at her again, he figured she needed a moment. So, he swam to the side, leaned back against a rock, and closed his eyes. In truth, he had been nervous just now and needed to relax. It was unclear how long the silence lasted when Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly felt something poking him. Poke, then scratch again and again, the sensation growing in number, tickling him. He opened his eyes and saw Yoryuki Shion tracing her finger across his chest. A sudden jolt ran through him as a memory from his past life surfaced, a scene from a comedy film. In it, the female lead possessed strange supernatural powers, allowing her to converse with the male lead's conscience. What was she doing? Was she trying to ask his conscience if it loved her? Well, he knew himself well enough. His conscience would undoubtedly say yes. But, she wasn't the only one it would give that answer to. Masatsuki noticed her gaze growing hazy, her breathing turning uneven. Blushing slightly, Yoryuki murmured, Masatsuki, even though you have a 4th-class Ryutsu, you defeated a captain-class opponent. So, in a way, that makes you captain-class too, doesn't it? Well, I guess so. As the words left his mouth, Masatsuki froze. Yoryuki's face was drawing closer. Their bodies were closing the distance as well. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Gift Giving. A few hours passed, and morning had arrived. They were still in the underground training ground. My Ryutsu has improved again. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured excitedly, stirring the Ryoku within him. The effort he had put into Hakuda training hadn't been in vain. Despite staying up all night, he was still full of energy. Behind him, Yoryuki Shion was fast asleep, wrapped in the haori that symbolized the authority of the 2nd Division captain. She slept soundly, a satisfied smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Masatsuki glanced at her sleeping figure, then turned to check the clock in the training hall. It was already getting late. As if sensing his gaze, Yoryuki's eyes slowly fluttered open. Since Masatsuki had his back to her, she immediately got up and draped herself over him, resting against his back. Like a smitten young woman, she gazed at him with eyes full of affection and contentment. "Did I wake you?" Masatsuki turned his head slightly and reached out to touch her face. Yoryuki, like an affectionate cat, tilted her head and rubbed against his neck before playfully flicking out her tongue for a quick lick. "What time is it?" she asked softly, her voice carrying an alluring charm, completely different from her usual mischievous demeanor. If he had to describe it, it was the difference between a woman and a girl. "It's already past noon," Masatsuki replied, adjusting his grip as he lifted her onto his back. Despite her usual confident, commanding presence, Yoryuki was actually quite petite, barely 1.6 meters tall. As she clung to him, her feet dangled in the air like a koala hanging from a tree. He held her up not to take advantage of her but simply because he didn't want her to get tired hanging there. After all, everything that should and shouldn't have been done between them had already happened. At this point, trying to steal such a trivial advantage would just seem petty. Hearing his words, Yoryuki's eyes widened in shock. She quickly turned her gaze past Masatsuki and looked at the ticking clock. "It's work time," she blurted out, immediately jumping off him. Masatsuki stared at her, speechless. This woman always looked for excuses to slack off whenever possible, so why was she suddenly so eager today? "Did you forget? We took a month off to train in Shunk, and Master approved it," Masatsuki reminded her, exasperated. It felt like she had lost a few brain cells overnight. "Oh, right." Yoryuki took a step forward, and any trace of her previous shyness had completely vanished. With no concern for modesty, she casually ran her hand along his chin. "Mada and Ichimaru can handle everything. We can just enjoy our well-earned break." "Enjoy? Don't forget why we took this leave in the first place," Masatsuki retorted. "How am I supposed to train in this state?" "We should soak in the hot spring first to loosen up," Yoryuki said with a contented smile, shrugging. "I just hope it's still usable." After an intense night of training between two Hakuda specialists, the hot spring had undergone some drastic changes. "It should be fine," Masatsuki said, watching the water gradually clear. His tone carried a subtle meaning. The artificial rock formation by the hot spring continuously released a steady stream of fresh water, replenishing the pool. Anything crafted by Kisokura was bound to be top-notch. As expected, he had accounted for everything. The hot spring's circulation system was flawless. Beneath the pool lay an extensive filtration system. Once purified, the water would flow back through the rock formation, allowing it to be reused efficiently. Yoryuki nodded in satisfaction before excitedly leaping into the hot spring. She let out a delighted laugh. "This feels amazing." "Masatsuki, hurry up." Watching her splash around in the water, Masatsuki smiled slightly before following her in. Before long, the two of them drifted closer together. Today was going to be a very enjoyable day. Seireitei, Central District, 1st Division Headquarters. Yamamoto sat in the captain's office, silently listening as Chijiro Sasaki and Ranjaku Matsumoto delivered their reports. Ranjaku Matsumoto was now the 7th seat of the 1st Division, serving as Sasaki's assistant. Yamamoto glanced at her, feeling a tinge of emotion. Masatsuki really was fortunate to have such a girl by his side. He was well aware of their relationship. However, what concerned him more than their personal affairs was her talent. She had graduated early from Shin Academy and, within less than half a year of joining the Gotei 13, had already reached 6th class Ryutsu. That level of talent was second only to Masatsuki Aozaki, a rare genius seen once in a millennium. People often underestimated 6th class Ryutsu. In most divisions, it was enough to secure a position as the 3rd or 4th seat. But this was the 1st division, the most elite unit in the entire Gotei 13. Lieutenant Sasaki was strong even among captains. The officers ranked 3rd to 6th either had captain-level Ryutsu but had yet to master Bankai, or were lieutenant-level Shinigami. Even though Ranjaku's Ryutsu had reached the level of a top-tier seated officer, in the 1st division, she could only hold the 7th seat. Yamamoto's eyes flickered slightly, and he let out a quiet sigh. He still remembered when Masatsuki had recommended Ranjaku for the 1st division. He had been quite displeased at the time. He had been training Masatsuki as his disciple, and yet the boy, who hadn't even fully established himself yet, was already busy helping others climb the ranks. What kind of master would be happy about that? Now, he realized he had misjudged him. Sending such a gifted recruit into his care wasn't nepotism, it was a show of faith in his master's ability to cultivate talent. That brat, always causing him trouble, still knew to rely on his master when it truly mattered. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the stern expression on Yamamoto's face softened. His gaze toward Ranjaku turned kinder, more like an elder indulging a favored junior. Captain Commander, the Tsunoya Shiro clan elders sent a messenger last night with quite a few gifts, Ranjaku reported as she reviewed the documents in her hands. For Masatsuki? Yamamoto asked. Some were meant for 3rd seat Masatsuki, but most were for you, Ranjaku nodded. They've even prepared a mansion for him in the noble district. Yamamoto remained silent, his expression unreadable. Even he couldn't quite grasp what those nobles were thinking. Who gifts things to their enemies? On the surface, they were all allies, working together to uphold the order of Soul Society. But in reality, the distinction between ally and enemy was often paper-thin. If anything, they should be figuring out how to eliminate their opponents, not sending them presents. Sasaki frowned. Should we return the gifts? They went out of their way to deliver them in secret at night, clearly not wanting anyone to find out. That can't be a good sign. Yamamoto considered for a moment before tapping his cane against the floor. His eyes grew sharp as he spoke in a deep voice. No need. Let Masatsuki accept them. I want to see exactly what they're planning. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Not a Quincy. Soaking in the hot spring with Yoryuki Shion nestled in his arms, her face flushed with warmth, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but narrow his eyes in satisfaction. This was the life he had always dreamed of. Why strive for power if not to live a carefree and fulfilling life? Though he hadn't been practicing shunk lately, he had refined his Ryutsu. It wasn't wasted time. Masatsuki let himself bask in the hot spring's restorative effects, feeling the soothing warmth wash over him. The restorative hot spring was a replica of the White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell, but naturally, it couldn't compare to the originals. The true White Bone Hell and Blood Pond Hell had been created using the Ryutsu of Tenjir Kairanji. Since Kisokura couldn't obtain a Ryutsu of equivalent potency, he had substituted other materials to produce a similar effect. The difference in materials meant the effects were much weaker, but on the upside, the side effects were also reduced. Even so, it was more than enough to replenish their energy after a physically exhausting night. In less than a quarter of an hour, both Masatsuki and Yoryuki felt revitalized, as if they could go another 300 rounds. Masatsuki stood up, stretching a bit in the water, a satisfied smile forming on his lips. Fully recovered. Now it's time to get serious. I can't keep indulging like this. He made up his mind to resume shunk training. A Shinigami's lifespan could stretch for thousands of years, there would always be time for other forms of exercise. But Shunk? That was a direct path to real power. And in the world of Bleach, strength was the only true currency for survival. Yoryuki also stood, stretching her arms overhead without reservation. She rolled her shoulder and rotated her arm twice, working out any lingering stiffness from the night's strenuous activity. The soreness that had built up from maintaining high-intensity movements for hours had completely faded in the hot spring's warmth. She felt refreshed and ready. "All right, I'm good too. Let's get started." With that, Yoryuki flickered from the hot spring, swiftly dressing before flashing Masatsuki a playful wink. Masatsuki was pleased. This was the energetic, unrestrained Yoryuki he knew. That liveliness was part of what made her so captivating. He cast her a glance before pulling on his pants, neatly folding his shirt and setting it aside. Shunk training would make wearing a shirt pointless. He'd only have to take it off again later, so why bother? The two of them stood facing each other in the training hall. Yoryuki's shoulders pulsed with streaks of white, lightning like Ryotsu. A faint glow surrounded her as she extended a hand toward Masatsuki. He blinked, hesitating for a moment before realizing she was inviting him to take it. Then, without warning, she reached out with her other hand, pulling him into her embrace. Looking up at him, she smiled. Masatsuki wanted to treat this as part of their training, but he had a feeling Yoryuki was just teasing him. She was the type to be willful when she wanted to be. Once she decided to play around, there was no stopping her. He gave in, wrapping his arms around her, and in doing so, he suddenly became aware of just how soft she was, like a cat curling up against him. Yoryuki's expression shifted ever so slightly, her eyes softening with something unreadable. Whatever had put her in such a good mood, Masatsuki wasn't about to question it. Hey, stop squirming. Focus on training and feel my Ryotsu." Yoryuki was in an exceptionally good mood today, and she took it as a good sign. She suddenly felt that life could be even more enjoyable in the future, and a wide grin spread across her face. She remembered the promise she had made to him and looked up. Sure enough, the expression on that petty man's face had shifted. She didn't dislike it, though if anything, she found a small sense of delight in it. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned in frustration. "You didn't teach Ishir like this, did you?" Yoryuki shook her head and smirked. "Are you an idiot? I've only ever used this method on you. But, you're really cute when you're mad. I like it." Masatsuki's frown eased, but something felt off. Normally, he was the one saying things like this to Yoryuki. Now the tables had turned. "Yoryuki, you're cute too. And I like you as well." Masatsuki pulled her into a tight embrace. Yoryuki seemed caught off guard. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, and her golden eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. "Focus on training," she muttered, biting her lip. There was a mix of pride and embarrassment in her voice. "This isn't the time for sweet talk." Masatsuki nodded. She was still the same as always. That was a relief. He loosened his grip slightly, closed his eyes, and focused on sensing Yoryuki's Ryotsu. Yoryuki studied his concentrated expression, a soft smile tugging at her lips. In a gentle voice, she whispered. "Relax, don't be tense. Remember, your Ryotsu is you. Your spiritual body is you. It's all a part of Masatsuki Aozaki. You need to fully engage your sixth sense spiritual awareness to perceive the changes in Kid Ryotsu. Once it takes form outside your body, try to draw it in, merging it with yourself. Think of it as your bones, your blood, your limbs." Her voice was as light as a breeze, brushing against Masatsuki's ear and echoing softly in his mind. As she spoke, the noise around them gradually faded into silence. The once present background sounds disappeared, leaving only a deep, peaceful stillness. Within this quiet, Masatsuki became increasingly aware of a distinct power Ryotsu. It wasn't visible to the naked eye, yet it was undeniably there, surrounding him. It felt like an invisible field, enveloping him completely. At this moment, his perception of Ryotsu sharpened. It grew stronger, more distinct, its presence impossible to ignore. In the world of Bleach, spiritual awareness was a unique ability, what could be considered a sixth sense, beyond the five conventional human senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. To put it simply, spiritual awareness was the ability to perceive Ryotsu. Those with a strong spiritual awareness could detect fluctuations in the Ryotsu around them and even gauge an opponent's strength through it. However, despite its impressive nature, spiritual awareness wasn't omnipotent. Shinigami often relied on it in battle to track enemy movements and gain an advantage in combat. But against masters skilled in concealing their Ryotsu, its effectiveness diminished significantly. In battle, it was nearly impossible to fully suppress one's Ryotsu. However, for true experts, masking their presence outside of combat was a trivial feat. Masatsuki attempted to merge his Ryotsu with his body. His heart pounded. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet he knew he had never trained in Shunk before. The closest thing he had done was synchronizing his Ryotsu with his physical movements while using Ikkotsu and Scoutsu. The sensation was similar, but at its core, it was completely different. Suddenly, white arcs of electricity erupted from his shoulders and back, crackling violently. The surrounding Reishi surged toward him, drawn into his body at an alarming rate. The lights in the training hall seemed to shine even brighter. He was absorbing Reishi from the environment. This was a technique he had only ever seen in Mayuri Kuratsuka's research notes. A technique that belonged to the Quincy. But he wasn't a Quincy. He was a Shinigami. This ability shouldn't be his. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Shunk. Why can I absorb Reishi from the outside world? Am I a Quincy? No, after I died in the world of the living, my soul didn't return to Waiwak, nor was it captured by that mad scientist. My soul is exceptional. If I were a Quincy, that deadbeat loan shark Waiwak wouldn't have let me go, even without consciousness. So, that means I'm not a Quincy. Oh well, even if I'm not, this ability is way too similar to a Quincy's. Master won't skin me alive when he finds out, right? He doesn't seem too fond of Quincy's. Masatsuki Aozaki's mind raced through countless thoughts in an instant. Regardless of how the old man would react, he decided to stop drawing Reishi from Soul Society at least for now. Masatsuki Aozaki released his control over the Reishi. A crackling surge of thunder filled the air, accompanied by the sharp sound of air being sucked in. The sensation caught Masatsuki Aozaki off guard, but rather than discomfort, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Masatsuki. Yoryuki Shion finally noticed something was off. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked. What's wrong? Did she notice me absorbing Reishi? How should I explain this? I can't exactly say I was running low and just borrowed some from Soul Society. Yoryuki doesn't have any real grudge against Quincy's, maybe I should just tell the truth? As he mulled it over, temptation stirred within him. Still, this time, he was smart enough not to blurt out an answer. Instead, he waited for Yoryuki to finish speaking. You did it. Shunk was a success. Yoryuki Shion exclaimed, releasing his arm in surprise. So it was Shunk. Masatsuki Aozaki felt power surging through him. He glanced at his shoulder and, sure enough, saw streaks of lightning like Ryotsu coursing through his body. Not only did the lightning not harm him, but it moved at his command, as naturally as an extension of his own limbs. He hadn't trained for this, yet it felt as effortless as moving his hands or feet. I did it. I really am a genius. Masatsuki Aozaki declared without hesitation. Without a second thought, he swung his fist, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Indeed, no surprise there. Your talent makes this only natural. Yoriyuki acknowledged his boast without dispute. It was, after all, common knowledge. How about a spar? It's been a while since we last trained here. Masatsuki Aozaki flashed her a playful wink. Yoriyuki Shine's interest was piqued. Without hesitation, she activated Shunk again, lightning sparking from her back. The training hall was brightly lit, still, and windless. Masatsuki, your Ryutsu isn't on my level, but don't worry, I'll hold back. Yoriyuki spoke with confidence. I'll suppress my Ryutsu to match yours, but for a spar, why don't we make a little wager? A wager? Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head. On what? Yoriyuki leaned in close, whispering something in his ear. What? As the Captain Commander's disciple, there's no way I'm submitting to that. Masatsuki Aozaki exclaimed, utterly shocked, but he refused to admit how tempting the idea was. You can name your own stakes too, if you want. Yoriyuki licked her lips, her expression like that of a cunning little devil, tempting him further. All right, fine. I accept, Masatsuki Aozaki relented. But I haven't decided on my terms yet. I'll let you know later. As a student of Genrisai, he had inherited one of Yamamoto's finest traits: absolutely no sense of shame. With the wager set, the two took their positions on opposite sides of the training ground. Yoriyuki wasted no time. In a flash, her figure blurred into motion, streaking toward Masatsuki Aozaki like a shadow. She had her own reasons for proposing a bet. Masatsuki had only just learned Shunk; he was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. She intended to overwhelm him quickly, forcing him into a position where he'd have no choice but to concede. After all, they had taken an entire month off. That meant over 20 days of uninterrupted freedom. Of course, she had to make the most of it. Boom! Their palms collided, producing a deep, resonating impact. So fast! Masatsuki Aozaki's heart tightened. Yoriyuki Shine's palm strike was both swift and heavy. If this had been before he mastered Shunk, he would have been forced to counter with Ikotsu. Ikotsu was undoubtedly stronger, but this palm strike surpassed ordinary Hakuda techniques. Comparing the two, Ikotsu was a burst-type technique, packing immense power in a single strike. Shunk, while weaker in raw force, allowed for continuous attacks. Masatsuki Aozaki steadied himself, not daring to let his guard down. Boom! 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 The two figures clashed in rapid exchanges, their battle unfolding across the training hall. Hakuda relied on sharp vision, swift reflexes, and seamless coordination of hands, eyes, body, mind, and footwork. Yoriyuki Shine was undeniably a master of Hakuda, her skills honed to the highest level. But Masatsuki Aozaki was no longer the novice he had once been. Having inherited Yamamoto's teachings and undergone extensive training, he was no stranger to combat. Despite Yoriyuki's lightning-fast, precise movements, he quickly adapted. At that moment, Masatsuki Aozaki's spiritual perception confirmed that Yoriyuki had indeed unleashed her full Ryutsu only to suppress it again. He knew he could replicate her movements, but his body hadn't fully adjusted yet. Even simple punches and kicks still felt unnatural. The battle raged on. On the surface, Masatsuki Aozaki appeared increasingly at ease. And in truth, he was. With each block and counter, he refined his control over his body. Meanwhile, Yoriyuki had shed her usual carefree demeanor. Now fully engaged in battle, she exuded a sharp, natural intensity. Her movements radiated an inherent sense of danger. A flurry of precise punches and kicks gradually cornered Masatsuki Aozaki, limiting his space to dodge. Then, Yoriyuki suddenly called out. Righty ish! Sizzle! She raised her palm, crackling with electricity, thunder echoing from her fingertips. What the hell? Masatsuki Aozaki froze for a split second. I'm not a zombie. Why are you hitting me with palm thunder, righty ish? Wait, isn't that a name I casually mentioned while telling a story? Did she develop this move based on my ideas? With no room to evade, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't retreat. Instead, he unleashed his Ryutsu, channeling its lightning properties into his palm to meet her attack head-on. Boom! A deep, resounding impact echoed through the hall as both fighters were blasted backward, skidding to a stop several dozen meters apart. Ordinary Hakuta bouts weren't this destructive. But Shunk was no ordinary Hakuta. Every strike carried tremendous force. Casual movements alone could shatter stone and split the ground. If Masatsuki hadn't instinctively managed to condense his own version of righty ish at the last second, he would have been the only one sent flying. Though his right arm ached from the impact, Yoryuki's expression remained exhilarated. She smirked, refusing to admit defeat. Righty ish is just a minor trick. I've got even stronger moves you haven't seen yet. Masatsuki Aozaki, well accustomed to Yoryuki's competitive nature, simply waved her on. Bring it on, Yoryuki. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Entei. Rumble. Crushed rocks tumbled down one after another, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Masatsuki Aozaki, lightning crackling around his feet, lightly pushed off the ground, dodging a lightning-coated hand strike. He chuckled. So, these are the stronger moves you were talking about. Yoryuki Shion, standing before him, suddenly lowered her head. Seeing her shoulders tremble slightly, Masatsuki Aozaki thought, don't tell me she's actually mad? Just as he was about to offer some half-hearted words of comfort, Yoryuki abruptly lifted her head, a wicked grin spreading across her face. You've improved fast, kid, but I'm not giving up. Today, I'm going to make sure you understand just how strong your captain really is. Guess I was overthinking it. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed inwardly before saying, I already picked up that hand strike of yours. Got anything else? Yoryuki immediately clenched her fists. Don't get cocky. Palm thunder is just a little trick I use for trimming hedges. I haven't even shown you my real trump card yet. She developed a technique just for gardening? What happened to all the Shion servants? Masatsuki Aozaki clearly didn't believe her. Even stubbornness should have its limits. Shaking his head, he smirked. A trump card, huh? Then hurry up and show me. I'd love to learn it. Yoryuki hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Masatsuki Aozaki exaggerated a dramatic sigh. Holding back on me? That hurts, you know. He grinned shamelessly. He knew Yoryuki wouldn't hesitate during a fight. He was certain she had no hidden techniques, just a lot of pride. Crossing her arms, Yoryuki huffed, I haven't fully mastered it yet. I don't want to accidentally hurt you. You should be grateful. If I were you, I'd just surrender. Her serious expression made Masatsuki Aozaki pause. For a moment, he wasn't sure if she was bluffing. You really have a trump card? Then hurry up and show me. He narrowed his eyes. Or, do you not believe in my strength? Relax. As long as you don't cheat and unleash your full Ryutsu, I can block anything you throw at me. He sounded absolutely confident. If Yoryuki truly had a powerful technique, he wanted to see it for himself. And that's when he realized he had walked straight into a trap. Yoryuki's gaze flickered mischievously, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. She hesitated just a little before saying, But this move is really powerful. I haven't completely mastered it yet. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, full of momentum. I've beaten a captain already. What's there to be afraid of? Yoryuki's eyes lit up. Then let's make a bet. Masatsuki was mid-boast about his future dominance over Soul Society when her words caught him off guard. What kind of bet? The wager is simple, our sparring sessions will last until the end of the holiday. 10 days. That's my limit. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated, but after thinking it through, he realized he wasn't exactly at a disadvantage. Also, if I win, I get to make 2 requests. Deal, Yoriyuki agreed without a second thought. Masatsuki Aozaki froze. Wait, did I just get played? Yoriyuki Shine continued, just so we're clear, once you agree, there's no backing out. Of course, Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. A man's word is final. Though he hardly considered himself a man of honor, he had no intention of going back on the deal. Yoriyuki flashed a smug grin. Before we start, a little warning: when I go all out with this move, I can level a small hill. Masatsuki Aozaki was stunned. In an instant, he sensed the shift in Yoriyuki's aura. She wasn't joking, she fully intended to take him down. Licking his lips, he thought, she's been leading me into this step by step, so this is what she was waiting for. Maybe I should just surrender? It's not like I'd be losing anything. Forget it. If she's got something that's strong, I might as well watch. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Yoriyuki's aura surged dramatically. Get ready to take this head on. Thunder raged around her. Shunk, Raijin Kanbu. The crackling electricity intensified, stray bolts shattering the ground. With a slight clench of her fist, Yoriyuki gathered the surging lightning into her palm. It condensed, taking shape, forming a long sword of pure white lightning, piercing toward the sky. Her Ryotsu poured out in waves, so dense it seemed almost tangible. On the opposite side, Masatsuki Aozaki still looked relaxed, but inwardly, he was alarmed. Damn, Yoriyuki! With a display like this, are you trying to kill me? Not that she could hear his thoughts, and even if she could, she probably wouldn't care. She had already mastered this technique. Even if Masatsuki couldn't block it, she was confident she wouldn't cause him serious harm. With that assurance, the lightning sword in her grasp shone even brighter, illuminating the entire training ground. The sheer density of her Ryotsu made the air thick and heavy, waves of heat rolling through the space. Accept your defeat, Masatsuki Aozaki. Yoriyuki let out a wild laugh and swung the blade downward. The massive pillar of lightning rapidly expanded in Masatsuki's vision. His pupils contracted. It was clear there was no way he could learn this technique right now. But that didn't mean he was just going to sit and take it. He hadn't mastered much of Shunk yet, but he was still a disciple of Genrisai. Planting his feet firmly, he took a balanced stance, one hand forming a palm in front, the other clenched at his waist. The lightning surrounding him vanished in an instant, replaced by rising heat, the air itself turning scorching. Ikotsu, Entei. Ikotsu, Flame Emperor. With a low shout, Masatsuki Aozaki threw his punch. The name was something he had just made up, but in reality, it was Ikotsu, combined with fire-based Shunk. White flames erupted from his right arm, while twin jets of fire blasted from his shoulders like rocket propulsion. Boom! Flame met lightning. The impact created a deafening shockwave, shaking the entire training hall as the ground itself groaned in protest. This! Yoriyuki's eyes widened at the sight of his flame-like Ryotsu. She immediately sensed something was off and instinctively reacted. In an instant, her lightning sword grew denser, its size and power surging. What the hell? Masatsuki Aozaki exclaimed as he felt the sword's strength increase, but he didn't back down. Boom! As expected, he was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into a distant rock formation and shattering several boulders on impact. When the dust finally settled, Yoriyuki reappeared before him. Lying on the ground, Masatsuki sighed and asked, "You lifted your Ryotsu limit just now, didn't you?" It wasn't that he couldn't accept losing, but in that brief moment, he had definitely sensed Yoriyuki's Ryotsu spike to a level far beyond what a lieutenant should be capable of. Yoriyuki remained silent for a beat before awkwardly sticking out her tongue. Seeing her reaction, Masatsuki Aozaki knew he was right. This doesn't count. You broke the rules. What? No way. Yoriyuki protested, but after a brief pause, she quickly offered, all right, how about we call it a draw? The wager still stands. Masatsuki gave her a long look, then nodded slightly. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Yahweh. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoriyuki Shine had spent an unforgettable month together, pushing each other to their limits. Their spiritual bodies and ryotsu had been tempered like never before, and in the grand scheme of life, they had taken yet another step forward. It turned out that proper training could indeed enhance one's strength, but excessive training could also leave one feeling spiritually empty. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't sure how Yoriyuki was handling it, but he definitely felt a certain hollowness creeping in. After parting ways with her in the noble district, he moved into a lavish estate, a clear symbol of noble status. A gift from the Tsunayashiro clan. When they presented it, they had subtly hinted at keeping it under wraps. He didn't refuse. He simply accepted it without fuss. Thankfully, they had the good sense not to send any maids his way, otherwise, Ranjaku Matsumoto would have given him hell. Or perhaps they were just worried a servant might have loose lips and say something they shouldn't. In the courtyard, Ranjaku Matsumoto had been practicing her shikai for who knew how long. The sound of howling wind never ceased, it only grew louder, as if a storm was brewing. Masatsuki Aozaki lay back, eyes closed in feigned sleep, listening to the wind outside his window. He found it hard to believe, but the room was gradually quieting. Had Ranjaku finally cooled off? A lone figure knelt on the tatami mat, silently watching Masatsuki Aozaki. It was an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man with neatly trimmed black hair. His posture was impeccable, rigid yet effortless, dressed in a robe resembling a chiton from Greek mythology. His presence was serene, yet his gaze, those eyes seemed to peer into the very fabric of fate itself, impossible to meet directly. Masatsuki Aozaki opened his eyes and froze. The man looked familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. With an almost divine gentleness, the man raised a hand, beckoning him forward with a soft, knowing smile. The golden light of dusk streamed in from behind him, casting an elongated shadow that stretched over Masatsuki Aozaki. Something about it made refusal impossible. He rose from his bed at some point, a flowing robe had appeared over his shoulders, its material unfamiliar yet weightless. Step by step, he approached the man. And when he finally took his hand, the man stood, never loosening his grip, leading him toward the bedside. But what he saw next wasn't Ranjaku practicing with her Zanpakutō. Instead, before his very eyes, Soul Society unfolded in its entirety. Then the world of the living. And finally, even Hueco Mundo. Through a small, unassuming window, he could see all of the three realms. The man let go of his hand, placing his palm lightly on the windowsill, fingers tapping rhythmically against the wood. Masatsuki Aozaki remained at his side, puzzled, carefully studying him in the dimming glow of the setting sun. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Except for those eyes subtly different, yet otherwise indistinguishable from any ordinary man among the countless beings of the three realms. Yet his presence carried an inexplicable divinity. Every movement radiated an air of sanctity, as if he had been born untouched by the dust of the world. He leaned against the windowsill, gazing into the distance. But in those eyes, those all-seeing eyes, there was something deeply human. A trace of loneliness. A stark contrast to his almost godlike presence. For a brief moment, Masatsuki Aozaki felt as if he, too, carried that same divine aura. But he knew better. He was no deity, detached from the world. He was nothing more than a man of vulgar soul, hopelessly indulgent in the pleasures of life. So, my name is Masatsuki Aozaki. After some thought, Masatsuki Aozaki decided that it was best to greet this kind of person and show some friendliness. The sunset reflected in the man's eyes as he softly said, "My name is Yahweh." Masatsuki Aozaki thought he was joking. That name belonged to the god of Western religions, originally written as Yahweh. The ancients gave their deity such a difficult name, supposedly to prevent mortals from speaking it directly. Over time, as the name was passed down, people misunderstood its pronunciation, and it became known as Jehovah. Suddenly, Masatsuki Aozaki thought of Waiwak. The name Yahweh was strikingly similar to Waiwak. However, after living in this world for so many years, he understood that they were not the same. And the man standing before him didn't resemble the Waiwak he knew. "Masatsuki, what do you think of this world?" the man asked, turning to look at him. Masatsuki Aozaki nearly jumped in shock. The last time someone asked him that question, it was Sukaizen right in the middle of Seireitei's streets. "Masatsuki, what do you think of this world?" A simple yet complex question. When Aizen asked, Masatsuki Aozaki had felt as though he was being tested. But when this man said the same words, the meaning was entirely different. It was as if he already knew Masatsuki didn't belong to this world, as if he was asking from the perspective of an observer. And he was genuinely looking forward to the answer. "Who the hell are you?" Masatsuki Aozaki's voice trembled slightly. For the first time, he felt like things had completely spiraled out of his control. "It doesn't matter. I simply sensed that your connection to this world is growing stronger, that you are accepting it. So, I took this opportunity to come see you," the man who called himself Yahweh said. "It's an honor to meet you, noble outsider." "Don't be ridiculous, noble outsider. I'm just a minor noble, nothing grand, and what outsider? I don't know what you're talking about." Was this Aizen? Had he trapped me in Kaika Suijutsu? But how could he possibly know I was an outsider? I'm not some illusion created by anyone. I came to see you of my own free will. Yahweh seemed to see right through his thoughts and glanced out the window. The two stood by the window, like travelers on an unfamiliar road, strangers, yet willing to admire the scenery together. "And I sincerely want to hear your answer." "My answer?" Looking into his earnest eyes, Masatsuki Aozaki felt that perhaps he should say what he truly thought. "This is where I belong. I don't know about others, but to me, this world is interesting." "Just interesting?" That's a concerning answer. But at least it's better than holding hostility toward the world. Yahweh stroked his chin and smirked. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man. "Why would I be hostile toward the world? It hasn't done anything to me," Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but say. As if he had found the answer he was looking for, the middle-aged man burst into laughter, wiping tears from the corners of his eyes. "Kid, I'm starting to like you." Masatsuki Aozaki shuddered. Without thinking, he blurted out, "I don't like men." Yahweh froze for a second, then shook his head with a laugh. "Don't worry, neither do I." He took a step forward and his body passed right through the wall. Before him stretched a massive, blazing sun, rising higher and higher. "Wait! Is it just me, or is the sun getting closer?" Masatsuki Aozaki was engulfed by the searing light. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake. Chapter 90, Mission. He shot up in bed, drenched in sweat, as if he had just taken a sunbath inside the sun itself. Ranjaku Matsumoto stood before him, staring in shock before slowly sitting down at the edge of the bed. The room was empty except for the two of them. "Did you have a nightmare?" Ranjaku asked. "Or did you wear yourself out playing with your Yuaki Shion for too long?" "I had a dream." "I'm not sure if it was a nightmare," Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Is training over?" He stretched, feeling as if the world around him had become more attuned to him, more comfortable. If he had to describe it, it was a sense of belonging. It was as if, until now, he had been nothing more than a traveler in this world, but now, this world had started to feel like home. Though if he went by that man's words, it wasn't that the world had changed, it was that he was finally accepting it. It's almost dinner time. You promised to only train with your Zanpakutō for an hour every afternoon, Ranjaku huffed. And you've been sleeping all day. Are you part pig or something? No, I'm a snake. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, startled. He had thought he'd only been asleep for a few hours, but he had actually slept for an entire day and night. Looks like he really needed to pace himself better. I didn't do anything weird, did I? No, you were out cold like a dead pig, Ranjaku said, shaking her head. If you didn't wake up soon, I was about to call Captain Anohana. Masatsuki Aozaki pressed a hand to his forehead. When exactly had that strange dream begun? Had it started the moment he lay down? When he first heard the wind? Or, was he still dreaming? The feeling of not being able to distinguish reality from illusion was irritating. He reached out and smacked himself on the head hard, then opened his eyes, and realized he wasn't wearing anything. Don't tell me that guy. Masatsuki narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, radiating pure murderous intent. It's not my fault. Ranjaku said weakly. You were just lying there, completely defenseless. Good thing it was you. Masatsuki exhaled in relief before making a face. No wonder his whole body felt sore, and he was still sweating. He must have just finished training. But that dream, it had felt way too real. He could still picture that middle-aged man's face with perfect clarity. Normally, he only had eyes for girls, so why was a middle-aged man lingering in his mind so vividly? Dinner's ready. Let's go. Oh, right. Masatsuki grabbed a random shirt and threw it on before following Ranjaku outside. Once outside, Ranjaku pulled out an ornate, gold-inlaid food box and began setting the dishes on the table, each one meticulously arranged. Let's see. She did a quick count, then pouted. 9 dishes in total. And they're all your favorites. She glanced at him. Don't give me that look. You know I can't cook. Ichimaru made them and sent them over. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Ranjaku was fine when it came to eating, but cooking? No way. These authentic Chinese dishes smelled incredible. One whiff and he could tell they'd been made with true skill. He really couldn't have picked a better little brother than Jin Ichimaru. The guy could handle just about anything. Hold on a second. I've got something even better. Ranjaku Matsumoto walked into the kitchen. When she returned, she was carrying several bottles of sake. Well, for the record, you're Yuaki, and I didn't actually do anything. Masatsuki Aozaki swallowed hard. His head buzzed as he realized she clearly wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. Ranjaku picked up a bottle and raised an eyebrow. Not willing? Of course. I'm willing. Masatsuki pressed a hand to his forehead, his face pale as he thought to himself, am I going to end up like Shun Kukaki? Sitting at the dining table, Masatsuki looked like he had just suffered a great loss. What's with that face? Ranjaku, sitting beside him, wrapped an arm around him and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. It's nothing, nothing. Masatsuki forced a smile only to suddenly realize that his body no longer ached, his back didn't hurt, and even his dizziness had disappeared. I'm not going anywhere tonight. I'll stay with you. Ranjaku brightened up instantly, nudging him with her shoulder over and over, clearly excited. As dinner began, they sat in the dim glow of flickering candlelight on the wooden chairs of the dining room. Actually, your Yuaki came looking for you today, Ranjaku said. You two didn't fight, did you? That was Masatsuki's biggest concern. What kind of people do you take us for? Ranjaku shot him a glare. If anyone deserves a beating, it's you, you troublemaker. Wait, Don't tell me you too. Masatsuki tensed, instinctively reaching for his waist. You had a mission today, but you didn't show up at the 2nd Division. That's why she came looking for you, Rangiku explained. I told her what happened, and she said to let you rest. Late at night, in the 2nd Division's territory, the nest of maggots was brightly lit. Aside from Masatsuki Aozaki, who held the rank of 3rd seat, every member of the detention unit was present, a rare occurrence. The weather was raging. Torrential rain poured down, and howling winds swept through the area. The detention unit members stood motionless under the storm, their figures rigid against the relentless wind and rain. In the uneasy darkness of the surrounding forest, only the flickering glow of kid spells provided illumination. Standing amidst the downpour, Yoriyuki Shion, captain of the 2nd Division, gave a nod to the guards stationed at the nest of maggots. From behind, a man's angry shouts rang out. Yoriyuki frowned. I'll personally escort Takasugi Hirofumi inside. Is the solitary cell ready? It's ready. Open the gate, Jin Ichimaru called out from his post at the dungeon entrance. Takasugi Hirofumi might not have been the most dangerous criminal in the nest of maggots, but he was certainly the most powerful one ever confined there. Leaving him in the same unrestricted conditions as the other high-risk inmates was too dangerous. He had to be placed in solitary confinement under strict supervision. As the heavy doors creaked open, Yoriyuki led Takasugi Hirofumi inside, securing his hands, feet, and neck with specially reinforced restraints. You can't do this to me. You know who I am. Takasugi roared. Quit shouting. Of course, I know who you are. Yoriyuki smirked. But the fact that you're locked up here should tell you everything. They've already abandoned you, haven't they? You don't understand at all, Takasugi sneered. With that fool renter dead, they can't afford to abandon me. The Tsunoya Shiro clan's branch family never had many captain-level powerhouses to begin with. Aside from one branch member under house arrest and a few well-placed pawns within the Gotei 13, he was the only captain-class Shinigami left in the Tsunoya Shiro branch family. His value to them was undeniable. There was no way they would simply cast him aside. As far as he was concerned, his imprisonment here was the result of political maneuvering by rival noble houses, not the will of the Tsunoya Shiro clan itself. After all, the Central 46 had chosen to spare his life. That alone was proof enough. Humph. Looks like you know quite a bit. Yoriyuki crossed her arms. If you're willing to share even more useful information, I might consider improving your treatment. She leaned in slightly. It's been a while since you've had to suffer like this, hasn't it? For a moment, Takasugi seemed tempted. But then, his expression hardened. He closed his eyes and fell silent. Clearly, what he feared most was losing his life. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Senkaimon. The next morning, at the 12th Division Barracks. Here's what you asked for, Kisuke Urahara said, handing Masatsuki Aozaki a protective suit and an accessory. Got it. Then give this to Kiryu-san. Masatsuki Aozaki extended his hand, offering a lunchbox. Today's special recipe. Kisuke Urahara took the lunchbox, weighing it in his hands to check its contents. Is your cooking really that good? Good enough to have a captain completely hooked. Kisuke had to admit, though his friend wasn't as intelligent as he was, he had unexpected talents in many areas. Cooking, for instance, was something Kisuke couldn't compete with at all. After tasting his food once, Kiryu Hikifune had arranged, through the channels of the Urahara shop, for him to provide a takeout service. When Masatsuki Aozaki was training in Shunk and disappeared for a month, Kiryu Hikifune was practically losing her appetite. The temptation was terrifying. Of course. Haven't you noticed how plump and healthy Rangiku and Jin have gotten? Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his voice. If you want to sneak a bite, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. No need. Captain Hikifune is extremely sensitive to numbers and weight. She'd know if even a single portion was missing. Kisukura shuddered, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. Then, shifting the topic, he said, "Let me tell you about the gift you're giving. The protective suit is a good choice. Kako can wear it while experimenting. As for the choker, see that metal ornament in the center? Pull it out, and it turns into a chain sword. But since you insisted on this design, how you present it is up to you." Masatsuki Aozaki examined the necklace in his hands. It looked more like a choker, with a rhombus-shaped silver metal piece at the center, its hollowed-out section suspending a teardrop-shaped clear crystal. He had no idea how such a small accessory could conceal an entire chain sword, but considering that Mayuri Kuratsuka could hide a scythe in his ear, he decided not to dwell on it. Tucking the items away, Masatsuki Aozaki asked, "Kisuke, can you make a senkaimon?" Kisukura scoffed. No. He already knew Masatsuki Aozaki had become a noble and was now looking for a personal senkaimon. But no meant no, he wasn't about to lie about it. "Can the Shinigami Research and Development Institute make one?" Masatsuki Aozaki frowned. He hadn't expected it to be this difficult to obtain a senkaimon. He had searched all over the noble district this morning and still couldn't find a place that could make or sell one, which was why he had come to Kisuke for help. Yet even Kisuke, a noble himself, had no way of making one. It seemed these things were quite rare. "As far as I know, the Shinigami Research and Development Institute doesn't have any information on that for now. You might want to ask Captain Hikifune, she might know how to make one," Kisuke suggested, glancing off into the distance. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to look. A beautiful woman with purple hair was approaching. "Masatsuki, I'd love to help you, but I'm sorry I don't know how to make a senkaimon either," Kiryu Hikifune said, scratching her head. Masatsuki Aozaki rubbed his chin. "I see." Kiryu Hikifune sighed. "It's an extremely ancient technique, older than the Gotei 13 itself. Right now, only the oldest noble clans still retain this knowledge. If you really need one, you might want to ask Captain Shion for help. The Shion clan, being one of the most ancient noble families in Seoul society, should have the technology to create a senkaimon." Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. "I get it now. I've just escaped the tiger's den, only to step into the lion's den. Thank you very much, Kiryu-san." "No need to thank me." Kiryu Hikifune waved a hand dismissively. "If you really want to show your appreciation, let's have a cooking exchange sometime. I've almost mastered the dishes you taught me last time, but I still struggle with controlling the heat." "Of course, I'll definitely drop by when I have time," Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. With Kiryu Hikifune taking the initiative, there was no way he'd refuse. That afternoon, in the 2nd Division Captain's office. "You either don't show up for work and sleep at home, or you come straight to me asking for favors. You're enjoying being third seat way more than I enjoy being captain," Yuruaki Shion huffed, crossing her arms. Her expression and movements had an undeniable charm to them. "And whose fault do you think that is? Being third seat is way too tough work all day and still get bossed around by my superior." Masatsuki Aozaki sighed dramatically. "Ugh, just talking about it is embarrassing. Let's not even go there." Yuruaki's face flushed slightly, knowing full well that he was talking about her. Seeing her irritation fade, Masatsuki Aozaki grinned. "Actually, I didn't just come here to ask for help, I brought you a gift." "A gift?" Masatsuki Aozaki pulled out the accessory Kisukura had given him. "Here, take a look. You actually put some thought into this." Yuruaki's face lit up with a smile. She didn't sense anything unusual about it, instead, she was just pleased that Masatsuki knew her tastes. She had worn plenty of chokers like this before she was even wearing a bow-shaped one at that very moment. Masatsuki Aozaki took a seat beside her and personally fastened the necklace around her neck. I had Kisuk custom make it. I designed the look myself. Pull the ornament at the front, and it triggers a mechanism that turns it into a chain sword. So? Do you like it? Not bad. I like it. Yoriyuki tilted her head back slightly, like a proud swan. Since you've given your captain such a valuable gift, I can't be rude either. Leave the Senkaimon to me. That doesn't seem right. Masatsuki hesitated. What's wrong with it? As the head of the Shine clan, do you really think I'd be stingy about something like a Senkaimon? Yoriyuki waved a hand grandly. Just sit back and wait. All right then. Masatsuki Aozaki seemed conflicted but eventually muttered in agreement. The Fullbringers better be prepared. Time to clean up the Soul King fragments. I wonder how Aizen's investigation is going. He's been in the world of the living for so long now. Masatsuki glanced up at Yoriyuki, who was standing in front of the mirror, admiring the necklace around her neck. His eyes suddenly gleamed with an idea. He walked up beside her, leaned in close, and whispered something in her ear. Are you out of your mind? Yoriyuki's eyes widened in shock. Don't forget you still owe me 2 favors. Or are you saying that the great captain of the 2nd Division, head of the Shine clan, Lady Yoriyuki, doesn't keep her word? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head in disappointment. If you can't do it, then I've got nothing more to say. But I guess Yoriyuki-sama's promises don't mean much after all. TCH. You really have some nerve saying that. Yoriyuki gritted her teeth, then locked the doors and windows of her office. She took a seat, her body gradually shrinking. In mere moments, only a pile of clothes remained where she had been. What are you waiting for, you idiot? A sleek black cat crawled out from the garments. Before she could finish speaking, Masatsuki Aozaki had already transformed into a large black and white cat and pounced. The 2 feline shadows intertwined, and soon, strange cat-like sounds echoed through the office. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Brother-in-law is not here. After the 2 of them stepped into a new world, Masatsuki Aozaki took a moment to rest, shifting back into his human form before dressing and leaving the 2nd Division. As the 3rd seat, he could come and go from the barracks freely without anyone stopping him. However, to maintain the dignified image of a responsible officer, he decided it wouldn't be wise to let his subordinates catch him slacking off. Instead, he chose the more discreet route, scaling the walls and heading straight for West Rukonga. A light drizzle fell. After weaving through a dense cluster of grand mansions, Shinkitsune Yashiro finally caught sight of the towering council chamber. Pushing open the doors, he stepped inside to find that the elders had been waiting for quite some time. What's going on? Why has Takasugi Hirofumi been imprisoned in the nest of maggots? His voice was sharp with accusation. Tamabe Tsuneyashiro's lips curled slightly in a mocking smile. Your Excellency Shing, this is the Tsuneyashiro clan's elder council. Is there a need for such outbursts? Don't forget your position, you're an elder yourself, representing the dignity of this family. Shing Tsuneyashiro's expression darkened. He had no retort to Tamabe's ridicule, knowing that the latter's influence within the main family far exceeded his own. His power primarily lay within the branch families, and despite his frustration, Tamabe's words weren't wrong. He had no valid counter-argument. But Takasugi Hirofumi has a 3rd-class Ryotsu, and the nest of maggots is under the jurisdiction of the Shine clan. Shing Tsuneyashiro took his seat among the elders, his voice heavy. Tamabe Tsuneyashiro cast him a glance before Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro raised a hand, prompting a subtle shift in the elders' expressions. Your Excellency Shing, it's not that we don't want to save Takasugi Hirofumi, it's that we simply can't. Yes, the Tsuneyashiro clan is the most powerful noble house at present, but if the Kukaki and Shine clans join forces, even we would struggle to hold our ground. I suggest you recognize the reality of the situation. The Tsuneyashiro clan is not omnipotent. If we were, there would be no need for the rebels to exist, don't you agree? The elders nodded in agreement. The purpose of the rebel faction was to weaken rival noble houses and expand the Tsunoya Shiro clan's influence. If they truly had absolute control, there'd be no need for such tactics. They could simply command their enemies to submit or disband outright. So we're just going to let Takasugi Hirofumi die in the nest of maggots. Tsunoya Shiro clenched his fists, his voice laced with cold laughter. The Central 46 sentenced him to imprisonment, not execution. A 3,000-year sentence might as well be a death sentence. And with Masatsuki Aozaki overseeing the nest of maggots now, who knows how long he'll last? That's not for us to decide. Tokuyasu Tsunoya Shiro waved a hand dismissively. We did everything we could to preserve his life, and even our family's reputation has taken a hit because of it. He narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the branch families should start looking for other solutions. Tokuyasu knew full well that while Tsunoya Shiro had some intelligence, it wasn't quite enough. That was precisely why the branch families had chosen him as their representative. Someone too clever would be difficult to control, while someone too foolish wouldn't be able to rise to an elder's position even with support. The best candidate was someone with just enough cunning, but not too much. Tsunoya Shiro's expression remained cold as he reluctantly nodded. As he sat there, listening with his eyes closed, the sound of rain outside the window seemed to grow heavier, pounding down with increasing intensity. Meanwhile, thanks to his exceptional shunpo skills, Masatsuki Aozaki easily slipped out of Seireitei. He greeted the Hakutman gatekeeper Jidan Bikanzaka, before once again stepping onto the soil of Junranan, the first district of Rukanga. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Shiba residence, Masatsuki Aozaki carefully concealed himself at a distance, peering toward the main gate. Two towering, muscle-bound men stood guard, but the one person who viewed him as a sworn enemy was nowhere to be seen. Kaganihiko and Shiraganihiko, is your Aniki not home? Masatsuki-sama. The two burly men looked slightly surprised before answering, yes, the head of the household is not at home. They were the Shiba family's servants and had also been Kaku and Kayan's teachers, raising them since childhood. One look at their sturdy physiques made it clear they were both masters of hand-to-hand combat. Is Kaku home? Lady Kaku is in the tea room. Hearing the answer he wanted, Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms and strode inside. If his elder brother-in-law wasn't around, then wasn't Kaku in charge of the household? Considering their relationship, he could be considered half the master of this house. Declining Kaganihiko's offer to accompany him, Masatsuki Aozaki entered alone. He made his way down the stairs, through a long corridor, and stopped in front of a paper door. Kaganihiko? Do we have a guest? Perhaps hearing movement, a voice laced with amusement came from inside. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't answer and instead asked, do I count as a guest? A flicker of joy flashed in Kakoshiba's eyes. Masatsuki, come in. At those words, Masatsuki Aozaki pushed the door open and stepped inside. What brings you here? Did your Yuaki actually let you come back? Kakoshiba teased. What kind of question is that? You make it sound like your Yuaki has me under house arrest, Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. She probably would if she could. Kakoshiba smirked. She knew her childhood friend too well. Coming to her in the middle of the night to ask about some strange secret technique, it was obviously for the man standing before her. Too bad for your Yuaki, though. The Shiba family had passed down plenty of techniques, but none that could alter one's body shape. What did your Yuaki take her for? Everything about her was 100% natural. Her figure wasn't the result of any modifications, it was pure natural talent. Thinking of this, Kakoshiba rolled her eyes. Seriously, why did your Yuaki think she had some secret art to change her body? If she had time to chase after that nonsense, she might as well put more effort into studying the cat transformation technique. If turning into a cat was possible, then refining it further to alter a spirit body shouldn't be too far off. Let's not talk about your Yuaki for now. I came to give you this. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled out a set of clothing. Protective gear? Kakoshiba asked. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. This is ugly. Kakoshiba spread out the outfit with a look of distaste. The entire suit was black from head to toe, including the mask, shoes, and gloves. It somewhat resembled the 2nd Division stealth uniforms but was bulkier, making it even less appealing. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. Who cares about looks? You're wearing it for experiments, not a fashion show. Thinking about Kako's future and the arm she would eventually lose, Masatsuki still found her beautiful, but he didn't want things to turn out that way. So he gave a firm reminder. Make sure you wear this during experiments. Got it? Yes, yes. Kakoshiba waved a hand lazily, brushing off the concern. Still, seeing how seriously Masatsuki was worrying over her brought a smile to her lips. How should I thank you for such a thoughtful gift? She suddenly grabbed Masatsuki Aozaki's collar, leaned in, and took a deep breath against his neck. You smell like your Yuaki. You can tell from that. Masatsuki Aozaki was stunned. They had been in cat form at the time, how could she still pick up the scent? He was about to come up with an excuse but hesitated. Well. Kako didn't wait for him to finish before he could say another word, she had already pinned him down, eyes burning with emotion. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Pink Snake. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Little Trick. Early the next morning, Masatsuki Aozaki woke up shortly after sunrise. His mind was clear, and despite only getting a few hours of sleep, he didn't feel tired at all. Ha! Kakoshiba let out a big yawn, groggily scratching her head. Her hair was a tangled mess, sticky and clumped together. Tugging at it hurt, so she simply gave up dealing with it. Masatsuki Aozaki, amused, gently poked her cheek with a fond expression. Hey, wake up already! Are you planning to sleep until nightfall again? MMGH, what's it matter? I'm the head of the family. Kakoshiba let out a rare, spoiled-sounding mumble as she snuggled closer to him in protest. It was undeniably cute, but the two of them had long since moved past the stage where every little action sent their hearts racing. With saint-like willpower, Masatsuki Aozaki resisted her charms. Still, he figured teasing her a little wouldn't hurt after all. It wasn't every day he got to see this usually fearless and strong-willed woman acting so adorably. Smirking, he pinched the soft flesh of her cheek while his other hand slipped under the covers. You're pushing it, you know. Kako's eyes snapped open, and she let out a startled yelp. It took her a few seconds to shake off the haze of sleep, but once she realized this smug man was treating her like a toy, her pretty face immediately twisted into an intimidating scowl. Then, without hesitation, she pinched his waist hard and clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Tch, hurry up and help me take a bath." "Yes, yes. Just toss me aside the moment you've had your fun, hey." Masatsuki Aozaki let out a helpless chuckle, scooped her up in his arms, threw on a robe, and carried her toward the bath. As he stepped into the warm water with her still in his arms, he flashed a mischievous grin. If the souls in West Rukonga knew their Ain-san had a man, I wonder what kind of faces they'd make. Kako shot him a disgusted look. At your age, you're already making the same sleazy old man expressions as Ishin? Who the hell did you learn that from? She gave him 2 half-hearted punches before giving up on resisting altogether. In Seoul society, 200 or 300 years old was still considered young, let alone Masatsuki, who was only in his early 20s. Resting her chin in her palm, she sighed. How the hell had she fallen for this guy? She thought back. When they first met, this guy had approached the Shiba family under the guise of a business deal. At the time, Kyan was too focused on training and gathering subordinates to handle family affairs, leaving the household struggling financially. So, she agreed to Masatsuki's proposal without much hesitation. Sure enough, after that, the Shiba family's wealth steadily grew. And then, at some point, this kid started showing up every few days to see her. Back then, he wasn't exactly innocent, but when it came to relationships, he was definitely clueless. It was obvious to everyone what he was after, herself included. Still, he was easy on the eyes, and more importantly, he was fun to be around. So, she humored him. As time went on, Masatsuki Aozaki somehow became more and more her type, and, well, one thing led to another. But thinking about it now, how did that awkward little brat, who used to hide in her arms, turn into this smug bastard? If it weren't for this fateful entanglement with him, she might have never ended up with a man in her entire life. She could have just spent her days perfecting fireworks, free from all these distractions. This damn guy, it was all his fault. Kakoshiba frowned, looking both annoyed and exasperated. Give me back my life, you brat. All right, then I'll compensate you with mine, Masatsuki Aozaki said, spreading his arms before pulling her into a tight embrace. At this rate, he was probably going to miss work at the 2nd Division again. Holding Kako close, Masatsuki gazed at her hazy, half-lidded eyes before something suddenly came to mind. Speaking of which, where's my brother-in-law? Why would you bring him up now of all times? Kako glared at him, clearly irritated. I think he went to apply to the Shin Academy. Already fully immersed in the moment, she shot him a sharp look, as if blaming him for ruining the mood. First it was Uncle Ishin, and now my brother. Are you planning to drag my whole family into trouble? What's he going to the Shin Academy for? Is he coming after me? Masatsuki mused before kissing her cheek in an apologetic gesture. Uncle Ishin joining the Gotei 13 was definitely my fault, I admit that. But I had nothing to do with your brother applying to the Shin Academy. You easily took him down last time. Maybe he couldn't accept it and decided to join the Gotei 13 to get stronger, Kako muttered through gritted teeth, barely holding back a sound. With his talent, getting into the Shin Academy should be a breeze, Masatsuki noted, glancing at Kako as his hand continued moving beneath the water. She let out a muffled gasp. Even though the Shiba family had fallen from grace, they still carried the bloodline of one of the 5 great noble clans, granting them naturally powerful ryotsu. Take Kako, for example. She had spent her entire life obsessed with fireworks while also managing the family, barely dedicating any time to actual ryotsu training. Yet, her spiritual pressure had still reached the level of a seated officer. That was the power of bloodline inheritance. It made Masatsuki wonder just what kind of people were the ancestors of the 5 great noble clans? Even after so many generations, their descendants still carried exceptional talent that far surpassed ordinary souls. But lingering on unrelated thoughts now would just kill the mood. So instead, he focused on enjoying the moment, just as Kako wanted. She let out another soft hum before responding eagerly. A full day and night passed as they indulged in each other's company. In the bedroom, Masatsuki Aozaki exhaled deeply. Kako was still resting in his arms, her long black hair spilling over her shoulders, her fair face flushed and alluring. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, carefully pulled the blanket over her, and then got up to prepare for departure. After dressing, he walked to the head of the bed and pressed a hidden mechanism on the wall. A moment later, a concealed compartment slid open, revealing a wooden box inside. Masatsuki formed a complex hand seal, activating the kid technique Kako had taught him. The box unlocked automatically, revealing a scroll inside. This was the training method for Getsuga Tenshi. It had taken him an entire day and night to convince Kako to let him learn it. As he flipped through the scroll, his mind drifted back to the sword pressure technique he had studied under Old Man Yamamoto. Getsuga Tenshi felt like an advanced variation of sword pressure. Standard sword pressure involved releasing ryotsu through a Zanpakutō. But Getsuga took it a step further. It required compressing the Ryutsu before unleashing the slash. This made it an excellent test of a Shinigami's control over their spiritual energy. But for Masatsuki, it wasn't anything groundbreaking. Just another small technique, he thought casually. And that was exactly what it was to him, a minor skill. He didn't even bother taking the scroll with him. After reading through it twice, he had already memorized every detail. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/pinksnake